Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'm John Reuter of UW Milwaukee. I'll be chairing this afternoon session of Running for the Next Hour. We have 4 excellent presenters in this session. For those of you who've just joined Ukrainathon, I want to draw your attention to 2 very worthy initiatives that Ukrainathon is supporting, the Scholars at Risk initiative and also the Science for Ukraine initiative. Both of these are philanthropic initiatives that are aimed at supporting science and scholars in Ukraine who are affected by the war and who are seeking alternative employment and other relief measures. I think the links to those are going to be posted in the chat. Yeah, they've just been posted in the chat for those who are interested in supporting those efforts. Okay, so today we have 4 presenters for this session. Each presenter is allotted 15 minutes, but that's for both their presentation and for Q&A. So if you would like to field questions, then I would advise the presenters to keep your presentation to as short as possible so you would have time to take questions after your presentation. So our first presenter is Stephen Crowley, who is professor of politics at Oberlin College and was chair of the last panel. Steve's recent book is Putin's Labor Dilemma, Russian Politics Between Stability and Stagnation. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who are just joining us as well, if you have questions, please put them in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. With that, Steve, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks so much, John. So I want to pick up some of the questions that were discussed at the last panel. In particular, Kelly McMahon was asking the question about will ordinary Russians protest? And her conclusion was, well, they might if the situation becomes as bad as it was before Putin, that is in Russia in the 1990s. So I've been looking at this question about social and economic protest in Russia. And this question of economic stagnation was happening before the recent imposition of sanctions. And my argument, and the argument I make in the book, is that the fear of social and economic protest and Putin's fear of color revolutions within Russia itself stymies him and his administration from undertaking significant economic reforms. So now all of a sudden we have not only the war, but this imposition of very significant sanctions. I don't think there is a clear idea from anyone really what these sanctions might mean. Most speculation is we'll really know in a couple of months how severe these sanctions would be. But on the outer limits of estimates, I mean, they could absolutely be as bad as Russia, could send Russia back to where it was in the 1990s. Apparently Russia is in the process of defaulting, if it hasn't defaulted already, as it did in 1998. Anyway, that is a variable that we simply don't know. And it's quite possible, at least potentially, that sanction relief becomes part of a bargaining chip in ending the bloodshed. So we don't really know about that. And sanctions themselves, so the speculation, Boris Johnson's spokesperson said, well, the sanctions are meant to bring about regime change in Russia. And then he said, oh, no, I didn't really mean that, which is probably a good thing from a strategic perspective, because you don't want to put Putin under any more existential crisis at the moment. But the problem with sanctions has been widely argued is that they rarely bring about that outcome. For one reason for that is simply the question of blame. So for social and economic hardship, sanctions can clearly be blamed on outsiders rather than the regime itself. And so they're very, not terribly effective that way. And then there's, of course, the rally around the flag effect, which can happen not only with war, but with the imposition of sanctions from the outside, at least in the short term. And again, particularly in a country like Russia that has the mass media under state control. So, but Russia was already under stagnation. So real disposable incomes 10% lower in 2021 than they were in 2013. And one of the reasons that Russia's economy has been stagnating is it is a low wage economy. So Russia got through that hardship significant hardship of the 1990s, but not with mass unemployment, but instead with very flexible wages, including wage arrears. And now Russia remains a high employment, low wage economy. And that's a problem because it's not become Russia's comparative advantage. It has led to very low productivity. So Russia's productivity, which, well, backing up for a second, as Paul Krugman notes, productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. A country's ability to improve its standard of living over time depends almost entirely on its ability to raise its output per worker. And Russia just simply is not productive, that it impacts human capital, very little incentive to invest in human capital, little incentive to invest in technology. It leads to people to move into the underground economy. It leads to greater debt and so forth. It leads to low demand economy. And beyond wages, Russia also has a huge amount of its, at least its manufacturing sector in large enterprises. So very low productivity by international standards. Much of the close to 80% of workers in the manufacturing sector work in enterprises of 250 employees or more. So way out of line with comparative countries. So all of that is just the challenge of leading to stagnation before you add in sanctions and so forth. And all of that already has social and ultimately political implications. So Russia is not only a high employment, low wage economy, but it's also stuck in a middle income trap. And how do you get out of that trap? Well, economists say you can do it, but you need to move out of, you can't be low productive, low skilled, low paid work and have such inequality and informality. But ultimately, others have argued that the central challenge to escaping that middle income trap is more politics than economics. Because once you start undertaking fundamental reforms, you create winners and losers out of significant social groups. So for instance, Alexei Kudrin and colleagues have argued that, to boost economic growth, Russia will need to facilitate the movement of factors of production, now quoting, from less efficient to more efficient industries. In other words, to intensify what Schumpeter calls the process of creative destruction. But of course, however creative that might be, that also means not simply destruction, but most likely unemployment. And most worryingly for the Kremlin, there are few paths out of Russia's economic malaise that don't threaten to spark social protest. With that, with efforts to bring about economic reform, the question of whom to blame becomes clarified. That is part of the argument I'm making. So in the 1990s, it wasn't clear, as Deborah Javelin argued, that who was to blame. There was just so much chaos. The state seemed to be dysfunctional. We now had privatization and so forth. But since that time under Putin, there is increasingly a form of state capitalism. The state's hand seems to be everywhere in the economy. And as I've argued before with my colleague Irina Olympieva, drawing on Charles Tilley's work, Charles Tilley talked about the concepts of netness and catness as a way to explain how social protests spread. So netness refers to networks. In this case, it could be labor unions, it could be opposition parties, it could be forms of civil society. As Kelly McMahon just pointed out, that's not really a factor in Russia. But catness happens when otherwise isolated groups, otherwise isolated individuals are suddenly impacted by a government action that impacts them as a category. So examples in Russia would include the monetization of benefits attempt in 2005, when pensioners rose up spontaneously all across the country to protest that. Likewise, the raising of the pension age in 2018 led to similar protests. During the global economic crisis of 2009, the government imposed a tax on imported vehicles in an attempt to preserve jobs in the auto industry. But that led to protests in the Far East, where Japanese imported cars were popular, and riot police had to be flown in from Moscow to subdue the protesters because they became pretty rapidly politicized. And I've written in detail about the truckers' protests that happened in 2015. Just a small tax on trucks led to truck drivers from Dagestan to Chita to all of a sudden unite. And initially they said, "President, help us." But within a little more than a year, they called for general strike, demanded the government resign, and tried to have their leader run against Putin for president, unsuccessfully, as you can imagine. So Putin has long been consumed by the prospect of color revolutions. And he survived 2011 and 2012 protests, the Russia without Putin protests, arguably the closest that Russia's come to its own color revolution, in part by claiming he maintained strong support from real Russians in the countryside, and industrial and rural heartland, as opposed to the liberal and cosmopolitan protesters in Moscow and St. Petersburg. But that becomes less effective after prolonged stagnation. And then when you look at recent examples of protests, color revolutions, you find, for instance, next door in Belarus, in 2020, there were huge protests that erupted around Lukashenko's fraudulent election, but they were joined because of economic suffering due to reduced subsidies from Russia. They were joined by workers in over 80 factories and enterprises throughout the country. And Lukashenko thought this was, he went to these factories and he said, "Wait a minute, you're stabbing me in the back. I'm your guy." And they were like, "Get out of here. No, we're done with you." Likewise, in Kazakhstan, just this past January, mass protests were set off by an increase in gas prices and began in Zhanaozen, the city that's synonymous with labor strife, where the government shot and killed over a dozen workers in 2011. So in Belarus and Kazakhstan, the leaders remained in power, but arguably because of Russian intervention. The question becomes for Putin, if something similar were to happen in Russia, who would come to his aid? Where would he flee? So just to be clear, I don't see any prospect. I see little prospect of a mass uprising happening in Russia anytime soon over social and economic issues. Sanctions and resulting hardship will be blamed on the West, particularly through Russia's state media. But with time, and that time might be measured in years rather than months, the Russian government may find itself compelled to undertake painful reforms because economic conditions simply seem intolerable otherwise. And doing that could be precarious because the answer of who's to blame, kto vinovat, could then become Putin himself. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, if you have any questions in the next 1 or 2 minutes for Steve, put them in the Q&A. But I'll ask a question of Steve on the topic you concluded on, economic reform. Where do you see economic reform efforts going in the next few months? We've already started to see kind of mixed signals from the Kremlin on this. On the one hand, they're trying to signal to small business, it seems, that they want to cut regulation to help it during the crisis. On the other hand, of course, they're having to undertake various nationalizations as well. What are your thoughts?
I don't know much about efforts that have been discussed recently. I think it would be talking about damage control. I mean, some of the estimates by economists that know more about this, say that these sanctions just could be crushing. I mean, Russia really could be back in the 1990s again. Yeah, so this question of who to blame becomes, it's very significant. Before the invasion itself, there was a lot of effort to take simply small steps, like get rid of or lessen the impact of the informal economy, which makes sense to push workers into more productive work, to collect taxes from them, and so on. But again, it's just these things all involve trade-offs that become very perilous, particularly in this kind of personalistic dictatorship, as Graham put it before, where, revolution. So we talk about coups, which is an interesting question, but revolutions traditionally happen when people just feel that there is no other way out than to get him, and it's almost always him, out of power. And I think for Russia, again, I think it would take quite some time for Russians to come around and feel that. But so we may be, we're talking about years, but at some point, they are going to have to undertake some kind of reforms, and so the trade-offs are almost inevitably painful.
So on that point, Steve, we have one question in the Q&A from Peter Rutland. Aren't the oil and gas revenues from exports enough to keep the whole corrupt, inefficient, statized economy afloat for the foreseeable future?
That's a good question. They haven't been doing a good job even before that. I mean, again, declining living standards before these sanctions. So once you add those in, it's hard to imagine how they continue to keep things afloat again. Yeah, in the short term, yes, but longer term, it's just the economy just has been. It hasn't been grinding to a halt, but at some point, just declining living standards themselves demand some kind of change, because they become their own potential catalyst for protest.
Great. All right, thanks, Steve. Okay, we're going to turn now to our next presenter, which is Tamila Lankina, who is a professor of international relations at the Department of International Relations at the London School of Economics. Her latest book is The Estate Origins of Democracy in Russia, from Imperial Bourgeoisie to Post-Communist Middle Class, now available from Cambridge University Press. Tamila, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see the shared slides? And can you hear me well?
Yes.
Thank you. A great pleasure for me to join this panel. I should say that in this talk, I'm marrying some of the earlier work I did on protests and sort of social discontent, sources of resilience of the Russian autocracy, and indeed sources of potential erosion. I'm marrying that earlier work with the more recent work of mine, which is very historical in nature. And it's about how social divisions in Russia that have deep historical roots are important for understanding social divisions now as they play out. And I'm very grateful and glad that Steve mentioned some of the issues that I also pick up on, namely protest, blame attribution, sort of social networks, and ultimate sort of potential for social discontent coalescing around certain issues, not least the casualties in the war in Ukraine. But I mentioned that I draw on my historical work, which is about social divisions in Russia in a kind of, I know it's an unfashionable topic to bring back history in the sense of, the kind of the proverbial political culture, etc. And that's not the angle I will be taking. What I'll be talking about is the divisions between an overwhelmingly illiterate society on the eve of the Bolshevik Revolution and a very small group of educated urban estates. And that's sort of the big divide that Russian intellectuals like the prominent constitutional Democrat politician Petr Struve talked about when he discussed how in Russia before the revolution, most people, rich or poor, aristocrat or peasant, lacked political rights, but some people had civil rights, and those were the groups that I conceptualize as educated estates, and others didn't, notably the peasantry. Even after emancipation, there was significant sort of social divisions when it comes to rights, and indeed, most importantly, the possibility of human capital accumulation and professionalization of the kind of late feudal society. I tried to make sense of recently of these historical divisions by thinking, drawing our gaze to these poor young men who find themselves as soldiers fighting a senseless war in Ukraine, and not knowing, their mothers not knowing where they are. They're these poor lads, and you watch these prisoners of war videos, absolutely heartbreaking, where you see their moms who are often in these small towns, often rural, and you think of precariat, you think of kind of historically marginalized groups. And this is very distinct category of society from the one we talk about when we discuss protests, like those sophisticated westernized urbanites. And in my book, I try to make sense of the reproduction of these historical divisions, and sort of you see an image here from an archive of a merchant family in the Samara region on the Volga. These were the sort of groups that I argue in my book that transitioned into the Soviet middle class. And there's an extremely strong intergenerational reproduction of human capital, entrepreneurial values, and sort of professional capital that has a kind of dynastic component, and that explains the kind of the resilience of these social divisions that we see in Russia now, that are playing out in important ways, and in important ways help us understand why is it that it's only a small minority of Russians who have the resources and the human capital and the capacity to engage in protests, as distinct from perhaps the majority of the population. And very briefly, I bring out in my book the institution of estate in Russian Sasovia that was extremely resilient, and all the way up to the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, Russian society was divided into these small groups of estates of nobility, hereditary and personal, less than 2% of the population. Clergy, which was professionalizing very rapidly. In other words, they were not becoming clergymen in the next generation, but becoming professionals, medics, veterinarians, relatively privileged high human capital group. The urban estates of Mishani and merchants, and Mishani were, in my analysis, are the proto-bourgeoisie, 10%, more than 10% of the imperial population. And finally, at the very, very bottom of society, the kind of peasant groups that sort of remained really underprivileged in communist society, and in the post-communist transition as well. Descendants of these historically marginalized groups didn't do very well, and we know we have that evidence from sociological and other studies. Steve, the presenter before me, mentioned, I like this Tilly's concepts of catness and netness, and I did a bit of netness analysis in my work. So this is an image of social network analysis, formal social network analysis from just before, 1 year before the Bolshevik Revolution in Samara, pretty much the entire white collar middle class. And we see how, if you look at the top, the pink circles, which look very wishy-washy and tied to the other sort of arenas of society in Samara. And that demonstrates how schools, for instance, were part of a very active public sphere. And these institutions were connected to professional organizations, and indeed the Zemstva and other kind of local government bodies. Why is that important? This is just 1 year before the revolution. Because Russia, it's important because we can understand how Russia had a very active and thriving public sphere before the revolution, and it didn't disappear because these individuals were so well networked. And this kind of quasi-public sphere continued in the Soviet period, and I describe them in my book, discuss these linkages between this kind of civil public society and looking at specific individuals, from archival and memoir materials. I illustrate some of them here, don't really have time to go into this, but these are photographic representations of the kind of proto-middle class, Mishani families, proprietors of small businesses, and on the right, you see a veterinarian. Their descendants are now professors at Samara University, individuals with sort of education at the level of PhDs in very prestigious institutions. And this argues a very different trajectory from the peasant society. If you think, this is also some statistics on literacy level in 1917, and we see that nobles were 90% of the nobility were literate, as indeed 95% of clergy, almost 65% of the urban estates, but peasants were overwhelmingly literate. At the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, 32%. And that is important in many different ways. Even in the 20 years down the road after the revolution, when the so-called Stalin Census was held, which left the Bolshevik leaders so aghast, not least Stalin, who, like Putin now, lived in his own sort of virtual reality. So Stalin expected to see the virtual society without classes, classless society that he imagined. In fact, what the census revealed was nearly 40% of women over the age of 9 remained illiterate. Only 4.3% of the population completed high school. So these are the statistics 20 years down the road into the Soviet period that we're talking about. What my analysis also reveals is that these kind of bourgeois groups that transitioned very well into the Soviet middle class and professional groups, they were also connected internationally. So when we talk about the middle class now and how it in Russia and how it can discern between the propaganda and other types of information, you know, we think of that, we explain that with reference to the connectedness and availability of alternative sources of information of these groups. This was entirely the case also in Stalin's Russia, where individuals were allowed to get remittances and letters from their relatives in America and Europe. And I demonstrate that also with regard to archival materials, showing also that in a material sense, they were receiving remittances that were quite sizable. For instance, over $26,000 within a matter of a few years for the elderly mom of one of the heroes, you know, one of the merchants in my book who emigrated to the US. So she was receiving far more in monthly remittances than the typical pension of a pensioner in Moscow now. So we have these, we can discern this kind of variation in the middle class of an old bourgeois variety by using census data from 1897, which is what I did, and I did with Alexander Liebman in our APSR paper. And we can trace the geographic distribution of these different educated groups. And I put faces of the nobles and the Mishani here on these images. So the geographic distribution was heterogeneous. And it also, the regions which historically strong prevalence of the old bourgeoisie are also those where, you know, we see protests now, kind of more greater civic activism. And indeed, you know, one measure we used with Alexander Liebman is press freedom. Press freedom is very important now, although this data is from 1999, but we know how important information is, especially now in this kind of onslaught of propaganda. And we see from the image on the left that using survey and other measures of university education, for instance, of contemporary measures, are really pretty much meaningless. We know that surveys often reveal that educated people support Putin or they believe in propaganda. It's simply because these measures are not very useful predictors of a lot of kind of democratic outcomes that we observe. What are better measures, if you look on the graph on the right, are the Mishani as one indicator of the prevalence of pre-communist bourgeoisie. It's a far better predictor of regions that are going to have a more open political and media landscape. That means greater demand for information and better supply. And I wanted to bring in as a reminder of the society that came at the end of communism. You know, one would think that by the end of communism that things have really changed significantly, but no, they haven't very much. And Anatoly Vishnevsky is a Russian social demographer. He writes that by 1990, urbanization reached 66% of population of in the Soviet Union, but only 15 to 17% of those age 60 had been born in the city. In other words, these were sort of new urbanites who did not acquire the values, the education of the old bourgeoisie that I talk about. And so he writes that by the time of the USSR's collapse, one could not contend that Soviet society became a solidly and overwhelmingly urban society. USSR citizens in the majority remain urbanites in the first generation, bearing the stamp of transient status, marginality, and this will be inherited by their children. So I mentioned that I wanted to marry this kind of historical account with my earlier work on protests. And, you know, things like blame attribution, which was mentioned in the previous talk, is very important. Who do protesters blame? But it's also important because, you know, the information that people have and how they understand the wider political environment is very shaped by their own sort of educational and human capital. And of course, add to that the kind of massive propaganda and manipulation of blame attribution. And you find kind of reduced capacity for people to protest. For instance, from my earlier research, we see that—
you just have one more minute. 1 minute.
Sure, and I'm finishing, yeah. Thank you. So we see that people tend to blame often, especially with socioeconomic issues, local and regional authorities. And I wanted to bring this slide. This is something I pulled out this morning. So many of you will know about the Soldiers' Mothers NGO, and their hotline has been exploding, as you can imagine, because thousands of Russian servicemen are now being killed. And guess what the front page of this NGO says? President Vladimir Putin excluded the participation of prizivniki in special operation in Ukraine, but there are certain commanders who, through deceitful means, are trying to send servicemen to this place of special military operation. So in other words, they're already channeling potential blame onto these rogue commanders rather than away from Putin. And that was disturbing for me, because coming back to this Tilly's concept of Katniss, you know, I thought that we're observing the emergence of a category of potential protesters, that is these moms of servicemen, but we're already seeing how their sentiments and potential blame attribution are channeled away from the regime, and that is indeed very disturbing. What we are also seeing in that most protests that have occurred are again in the usual suspect towns that in my historical analysis appear as kind of very developed even before the revolution. Novosibirsk, Ekaterinburg, Perm, Omsk, Tomsk, for instance. So I'll stop there and open, you know, for the next presenter and eventually questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamila. Actually, we'll have to move on to our next and final speaker now. So our next speaker is Eric McGlinchey, who's associate professor at George Mason's Schar School of Policy and Government. Eric's research is on Central Asian regime change as well as Central Asian foreign relations, and he's going to talk to us today about Central Asian views towards Russia's war against Ukraine.
Great. First, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And then also I'm cognizant of the time. I don't want to anger the next chair. Next chair happens to be me, so I'll try to stay on task here. Just one point I wanted to raise with Jesse's presentation, or just kind of point of information. Medusa had a fantastic podcast this morning. I don't know, Jesse, if you saw that, the interview with Soldatov and Borogin about the the delusion of this the intelligence. They were shoveling up false intelligence to Putin because they thought that's what Putin wanted. And it was just an incredible research, incredible story. Okay, so what I want to do today, first off, I want to thank Ponars for putting this together. This is incredible, putting it together in such short notice, and it's wonderful to give us all at least some degree of agency talking about this in what is otherwise just a horrific time period. So I'm grateful for the chance to meet with everyone. I'm grateful for the audience and everybody who's so engaged. I want to explore the what I see is the paradox of Central Asian neutrality with regards to the Russian war in Ukraine. And basically, I want to answer the question why Central Asian states, even Kazakhstan, we heard Steve talk about Russia's support support to the Tokayev government in January, why even Kazakhstan has not lined up behind Moscow. And I think this is kind of interesting because when you compare Central Asia with other, for lack of a better word, client states like Belarus and Syria, these states are supporting the Moscow position in Ukraine. So the question is, well, why not Central Asia? And I'll do this in three parts. First, just to establish why this is somewhat of a paradox, I'll first begin by talking about the Russian presence in Central Asia. And the Russian presence in Central Asia is profound, it's vast. And then I'll give a brief sketch of Central Asia's neutral stance. And this is the neutral stance of the vast majority of governments in Central Asia. I saw that Erica Murat was in the audience. She can probably jump in and provide some more detail on this as well. And then I'll try to conclude with some causal explanations for why I think these Central Asian states are not following the same suit or same path as, say, Belarus and Syria. So first, just to establish Russia's incredible presence in Central Asia. Central Asian countries have requested multiple times for Russian support to put down uprisings. So what we saw in January 2022 with Kazakhstan, that was not the first time a Central Asian leader appealed to Moscow for support to put down an uprising. In 2010, when we saw these horrible ethnic conflict between the ethnic Uzbeks and ethnic Kyrgyz in southern Kyrgyz in southern Kyrgyzstan, the Kyrgyz government at that time appealed to Russia to put down help put down the conflict. So there's a long history of Central Asian governments appealing to Moscow for support to put down protests. So this is establishing this kind of clientelistic nature of Central Asian governments with Moscow. Another thing to keep in mind is there's military bases and strategic installations throughout Central Asia. So there's the Kant military base outside of Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan where Russia is. There's the 201st military base in Dushanbe, and also, there's the Baikonur Cosmodrome. So vast Russian interests and Russian military presence in Central Asia. Economic connections. Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan are members of the Eurasian Economic Union. This is the free trade bloc that's led by Russia. Remittances from Central Asian migrants working in Russia make up between 1/3 and 1/10 of the GDP for Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And then for all of the 5 Central Asian countries, Russia is a top 3 trade partner. So massive economic connections between Moscow and the Central Asian governments. And then not to be underestimated is the geographic reality of, say, the Kazakh-Russian land border. This border is 7,600 kilometers long. It's the longest land border in the world. So when you think about Ukraine's exposure to Russia, Kazakhstan faces at least, as far as that land border is concerned, is 3 times longer than the exposure that Ukraine has. So Kazakhstan, this is something that's clearly on the mind of Kazakhstan. The Russian presence, again, is vast. So, given this military foothold, given this history where Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, among others, have appealed to Russia to come in to quell domestic unrest, given the economic linkages, why do we not see Central Asian countries following the same path as, say, Belarus? Well, first off, let's just take a look at what the response has been. In a shorthand, we can understand this response by looking at the March 2nd, 2022 UN vote to denounce Russia. Not a single Central Asian country joined Russia, Belarus, Syria, Eritrea, and North Korea in opposing that vote in the UN. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan abstained, and Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan didn't vote at all. So they took this stance of neutrality, and this is going to be the theme that we hear again and again. There was some discussion early on that perhaps Japar, the Kyrgyz president, was supporting the Kremlin, and the Kremlin certainly tried to play this up in its press releases. And Japarov did say in an Instagram post that it's, quote, the sovereign right of any country to recognize a state. So essentially saying, it's up to Moscow to recognize the breakaway republics, to recognize Ukraine's sovereignty. Some people took that as Kyrgyzstan kind of being in the camp of Russia. Now, Japarov has since walked that back, and he said in a 9th of March address to the parliament, quote, "We are a little country. We don't have sufficient influence to stop the conflict, and therefore we must take a neutral position." So that's Kyrgyzstan. The state media has been very non-committal, if you can say that. There has been a fair amount of open discussion in the independent media in Kyrgyzstan, and that discussion has been quite critical of the war in Ukraine. Kazakhstan, President Tokayev said on March 1st that Kazakhstan calls on both states to take the utmost efforts to pursue a dialogue and work for a peaceful settlement. And March 10th, and this is actually quite interesting, the Tokayev government announced that it was going to be sending $2.25 million in medical aid to Ukraine. So whereas Kazakhstan is taking a neutral stance, broadly, it's also sending aid to Ukraine, and a lot of people are actually interpreting that as Kazakhstan maybe siding a little bit in the direction of Ukraine, which makes the paradox even more puzzling. Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, I'm going to move a little bit more quickly here so I can get to the causal explanations for why I think this neutral stance is being taken. Here we've seen really no official statement. Whatever coverage that we do see in these countries tends to center around co-nationals who are attempting to leave Ukraine and get back to Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. There has been some discussion of this in the few pockets of independent media that exist. So Asia Plus in Tajikistan has been reporting on the war, not using the military operation language, but reporting on the war. There have been some bloggers in Uzbekistan reporting on this, and for the most part, the state has been allowing this more open discussion happen in these few pockets of independent media. But in summary, no state has really come out in support of Russia. And so why? So what's the explanation? And so in the last 2 minutes, let me just say that whereas Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, these 5 Central Asian countries have nowhere to go, right? They're stuck between China and Russia. And geopolitically, they don't pose a threat to Moscow. And the odd thing about that is because they don't pose a threat, because they can't go to Europe, Moscow really doesn't care what they say. Moscow, it doesn't feel threatened. Whereas obviously in the case of Belarus, but also of course in the case of Ukraine, these countries do pose a threat. And that's where we see this, that's where we see Belarus lining up with Moscow. And regrettably, that's why we're seeing Russia conducting this war against Ukraine, a completely unjustified war. But I think it's this perception of threat that, of course, is motivating why some post-Soviet states are lining up behind Moscow and why others aren't. And with that, I'll stop.
Thanks, Eric. And I think I'll leave it to your discretion on whether you want to take questions or because, you're playing both roles here. So
I'm inheriting the. Why don't we, in the interest of time, why don't we move on to the next panel? Because I'm cognizant of the fact that we can very quickly have a backlog here, and so in order to avoid that backlog accumulating over the next, 20, not quite 24 hours, why don't we move on to the next panel if that's okay?
That's fine with me. In that case, then I hand it over to you.
All right, thank you. And thank you to all my co-panelists. All right, let me welcome all of you who may be just joining us. First off, if you are just joining us, I'd like to draw your attention to 2 organizations that the Ponar's Ukrainathon would like to direct your attention to, and that's Scholars at Risk and Science for Ukraine. I believe that there are links in the chat to both of these organizations. If not, I will put them in as the panel progresses over the next hour. And to start things off, I would like to turn the floor over to Richard Arnold. He's an associate professor of political science at Muskegon University, where he teaches international relations and comparative politics. He is the author of Russian Nationalism and Ethnic Violence, Symbolic Violence, Lynching, Pogrom, and Massacre, published in 2016. And he's also the author of Russia and FIFA and the FIFA 2018 World Cup, published in 2021. His next project is going to look at Russian and Ukrainian Cossacks, and that's what he will be discussing today in his presentation. So Rich, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to using Zoom, so I'm looking to share my screen. There we are. Okay, I think I've used it now. We have Teams. So I'm looking, as you mentioned, I'm looking at Russia, Ukrainian Cossacks in my research, and I wrote an article for Ukrainian Analytical Digest, which is coming out on the Cossacks. And you know, I keep being reminded in this some really terrible conflict of the role that the idea of the Cossacks is playing in at least in some parts in Ukraine, and serving in some ways as a motivator for some people. I found an interesting quote on Twitter. Someone responded to Elon Musk's challenge to Vladimir Putin, which I'm not going to comment on. But I did like one of the comments, which says that you're a real Ukrainian Cossack, you know, saying this is really, you know, really something we want. So I'm in touch with a number of Cossacks. I'm friends with them on social media, and they've shown a number of images of war, which are, of course, are terrible. But the use of the idea of the Cossack has been one which is really providing a great source of motivation and a defensive role for the Ukrainian conflict, for the Ukrainian nation. So my presentation today is going to focus on where did they come from? Well, how do we understand this group? And this is one of my contacts, and he shows you here that he's very proud of the fact that he's fighting, as indeed are many Ukrainians. And my argument is that the evolution of the Cossack movement broadly tracks the development of an independent Ukrainian national identity. So where are the Ukrainian Cossacks? Where do they come from? And what are their patterns of mobilization in the post-Soviet era? I've taken 2 research trips to Ukraine in 2018 and 2019. And the material comes from my Ukrainian Analytical Digest article, as well as fieldwork. I have been planning to go back in the fall. So I'm going to start off with saying, you know, the Cossack is a national archetype for Ukraine. It's a source of motivation, and that comes from Ukrainian history, where the Cossacks had you know, many Ukrainian intellectuals will trace their origins back to the Cossack hetmanate that emerged in like the 15th century. Of course, I'm sure everybody knows about the Treaty of Pereyaslav, which is why Crimea, or the 300-year celebration of which is why Khrushchev transferred Crimea to Ukraine. The Cossacks themselves were focused on the area of Zaporizhia, which has been in the news recently. It was also the nuclear power plant. And the Cossack siege at Zaporizhia, which was a fortress or an encampment, was raised by Catherine the Great in 1776, excuse me, 1774. And since that time, the Cossacks, some of whom were relocated to the Kuban area of Russia, but some of whom, of course, remained in Ukraine, they led a series of rebellions against Moscow. And some of the greatest heroes, and you'll see this in a couple of slides, some of the greatest heroes are celebrated as being Cossacks who've rebelled against Moscow, Ataman Serko and Ivan Mazepa. The impression of the idea of the Cossacks, and just making the point that how important the image was, and this is an image, by the way, of a stereotyped, or not stereotyped, excuse me, a characteristic Ukrainian Cossack with the single forelock of hair coming down from the crown over a shaved scalp. This is very this is a very entrenched impression of what a Ukrainian Cossack looks like, and it's actually the origin of a Russian insult for Ukrainians, Kokli. So the Ukrainian state in 1918 was led by a position of hetman. What's the position with Ukrainian Cossacks today? Well, the Ukrainian Cossacks can be grouped into 4 groupings, and I can talk more about those in the Q&A if we have time. but really, this is a history of where the Ukrainian Cossacks came from. This is in the post-Soviet era. This is and this was a movement which drew some of the largest crowds before the fall of communism. You see here this is Ushanova and Timofeyev's 8 stages of Ukrainian Cossacks. The picture in the background here is the Days of Cossack Glory Festival, which commemorate the 500-year establishment of the Zaporozhian Sich and the Zaporozhian Cossacks, and that in 1990, and the festival drew over, I think, 300,000 people, and as you see, it was very well attended. The Cossack idea really has been really important to Ukrainian identity, and many of the streets in Kyiv are named for Cossack heroes like Mazeppa. There's a statue of Khmelnytsky in Kyiv. And there were a series of stages through which the Cossacks developed. What I really want to draw attention here to is, I really want to draw attention to Kuchma establishing the Day of the Ukrainian Cossacks in 1999. And that happened to be on October 14th, which is the Cossack festival of Pakrova, or the veiling of the icon of the Virgin Mary. So the establishment of the Day of the Ukrainian Cossacks in 1999, the approval for the reconstruction of the Sich. There's a sort of there's a reconstruction of the Cossack Sich on Khortytsa, which is a fortress now, and then how the Cossack movement really took off following the Orange Revolution, and how they expressed a great deal of support for Viktor Yushchenko. Of course, there were constraints on that. The picture up in the top is a picture of the Zaporozhian Sich on the island of Khortytsa, and it's very interesting to go there. So the sixth section, the sixth stage, if you will, of Cossack development in the post-Soviet era was the pre-Maidan stage, where the Cossack organizations and Cossack education expanded throughout the country, particularly this organization Spas, which is a Cossack martial arts group. Estimates range that are about 300,000 Cossacks, or Cossacks in organizations, formal Cossacks. Other scholars report that there are some who don't belong to organizations but will consider themselves to be Cossacks. This Sich was finished in 2012 as a symbol, and forms a symbol of Ukrainian identity. The post-Maidan, and then of course Cossacks were really played an important role in the 2014 Euromaidan protests, and providing security and at least to themselves, providing a sense of, we're providing security and we're acting as protectors to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian people who are demonstrating. And you see there in this picture, I like this idea, this image of a Cossack sitting on a horse in the middle of the Euromaidan protests. Cossacks in other parts of the country, particularly Dnipro, where a lot of my research has been focused, provided staffing of checkpoints during the Russian Spring, or the so-called Russian Spring, and as well as training for volunteers in the Joint Forces operation, providing pre-military training. So that was quite a lot of material to cover in about 10 minutes. I'll be happy to expand on anything that you want me to.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rich. We do have time for questions.
How do I stop sharing?
How do you stop sharing? I think you, for stop sharing,
I got it.
You got it. Okay. So any questions for Rich on his presentation? Rich, I was curious about your discussion of their role in manning the checkpoints, right? You're talking about
right.
Yeah. Does that mean that they are, I know a lot of these checkpoints aren't these are more volunteers than people who have been officially enlisted in the military. In what capacity are they manning the checkpoints?
Well, as explained to me in 2018, they were providing volunteers, who were checking to make sure that there weren't saboteurs coming into the cities and trying to rile up the crowds to participate in the uprisings.
But today, do you have any idea of their in the current war?
So aside from this was in 2014, but aside from the role as a motivation and as a source of aspiration, there's a Cossack Center for Euro-Atlantic integration, which is actually connected to NATO, and they had they're connected to NATO, and but they I haven't seen anything about playing any particular roles, any particular actions that they're carrying on in the conflict today, and of course that information would not be publicly available, one would presume. But it's certainly a source of inspiration. A number of the fighters have said things like, a number of the people have posted pictures of themselves, like the selfie you saw earlier, with, I'm a real Cossack, I'm defending my people, and I'm going out and I'm protecting the members of the Ukrainian nation, and I'm fighting against the aggressor. So I think mostly at this stage, all we can say is that it's a source of motivation. It's really difficult to say, to go much further.
Great, and we have two questions in the Q&A. Let me read them both to you. Michelle Rifkin-Fish asks, can you discuss the ideology, the degree of national zealotry among the Cossacks? And second, can you comment on the Russian contestation with the Ukrainian narratives regarding Cossack identity and history?
Yeah, that's so the ideology of the Cossacks, they're nationalist. They're nationalist, and they, in the sense of patriotic and quite militant, providing a lot of pre-military training for youth, and as I mentioned, a lot of people who went to the Joint Forces operation in Donetsk and Luhansk, or is it called the anti-terrorist operation as it was then, calling for an independent Ukrainian state. In terms of the second question, which is the one I'm really focusing on, because this is part of the broader research project I'm interested in, is the Russian contestation, because Russia claims to be the homeland of the Cossacks as well, and I find that it's extremely interesting. As you might know, the novel Taras Bulba, a few years ago, the Russians were claiming that this was that Gogol was a Russian scholar, or had more connections to Russia than to Ukraine, and Ukraine was claiming he was a Ukrainian scholar. So there's definite contestation. In Russia, the Cossacks are at least the official Cossack movement is mostly state organized. There is a sort of informal or unofficial Cossack movement called the Free Cossacks, who resist state organization, who actually, as my final slide, which I wasn't going to mention, actually seem to have more connections with Ukraine, and Ukraine is the homeland of the Cossack movement. And the connection to the Free Cossacks throughout Eurasia is unclear, but there are reports that the movements in Russia and other parts of Eurasia have Ukrainian elements in their languages. The Kuban Cossacks have elements of Ukrainian in their language, and the Free Cossacks also use some words that I found in Ukrainian, such as mova, which is, as Paul Gogol reports, the name given to a number of or the name they use for language.
Fantastic. Thank you, Richard. That's great. And we're right on time for moving on to our second presentation. And that will be Juliet Johnson. Juliet Johnson is a professor of political science at McGill University in Montreal. Her research focuses on the politics of money and identity, particularly in post-communist Europe. She directs the Jean Monnet Research Network between the EU and Russia, Domains of Diversity and Contestation, and is the author of the books Priests of Prosperity how central bankers transformed the post-communist world, and A Fistful of Rubles, the rise and fall of the Russian banking system. And today, Juliet will be talking about the current and likely future effects, I think, of the sanctions on the Russian financial system, or maybe of the war broadly on the Russian financial system. So Juliet, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks so much, Eric. Yes, now for something completely different, financial sanctions and counter sanctions. The first thing I want to point out here is that the speed, the scope, and the level of international participation that we've seen in sanctioning a major world economy here is stunning. Of course, it's the financial sanctions that are most interesting to me and I think are most important in a lot of ways. And among those, most importantly from my perspective, Canada, the US, the EU countries, Switzerland, and some other democratic governments have cut off the Central Bank of Russia's access to nearly half of its $630 billion worth of international reserves. It's important to note that without those reserves, the central bank can't easily provide the government and businesses with the foreign currency that they need to pay international obligations, and it can't easily defend the value of the ruble. And again, since I'm in Canada, I want to point out that the Canadian government, especially Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, who many of us know, actually played an important role in pushing Canada's allies in the US and Europe to impose these sanctions on the central bank. But beyond those sanctions, you've got coordinated sanctions that have included banning major Russian banks from the SWIFT messaging system, imposing targeted financial sanctions and travel bans on a very wide range of individuals now who are associated with the Russian government, as well as some non-financial sanctions such as tariffs on Russian goods, selected export bans, and bans on transactions with most Russian state-owned companies. And what we've also seen, and again, this has been quite fascinating, is how much private companies have joined this mass exodus as well, right? So for example, Visa and MasterCards issued in Russia will no longer work internationally, and internationally issued Visas and MasterCards don't work in Russia anymore. And even companies with a really long-standing presence in Russia, like IKEA, like McDonald's, and to a certain extent have left the Russian market. And according here, I'm going to drop something in the chat now. According to this regularly, oops, that's not it. According to this regularly updated list by Yale professor Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, you've got about 400 companies that have left the Russian market over the past few weeks. And here we go. There's the list in the chat if anybody would like to take a look at it. So what I'm going to do in my short remarks here is, again, focus on the financial sector sanctions, and especially the ones on the Central Bank of Russia. I want to discuss how effective these sanctions have been, how the Russian government has responded to them, and what some of the longer term implications might be for the Russian financial system. So if we look at recent history, before this war, the Russian central bank had worked pretty hard to build what many in the financial sector had referred to as Fortress Russia, right? So based on the experiences after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, the central bank really worked to sanction-proof the Russian economy by doing things like building up a vast war chest of international reserves, by diversifying those reserves away from their heavy reliance on the US dollar, and by introducing a domestic financial transactions messaging system and the mere card payment system as alternatives to SWIFT and the Visa MasterCard payment systems. So these kinds of measures made the Russian government pretty confident that it could weather any likely financial sector sanctions. And in certain respects, these preparations have actually made a difference. So for example, because the Mir card payment system has been processing most domestic card payments since 2015, Russian issued Visa and MasterCards will still work inside the country until their expiration dates. Similarly, the Central Bank of Russia still has access to its Chinese renminbi denominated reserves, and those account for about 13% of the total, and whereas this was practically non-existent a decade or so ago. In addition, and as the central bank likely expected, Western governments have left this big self-serving loophole in the sanctions regime. International energy payments to Russia can still be transacted in foreign currency. And again, that is notably in dollars. So earlier this month, new regulations required Russian energy companies to exchange 80% of their foreign currency earnings for rubles with the central bank. And this provides an important source of funds, hard currency funds, to support the ruble. And if you might remember that the central bank used a similar measure during the ruble crisis in December 2014 to help stabilize the currency. But the Russian government did not expect that these kind of sweeping sanctions would be imposed in a rapid and unified way by countries across Europe and North America, I mean, even including Switzerland. So for example, much of the central bank's reserve diversification was diversification from the US dollar into the euro. And it turns out that that didn't help it at all. So again, the CBR not only can't access nearly half of its reserve funds, but if you look at it, another third is in physical gold. It's difficult to monetize that quickly. So what the CBR is doing is scrambling to make up for this unexpected shortfall in foreign exchange. And the joke is that the Central Bank of Russia is the latest entity to impose financial sanctions on Russia. Beyond doubling its interest rate to 20%, more than doubling it, there are massive limitations on letting foreign exchange leave the country. So Russians can't withdraw more than $10,000 US from their foreign exchange deposits for the next 6 months. No one can buy dollars with rubles from banks in Russia for the next 6 months. Russia's blocked interest payments to foreign investors who hold government bonds, banned Russian companies from paying overseas shareholders. The central bank shut the Russian stock market exchange on February 25th and hasn't opened it yet. And it's said that it's going to pay its foreign currency sovereign debt payments in rubles instead of dollars or euros, depending on the denomination, for creditors who are in unfriendly countries. And I think what countries that list might include. So all of this has reduced Russia's sovereign credit ratings to junk bond status. It's clear there's an imminent risk of sovereign default on Russia's bond redemptions that are due soon. So basically, Fortress Russia has been thoroughly breached. For all intents and purposes, the Russian ruble is no longer a convertible currency. So what we've seen happen is the exchange rate crashing, inflation up 2.2% in the first full week after the war. That's 2.2% in a week, and it's certainly gone up more than that. The latest forecasts have Russian GDP dropping this year by at least 20%, when prior to the war growth was expected. It's really a bad situation. So in the last couple minutes I have, what I want to do is talk about very briefly about 4 longer term effects of these sanctions on the Russian financial system. Again,
Julie, just to let you know, we're about 1 minute or so.
I can do it. I can do it, Eric.
All right.
Yes. All right. So four major effects. And the largest one is what we're seeing, in essence, is the deglobalization of the Russian financial system. But first, the central bank's reputation is in the toilet. It worked hard to integrate itself into the international club of central bankers. Now it is out. It's got less power internally. It's isolated externally. This particular institution and the economic liberal faction in the Russian government more generally will likely not recover from this event. If we look at Russian banking and the oligarchs, again, the opportunities for them to make money through the Russian financial system has just become much more limited, and their assets have been frozen in the West. So in all of these respects, they've become much more dependent on patronage from the regime, even though less will be forthcoming from that regime. Third, using finance as a weapon leads potential targets to try to defend against it. So we'll see an increase in financial nationalism, and not just in Russia. And finally, there's going to be large-scale, long-term economic damage to Russia, because financial sanctions and economic sanctions in general like this are easy to implement, but very hard to unwind and recover from. So it'll take decades, even if these sanctions ended tomorrow. We'll have increased unemployment, a Russian brain drain, decimation of the Russian middle class. And the last word is that this, very likely in many ways puts Russia right back to the economic conditions of the 1990s, where you have deep financial uncertainty. People's savings aren't worth what they thought they were. You'll have some black and gray markets, and this will undermine the government's legitimacy over time. If you'll recall, the 1990s are the least popular era in living memory for Russians, and it is in large part because of the economic conditions. So there, that's the short word on sanctions for tonight.
Great. We do have a couple, one question in the Q&A, and we have about 3 minutes. So, there may well be more. I know I certainly have a question. Vlada Vachudova asked, thank you, Juliet, for such an excellent analysis of the impact of sanctions and the impact on the Russian financial system. If you were President Zelensky, what would you want the US and the West to do? In other words, what specifically would you ask for?
What, in terms of economic or financial sector sanctions, what more? I mean, there are a few more things that can be done. One big one is the introduction of secondary sanctions, and this would hit Russia's relationship with China. Secondary sanctions mean that anybody, any entity that's transacting with the sanctioned entity is themselves liable to be sanctioned. And so that would go a long way to cut off what remaining international financial relationships Russia has. So if I were asking about more financial or economic sanctions, that's the kind of thing I would ask for. But President Zelensky is not asking for more economic measures. He's asking for military measures. And look, economic sanctions can be quite devastating, but usually they're a medium or a longer term measure. And the only thing that they're going to be able to do right now in terms of hurting the military effort of Russia is to make it more difficult for Russia to get some key components for its parts, and to make it more expensive to conduct the war effort. But economic sanctions are a very uncertain tool of war.
And we have one more from one of our colleagues here, and colleagues can't post in the Q&A, so this is actually in the chat. Alexandra asks, does it look like most are suspending operations? And if so, are they still paying their staff? Alexandra continues, as far as I know, the Russian state is threatening to nationalize the assets of any group that fully withdraws. Businesses are pressured to continue paying their employees, for example, McDonald's. Yeah.
And this varies a lot by the company in terms of who's pulling out. So McDonald's is a little bit different in that it said it's not leaving, it said it's suspending, and so they probably will. For example, they've said they'll keep paying their employees, but I actually do expect if this goes on for much longer, I fully expect the Russian government to nationalize the assets that have been left in Russia by the companies that are pulling out, and this would represent the final break of the Russian government with any of the international economic system. Nobody is going to want to invest in Russia again for a very long time.
Wow, that's hopefully Putin can hear that bottom line. Yeah, there is one more question in the Q&A, and Juliet, I'll let you answer that in the Q&A. You can type an answer. It's from the questions from Aaron, but in the interest of time, so we can remain on track, let me turn the floor over to Hillary Apple. Professor Apple is the Podlick Family Professor of Government and George R. Roberts Fellow at Claremont McKenna College. She's the director of the Keck Center for International and Strategic Studies. Her research examines the politics behind post-communist economic reforms, EU and NATO enlargement, and issues of identity politics, issues of identity and politics in Eastern Europe. And today, Professor Apple will be giving us the broader context, including some insights about China.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Ponars for putting this together. So I think a lot of us have been paying attention to the internal dynamics and hoping that there might be some group that could be instrumental in trying to, in any way possible, speed up the end of this war. And I know there's been a lot of attention paid to whether there'll be defections among oligarchs or whether or not there'll be popular uprisings, or whether these sanctions from abroad will start to really motivate a retreat or a de-escalation of the violence. Another actor that's been considered and maybe in some senses courted to have a more constructive role has been China, with the hope that China is an external actor that could possibly influence this war by putting pressure on Russia to either de-escalate or to pay more attention to civilians and the violence that has been unfolding upon them. So what I wanted to do is just say a few words about this China factor and try to talk about what its role has been and what we might expect from it going forward, and then finally link it to the Taiwan question. So it's reasonable to expect that China will have a very significant influence over Russia if it so chooses. The Sino-Russo rapprochement of the last 7-8 years, essentially since Xi Jinping became the president of China, does show that that rapprochement has been effective in all sorts of developments in terms of cooperation in military and in trade and many other ways. So there is some sense that it could have a role to play, but we know that China so far has tried very hard to play both sides and balance both interests and commitments between interests in Russia and interests in the West. So many people have the belief, and the US government released this information, that Russia went to China to either secure its support or at least its acquiescence prior to the Olympics. And certainly this is something that has not been confirmed by China. In fact, it was denied today in a Washington Post op-ed by the ambassador to the United States from China. But nonetheless, there was some expectation, the timing of it such that it occurred only after and just after the end of the Beijing Olympics sort of added to this perception. And also China has essentially remained neutral on Russian foreign policy for quite some time, including remaining neutral on the original invasion of Ukraine in 2014, including the annexation of Crimea. China would not denounce that. And China and Russia recently have declared that their friendship has no limits, and that received a lot of attention when that came out on February 4th, which has been seen as a rather ominous sign that China was not going to discourage Russia from its foreign policy agenda and ultimately waging war in Ukraine. Now, China, we don't know what China was told, I should say. We don't know whether China was told the extent of this invasion, the limits that Russia was willing to go in order to wage this war. This is not something that we know. But nonetheless, it seems rather persuasive, even if China wants to call it disinformation, that China had to signal its acceptance of this campaign, of this war. So China has chosen its words carefully. It has stated things like it deplores the outbreak of conflict between Russia and China and Ukraine, which is different from saying a Russian invasion of Ukraine, of course. It has expressed concern about civilian casualties. It recognizes, quote, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, including Ukraine. And it also included that the legitimate security concerns of all countries must be taken seriously. So you can see how China has been straddling both Russia and the West in its response. Now, why is it doing this? Well, first of all, it does have a lot of concerns over repercussions for its own businesses, for its own economy, if China is seen to be violating the sanctions regime on Russia. So that's certainly one reason. China is honoring the sanctions, but protesting their legality. So far, the AIIB has stated it's suspending lending to Russia. China, as of today, is denied explicitly that it was asked to provide military equipment to Russia, but this was something also that was essentially, I don't know if leaked is the right word, explained as part of US intelligence gathering. But what I think is also really relevant for China as we think about this more broadly is what this, the response of the West tells us about, first of all, the question of Taiwan. So Taiwan is, for many of you, I'm sure, who've been paying attention to this war in Ukraine, come up because there's some expectation that this will inform China's thinking about Taiwan and explicitly whether it might want to advance or assert greater control over Taiwan, whether it would use military to do so, just whether this affects the equation in some significant way. Now, China denies that there's any link between this war in Ukraine and the West's response to it and its thinking about Taiwan. The distinction is made as follows. You know, Ukraine is a sovereign country, whereas Taiwan is part of one China, right? So that it does not recognize any sovereignty or territorial integrity of Taiwan. And for that reason, it doesn't make sense to think that there's anything parallel about what Russia is doing in Ukraine when Taiwan is already a constituent part of China. So that's one reason it states that. But it is paying attention, I am sure, to just how extensive and how unified the West has been in its economic response to this war. Meaning, we've heard a very, very interesting set of characterizations and an assessment of what this means from Professor Johnson just now, of this united response, right? So this suggests that China may also face a united response if it would violate the borders of Taiwan, let's put it that way. If there were any kind of violation of or sort of invasion of Taiwan, the West has shown itself to be unified in an extreme situation. We know up until now the West has not been unified, but the expectation is that if it could be unified under certain circumstances, might it not be unified in another? But since Taiwan is a constituent part of China, according to the One China policy, it doesn't feel that this response would be merited. So I would say that there is something very significant about the Western response that China must be following carefully, and that is the decision to freeze the foreign exchange reserves of Russia. Now, this has been detailed very effectively just now, but I will say that China is even more exposed in terms of holding of dollar-denominated assets as part of its foreign exchange, as part of its own savings. And for that reason, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the consequences of this is that China will start to diversify more and move itself out or protect itself further from the potential of the West to freeze foreign exchange reserves that are located outside of China. So this is something that has been done before in the case of Iran, but doing it for the size of a country like Russia is more significant, and doing it for China is another step function. So this will be an important consequence, I think, for the international financing regime, right? The idea that countries felt they needed to finance their balance of payment disequilibria through having very large foreign exchange reserves. And China has had very large foreign exchange reserves in particular in order to enable it to continue its trading relationship with the United States and with Europe. However, knowing that there's a vulnerability that has been demonstrated so clearly in this case, my expectation is that China would want to diversify, would want to pull back some of its foreign exchange reserves held abroad in order to protect itself against any kind of reaction to a change in policy by China to Taiwan. And I will end it there.
Great, thank you so much. We do have time for questions, and I have a question for those in the audience who want to pose a question. If you could enter it into the Q&A, the Q&A bars should be down at the bottom of your Zoom window. feel free to go ahead and do that. And this is actually a question both for Professor Appel and Professor Johnson, and it's one about collective action. I guess for Hillary, I mean, you talked about China wanting to protect itself from potential sanctions, and so my question to you is China potentially different from Russia in that, although it is painful to impose these sanctions for the West on Russia, particularly the energy sanctions, to the extent that they are being imposed, is it even feasible, right, for the West to impose similar kinds of sanctions, given how deeply intertwined the economies are, particularly relative to what we see in Russia? And then Juliet, for you, you mentioned Canada's role in the sanctions. I'm equally interested and just puzzled by the ability of the EU to overcome this same collective action problem and join forces to impose these sanctions as a collective on Russia. So 2 collective action questions, one about the EU, one broadly about the West with regards to China. Maybe Professor Appel, we'll turn it to you first.
Certainly. So I would agree with you that the United States is not as dependent on Russia as it is on China. Europe, however, clearly is, and the collective action problem has been overcome for the moment in terms of its response to Russia. But I absolutely agree with you that China is a much more powerful actor in this relationship because there's this mutual interdependence, let's say, between the United States and China. China doesn't want to dump US dollars or get rid of its dollar-denominated assets very quickly, because of course, to do so will undermine the value of all of these savings. And the US, of course, wants to continue to borrow very cheaply by virtue of the fact that it's been able to sell treasury bonds to China as a way for China to keep its exchange rate managed and in balance with its foreign trade goals. So there is no question that in my mind, these are very different actors and the relationship and the codependencies are very different. But nonetheless, I think an important implication and a long-term implication will be that foreign exchange reserves held outside of the country do create a risk when foreign policy decisions are not acceptable to the West.
Great, thank you.
Completely agree with everything that Professor Appel just said. And on the EU question, very briefly, I think a lot of it has to do with just this incredible sense of moral outrage at President Putin's decision to blatantly invade a European country, and a European country that has for a long time expressed solidarity with the European Union, clearly identified itself with Europe. And again, I think sometimes there are moments in history which are moments of clarity, and I think this is a moment of clarity for the European Union. And seriously, Putin through his actions has done the one thing he wanted most to avoid, which is brought the EU back again. He has united Europe.
The only thing I also want to say is that I think the appropriate analogy for China is Russia's invasion of Chechnya, right? So I think that's, in China's mind, a more appropriate way to think about how the West should be responding, that this is not analogous because, as Professor Johnson just said, the borders and the territorial integrity were recognized by the world. And that's just not true of Chechnya, in the same way that it's much more ambiguous, much more complicated situation for Taiwan.
Eric, you're muted.
Yes, 2 years, and I'm still making this mistake. So a question in the Q&A from Malada, she says, thank you, Hillary. Do you think it's possible that China now thinks it miscalculated in backing Putin so strongly?
That's an interesting question. I'll tell you, when I read that op-ed today, by the Chinese ambassador to the United States, it to me seemed to suggest that China wanted to be more careful in terms of how it's perceived, because even if the US is not willing to impose sanctions on China. Private companies may very well be, because we've already seen how all of these companies that have been mentioned have done so independently. They are not part of the sanctions that were announced by Biden. They had chosen to do this. You know, we even know Shell apologizing for not having realized sooner that it shouldn't be buying Russian oil. So it does fear of response, not necessarily of the US government or only of the US government or the European governments, but also international corporations. And it does not want to be penalized. And I have to say that whether it regrets it or not, it does want to clarify its public position in terms of how it supports Russia's war in Ukraine.
Great, thank you. We have one final speaker for this hour, and that is Stanislav Marcus. He is an associate professor of international business at the Dartmouth School of Business at the University of South Carolina. He's the author of Property, Predation, and Protection, Piranha Capitalism in Russia and Ukraine, Cambridge University Press, 2015. Professor Marcus researches non-market strategy and political risk, especially in emerging markets. And today he will be walking us through the Russian oligarch response to what is currently unfolding with Russia's war against Ukraine. Stanislav.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. So in fact, I would like to pick it up a little bit on where my predecessors left it, Dr. Appel and Dr. Johnson, with sanctions and their possible effects, and then we'll circle back to the oligarchs in just a little bit. So first of all, let me post in the chat a really wonderful link to a sanction tracker. So to everybody who's interested in sanctions, there you can see exactly what individuals, organizations have been sanctioned, how they have been sanctioned, and by whom. So it's just a good resource. Now, a few points I wanted to add vis-a-vis sanctions and their consequences. So when we talked about China just now, right, the hope is obviously that sanctions will prove to be a deterrent. So one alternative effect that I think is worth keeping in mind is that sanctions might speed up China's, Russia's, other countries that are afraid that they might run afoul of the West. They might speed up the building of alternative infrastructures. That is, alternative infrastructures, financial infrastructure, first of all. So the alternative to SWIFT, right? Russia has been working on one ever since 2014. The Russian alternative has not been very successful. China has been working on its own alternative to SWIFT. This is a highly complex enterprise for many reasons. Building an alternative SWIFT, it requires collective action across the world. SWIFT has its own coding language, and so forth and so forth. So we're not going to see a rival SWIFT overnight. But I think in the long run, countries like China are making calculations to become more self-sufficient, even as they pay lip service to, basically current global economic order. Of course, China doesn't necessarily do that much either. But for example, another strategy that China has been pursuing is relying on UN-denominated contracts rather than dollar-denominated contracts, right? And recently, Western companies have been signing UN-denominated contracts with China, and I think trends like that will increase because they do, in the long run, thinking decades here, they do give China strategic autonomy, specifically for scenarios like the one we have now with Russia. So this is just a quick follow-up. So when it comes to the oligarchs, so my research is on corporate strategy and political environment, including and above all in Russia and Ukraine. So I would like to elaborate quite briefly on what has been happening with their assets. So the important distinction here is between confiscation and blocking or freezing of assets. So the oligarchs have not been expropriated. Their assets have not been confiscated. They're still the formal owners of all of their money, castles, yachts, and so forth. What does it mean to have an asset frozen? It means you cannot sell it. But interestingly, you can still use it. So if an oligarch were to show up in Italy with keys to his castle, he could open it and live in it, right? But he cannot transfer the ownership to somebody else. He cannot cash out, right? Now, it's a little bit different with mobile assets such as yachts. Those, of course, can be moved, unlike real estate. So that's why the oligarchs have been rushing to navigate those mobile assets out of Western jurisdictions and into the Maldives and so forth, right? But the key point here to keep in mind is that these will be very long legal processes for the oligarchs to actually lose something in the process. And a lot of these assets will be returned to the oligarchs into their full ownership, including their rights to sell them. Nobody has invalidated the protection of property rights in Europe, so these will be long legal proceedings. So this is just something to keep in mind. Now, another interesting thing about sanctioning the oligarchs is that, of course, it is very difficult to sanction that which you don't know anything about. In other words, assets that are concealed through multiple shell companies, it's very difficult to simply know that they exist. And ironically, in my view, it's exactly the oligarchs who are closest to Putin who have most of their assets in shell companies that are simply, for the time being, untouchable for the Western jurisdictions and authorities, especially the super wealthy people who have background in law enforcement agencies. They knew to begin with that due to their conflict of interest, they cannot hold anything in their own name. So all of their assets have been registered in the names of third parties. There is zero track record that they have ever owned anything. And ironically, it will be very difficult to sanction precisely those people who are closest to Putin and perhaps most responsible in terms of their assets. So let's see, I have a little bit more of time. I have these various somewhat haphazard notes. Okay, in terms of the potential leverage, I will drop another link. I had a quick article for the general audience, basically a primer on the Russian oligarchs, sanctions, and whether they might generate any effect. So that's my little piece there in the chat. But to provide some intuition here is, I don't think the oligarchs will be the decisive actors in Putin's calculus. I think the siloviki, so the military elites, have much more sway. However, as soon as the oligarchs feel that there is a prospect of a credible challenger, of an alternative to Putin coming to power, they will certainly pile on, right? So they will wait until the winner is more or less clear, and then they will join the other camp. Now, I wouldn't put too much faith in the oligarchs breaking ranks with Putin in the sense of saying that they're against the war. Remember, Putin is also against the war, quote unquote. In the Russian propaganda, there is no such thing as war. There is only a special operation, right? So this is obviously a misinformation campaign. But by oligarchs saying that they're against the war, they're not exactly committing a courageous act here. So we should be, I think, cautious in terms of our optimism. More promisingly, Putin has recently called the oligarchs home. He told Abramovich and company to come back to the motherland to catch the next flight back to Moscow. And the oligarchs politely refused. They said, no, thanks, I'm quite okay in London, in Geneva, in Madrid, wherever I am. So we do see actual signs of oligarchs disobeying Putin. But to be honest, there is simply, right now, it's really about the military elites. And there are some, I know I only have 1 minute left, but on the positive front, there is some good news. If you have been following Christo Grozev, who covers Russia for Bellingcat, so his Russian language interviews suggest that there are intercepts from Kremlin insiders that suggest there is already a split among the Siloviki. So quite a few of Siloviki are shocked by the war. They think it weakens Russia in the long run, and they're actively trying to sabotage and stop this from within. So there is hope, but I wouldn't pin that hope on the oligarchs. I would pin it on the military elites. So I will probably stop there. Yeah, I will stop there. Thank you.
Stanislav, thank you so much. Let me just start with the first question. And again, if you're just joining us, Q&A, the questions, the little tab is down at the bottom of the Zoom window. Feel free to post your questions there. So Stanislav, you said that you weren't anticipating that the oligarchs would be the source of the challenge to Putin, and that although they are disobeying in the sense that they are not necessarily returning to Russia, you don't see them as the source of the groundswell, if there is going to be a groundswell. And in fact, it's the military or the Siloviki that you referenced. Protest and mobilization requires money, right? It requires resources. So I guess my question is, to what extent can you see a bargain struck between these two forces, and how essential is such a bargain for any potential uprising or overthrow of Putin?
I agree completely. And by the way, I pasted the wrong link. So the correct link to the sanction tracker is now in the chat. Yes, I do think such a deal would be decisive, but I think the initiator of the deal will be the Siloviki. They will need money in the mid-run, but in the short run, it's really about, the question is very simple: who controls the military, who controls the FSB, who controls the GRU, right? So that is the actual leverage that will get Putin out of power. And of course, we shouldn't forget that just because Putin is out of power, this doesn't mean that, somebody like Navalny is in power. Shoigu, by all accounts, is a pretty crazy militarist. So having, an alternative like Shoigu, it's an open question whether, there will be any big changes in the foreign policy, right? But let me also add this quickly. Putin and the Siloviki, they might actually benefit from marginalizing the oligarchs. They will buy out the oligarchs' assets in Russia at a deep discount as a result of sanctions, right? They can basically force the oligarchs against the wall and, call it nationalization, call it sale under duress. But we're likely to see Russian internal economy to become even more state-dominated, that is, move more towards Iran-style economy where the military control a lot of assets directly. So I think for these reasons, I don't see the oligarchs in the driver's seat, but I do see them as an important part of an elite coalition once there is an initiator of such a coalition.
Fantastic. I mean, your comments and some of the comments that Professor Apple and Professor Johnson made remind me of Olson's criminal metaphor and the perverse incentives that happen when we see these kinds of confiscations and how the very negative effects for the economy this may have. But I suppose that's a question for a longer discussion. There is a fantastic question that that is in the Q&A from Lisa Ollinger. She says, Professor Stanislav, could there be opportunity to use the held assets such as houses and yachts for housing Ukrainians who are fleeing?
I think technically there could. So there are basically two judicial principles, and one of them has to hold. Either the circumstance has to be exceptional and of overriding importance to basically, without a final decision, start using assets in ways that are not in accordance to the assets owner's wishes, or the owners have to be duly compensated, right? So in other words, but I don't think the Italian government wants to pay rent to a Russian oligarch and then house Ukrainian refugees, right? So it's more the first principle will have to kick in. And also very briefly on this issue, what's interesting, while the assets are frozen, all the payments on the assets are still due. The oligarchs still own property taxes on their villas. This is a lot of money, and they cannot pay the property taxes because their accounts are also frozen. So the oligarchs are in this unique and humiliating position where they have to ask for permission to unfreeze their accounts for the single purpose of paying taxes on their properties and their yachts. Otherwise, they commit other tax violations that will actually be a pretext for confiscation potentially in the future. So this is very briefly, and I think we're out of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. Thanks to all the panelists. And it is 8 o'clock, and I am going to turn things over to Professor Arnold. Professor Arnold, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here and helping in the Ukrainathon. I'm going to remind our panel, thank you all for tuning in. I'd like to turn your attention to the two organizations that we are that can help Ukrainian refugees, and I believe links to them will be posted in the chat: Science for Ukraine and Scholars at Risk. In the interest of time, I'm going to remind the speakers they have 10 minutes for speaking and 5 minutes we're going to have for questions. And I'm going to turn over to Mark Kramer, who is the Director of Cold War Studies at Harvard University, a Senior Fellow of Harvard's Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies, and Director of Harvard's Sakharov Seminars on Human Rights.
Okay, thank you very much, Rich. For some reason, the video feed doesn't seem to be working here, so but I am here. So I'm going to be speaking about what I regard as a lot of myths about the neutrality issue for Ukraine as the way it has been discussed with the application to over the last 30 years or so, but particularly over the last 8 years. But going back even before that, this issue arose. So I published a 700-page book last year about the Soviet Union and Cold War neutrality and non-alignment in Europe. And the book looks at the Soviet Union and various countries in Europe that were neutral or non-aligned. Those include Austria, Sweden, Finland, Switzerland, and Ireland, and also non-aligned Yugoslavia, plus some, I looked only briefly at much smaller non-aligned countries, which I won't bring up here, countries like Cyprus and Malta and even San Marino and others. So, but the major neutral countries are all covered there. And I cringe when I hear some of the comments that have been made in recent weeks, but also over the last 8 years about the various forms of neutrality in Europe, because they're almost, in some cases, mildly wrong, but in other cases, wildly wrong. It really isn't a good analogy of neutrality to what Vladimir Putin seems to have in mind when he refers to neutrality, or for that matter, when international relations scholars like John Mearsheimer or my colleague Stephen Walt seem to have in mind. So let me just comment on this issue quickly because of the shortage of time. So the first thing to note is that there are neutral countries in Europe, but they have taken on neutrality either with some degree of pressure or in most cases voluntarily. There are relatively few for which there are actual treaties of neutrality, and the Austrian State Treaty is not a treaty of neutrality. It doesn't mention neutrality. It was very closely connected with the Austrian State Treaty, a declaration that was adopted by the Austrian government in October 1955. And it was known at the time that that was connected. But the Austrian State Treaty signed in May of 1955 makes no mention of neutrality. The reason for that is the Austrian government wanted it to be made clear that this was a form of neutrality being adopted voluntarily by the Austrian government, and it wasn't being imposed on Austria. And there are similar such arrangements. The other countries, Sweden doesn't have any formal document about its neutrality, nor does Ireland. So there are various ways in which neutrality has taken its concrete form, but it's really only Switzerland in Europe that has an international treaty regarding its neutrality. And it's a form of neutrality that is very much Western oriented. That is, Switzerland, even though it is quite strictly neutral on a lot of matters, makes no bones about being Western in all other respects. What Putin has in mind with regard to Ukraine is not like any of these models in Europe. It's much more a satrapy or a dominion, being a vassal state of Russia, something like a Soviet republic, but not quite as formal as that, but something pretty close to a Soviet Republic. In any case, the issue of neutrality is not what has driven, nor NATO enlargement is not what has driven Putin's decision making. Let me just recount a brief chronology here. Is Ukraine was strictly neutral until 2007. That is from the end of 1991 through 2007. Ukraine's stated policy was one of neutrality. That did not prevent Russian governments, Russian officials in the early 1990s from repeatedly intervening in Ukraine's internal affairs, particularly by supporting a separatist movement in Crimea under Yuri Meshkov. That the Russian government backed away from that only because Leonid Kuchma became president in Ukraine in July of 1994. And from 1994 until late 2004, Kuchma's government ran a very pro-Russian foreign policy. Even though it remained officially neutral, it was very heavily slanted toward Russia. Now, in late 2004, in the face of blatantly fraudulent elections, Russia again intervened heavy-handedly in Ukraine's affairs, not with military force, but with large amounts of money and with political support for the pro-Russian candidate who had been elected in that fraudulent election, Viktor Yanukovych. And so after the Orange Revolution managed to have a genuine and fair election held in Ukraine in November 2004, that brought to power, that resulted in the election of Viktor Yushchenko. Over the next few years, Ukraine continued to have a neutral foreign policy. But what changed matters was when Putin took a stridently anti-Western stance in 2007 at the Munich meeting, security conference speech, and in other statements. It was that prompted Yushchenko and others in the Ukrainian government to begin to raise the question of entry into NATO. Their bid to do that in 2008 at the Bucharest summit was turned down. That is, Ukraine did not receive a membership action plan, which it had requested. And it was seen at the time as very much of a rejection of Ukraine's bid to become a member of NATO, and for that matter was construed in Russia that way, regardless of the way it has been tendentiously presented in recent years. In 2010, when Ukraine had its next presidential election, and Viktor Yanukovych in that case in March of 2010 was elected genuinely, not in a fraudulent election, but in a free and fair election. The Ukrainian government adopted a law that prohibited any military alliances for Ukraine, required it to be a neutral state. That law remained in effect from March 2010 until December 2014. It did that law, though, that is the statutory requirement for Ukraine to be a neutral state, did not prevent Russia from sending military forces into Ukraine in February and March of 2014, annexing Crimea, that is, seizing what had been recognized by the Russian government under numerous international agreements as Ukrainian territory. Subsequently, in the spring of 2014, sending Russian military forces into Ukraine to instigate a war in eastern Ukraine, mostly in the Donbass region, and then also in August 2014, sending its forces again. During all of these repeated interventions by Russia into Ukraine, Ukraine was a neutral state. So neutrality is, you can look at neutrality that Ukraine tomorrow could declare itself a neutral state, give up its bid to seek NATO membership. It wouldn't make a bit of difference, though, because the Russian government's word on respecting that cannot be taken seriously. The Russian government was statutorily or under numerous international obligations required to respect Ukraine's status as a sovereign state through 2014, yet there were repeated interventions by Russia in Ukraine's affairs. And similarly, on the question of, I'm coming to the end,
Thank you.
Rich, just one more minute. So on the question of 2013, 2014, what was at issue then was not NATO membership. It was a trade and association agreement that Ukraine had that Yanukovych was planning to sign with the EU. It wasn't with NATO, it was with the EU. For Putin, that was unacceptable, even close. It wasn't a question of membership in the EU because Ukraine is such a distant candidate for membership in the EU that it's not realistic. It was simply closer relations with the EU, and for Putin, that was unacceptable, and that's why he exerted relentless pressure on Yanukovych to back away from that, which Yanukovych eventually in November of 2013 did, and that in turn inspired the Maidan revolution and led over the next few months to Yanukovych's overthrow. So the whole notion that if Ukraine were now to declare itself a neutral state, that would resolve matters for Putin and is somehow a magic fix for the crisis and would bring an end to the war is totally divorced from empirical reality. It totally misreads Putin's construal of what Ukraine's status should be vis-a-vis Russia, and it is a false solution held out by international relations specialists and gullible supporters of and their gullible allies. So I will just rest here and say anyone who knows anything about Soviet Union's history with neutral and non-aligned states and who understands what Putin has been doing with regard to Ukraine can discard the whole notion of neutrality. It's a non-issue.
Right, great. So questions, please, and questions in the chat or in the Q&A. I have a question for you, actually. Given that pledges of neutrality are not what Russia's looking for here, or going to be honoured, what does Ukraine have left to bargain with? What is the hope for a negotiated solution from this?
Well, I wish I could offer an optimistic prognosis, Rich, but I don't really see one, unfortunately. I take seriously what Putin says about Ukraine, and going back really to in the Munich Security Conference speech of 2007, but particularly his more recent statement, especially the article he published in July of 2021, and then the horrifying series of speeches he has given since February 21st and 22nd, and then looking at his speech today, it's just dismaying to see his conception of Ukraine as having no real independent status, that it must be part of Russia. And that's, so I don't really see a viable solution here that would leave Ukraine as a genuinely independent state, short of being, in other words, I think ultimately this crisis is going to be resolved on the battlefield. And I wish I had a more optimistic prognosis. I know that at times Ukrainian officials have suggested that they could back away from aspirations for NATO membership. Let me just comment quickly on that. Is NATO membership in Ukraine was a non-issue until after 2014. There was almost no popular support for it. Popular support was never over 20 to 25% and was usually between 10 and 15%. Most Ukrainian officials had no particular desire to be part of NATO. So the only thing that has created any impetus to a NATO membership over the last 5 to 6 years, and particularly now in Ukraine, is simply a result of Russia's heavy-handed military policy. And that's not circumstances for bringing Ukraine into NATO. So I don't really see any viable solution here. I wish I could be more optimistic, but I just want to be honest.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Scott Radnitz, who is the Herbert J. Ellison Associate Professor of Russian and Eurasian Studies in the Jackson School of International Studies at the University of Washington. He is the author of Revealing Schemes, The Politics of Conspiracy in Russia and the Post-Soviet Region, with Oxford Press in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, I assume my screen is visible.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a miracle.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, great. So thanks for moderating this panel, Richard. Thanks to the organizers of this event. It's not news to anybody watching this that Russia engages in conspiracy mongering. It's one of the hallmarks of the Putin regime and something well reported on in the West. Putin was building the case for this invasion, in a sense, through conspiracy theories for many years. Conspiracy theories aren't always used to create momentum for war. In my recent book, I also show how conspiracy theories are used to deal with challenges that call into question the regime's stability or legitimacy, to create alternative realities that fit the regime's needs, whether that is the notion that they're besieged by enemies, or to pose as a protector of people in need of protection, and to create David and Goliath narratives. And also to slander opponents by linking them to unsavory adversaries or by claiming that they're engaged in nefarious deeds themselves. The overarching conspiracy narrative of the Putin era is some version of the following. NATO/the West seeks to encircle or dismantle or humiliate Russia or keep it down or steal its resources, some version of that. But in my research, I also show that there's a lineage of claims about how areas on Russia's borders serve as proxies of the West in order to get at Russia. So the way this works is the US or NATO or the European Union work through either states or militant groups. These external actors control them, arm them to get to Russia through its soft underbelly. This narrative of post-Soviet regions as the tip of a spear are then used to build public support and justify action against these proxies, since Russia cannot get at NATO or these other external adversaries directly. And these claims actually go back to the beginning of the Putin era. During the Second Chechen War, for example, the Kremlin saw the hand of outsiders in supporting Chechen militants. The main threat, of course, came from within the country, from actors using unconventional tactics like kidnappings and suicide bombings. And like many civil conflicts, the Chechen War also involved multiple actors and interests and caused public anxiety that challenged the government to respond decisively. Among other things, Russia accused Georgia of harboring Chechen militants in the Pankisi Gorge, from which it claimed fighters could stage attacks in Russia. This concern led to a larger narrative that roped neighboring states and into the conflict from Russia's perspective. European states at that time also provided asylum to some Chechen militants. Kremlin affiliates then accused those European states of supporting the Chechen rebellion in order to harm Russia. Another example of the soft underbelly narrative came from the Beslan terrorist attacks in 2004. This was an attack on a primary school in the North Caucasus, led to the death of over 300 people at a time when the Second Chechen War appeared to have been won. Subsequently, Putin used the events to make the most dramatic power grab of his presidency to that point. And he gave this speech, which was revealing of the way that he either thought about the conflict or was trying to frame it. He says, "We showed weakness and the weak are trampled upon. Some want to cut off a juicy morsel from us while others are helping them. they are helping because they believe that as one of the world's major nuclear powers, Russia is still posing a threat to someone, and therefore this threat must be removed. And terrorism is, of course, only a tool for achieving these goals. So the speech represented a fusion of two streams of thought that had previously been expressed separately: the Chechen threat to Russian sovereignty from within, and the geopolitical threat to Russian power from without. And now in the minds of Putin and the way he expresses it, now they're combined as a single entity in order to harm Russia. Fast forward 2008. Although the Russia-Georgia war of 2008 was ostensibly about Georgia, it was actually, of course, a proxy war about the West. At the notorious Bucharest NATO summit in April, the Bush administration worked behind the scenes to craft a statement declaring that both Georgia and Russia would one day become members. In the larger scheme of Russia's grievances against the West, Georgia's pro-American government represented not a threat to Russian territory, but an outpost of American power. So Georgia was the tip of the American spear from this perspective. President Medvedev at the time couched the invasion as a peace enforcement operation, another euphemism, right, that we see reflected in Putin's framing of the current conflict. And Medvedev said they were simply trying to protect civilians and to, quote, force the Georgian side to agree to peace. But really that conflict was about larger matters. 2014, again, saw the framing of Ukraine as a proxy of the West in order to threaten Russia. The Euromaidan protests were initially about corruption and good governance and dignity, but they were also about foreign policy. The protesters represented a pro-Western and therefore anti-Russian geopolitical orientation. From Russia's perspective, it appeared as if protests always seemed to work out for the US, so therefore maybe the US was behind it. In fact, in a world of intense geopolitical competition, why wouldn't they use protests to advance their foreign policy interests? The US, by this reasoning, would use people to put a sympathetic gloss on what is a crass political objective. So the CIA probably paid them. The reality, though, is that the West did not instigate these protests or pay the participants. It was a grassroots response to corruption and to violence used against peaceful protesters. But the West didn't understand how they were perceived in Russia, and in some cases openly rooted for them, in particular McCain and his cohort. So Putin sees the American hand at work behind the protest, toppling a president who was securing Russia's interests in Ukraine, coming after years of slights and threats to Russian security. And now here they remove a legitimately elected president and threaten to move Ukraine into the West's orbit. Foreshadowing some of the rhetoric we're hearing today, at the time in 2014, Putin referred to the people who took power in Ukraine as an orgy of nationalists and extremists and anti-Semites on the streets of Kiev. So this was then used as the pretext for invading Crimea and then inciting a war in Donbass. And now finally we get to today, and in the rationale for war, we see some of the same tropes that have been used in previous conflicts. If we look at one excerpt from Putin's speech on the eve of the war, he says, further expansion of the NATO infrastructure and the beginning of military development in Ukraine's territories are unacceptable for us. The problem, of course, is not NATO itself. It is only an instrument of US foreign policy. The problem is that in the territories adjacent to us, territories that were historically ours, I emphasize, and anti-Russia, hostile to us, is being created, placed under full external control. It is intensively settled by the armed forces of NATO countries and is supplied with the most modern weapons. So the idea of parts of the former USSR serving as staging points or ideological laboratories of the West, intent on harming Russia, goes back to the beginning of the Putin era. And this conspiratorial narrative was used in the war in Chechnya, in Georgia, and repeatedly in Ukraine. In the last 6 months, Putin's contempt for Ukraine has been fully fleshed out. He seeks to destroy Ukrainian statehood and eliminate its leadership. So to Putin, in a sense, the real conspiracy is Ukraine's existence as a state. With this in mind, there are two ways to view this current war of annihilation. Putin is punishing the West for all its transgressions, but doing so via Ukraine, because Ukraine, not in NATO, is the West's weak point, a way to get at the US by proxy because a direct clash is too dangerous. And it's also a means of punishing Ukraine itself for allowing itself to be used by the West over all these years. So conspiracy theories can sometimes be used merely as rhetoric, but at other times when they're sincerely believed or when they're used to serve as a pretext, can also drive action. And that's what's going on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I found it really interesting. I think your presentation very interesting. In my own work, I wondered to what extent this these conspiracy theories and this fear of the soft underbelly is strictly Putin phenomenon, or does it go back earlier than that? Does it go back into the Russian Empire? I remember reading in some of the Cossack stories or some of the Cossack scholarly literature I've been reading. There's been some discussion about Operation Prometheus, which was supposedly a plot manifested by Palmerston to dismember the Russian Empire as it was then, to turn Cossack nationalist communities against Russia. I wonder if you can speak to what extent this is strictly limited to Putin. Yeah,
that's very. So I'm not a historian. I'll leave that to them. But the broader notion that Russia is inherently insecure, of course, taps into centuries of Russian neuroses about territory, about undefended borders, and about actual invasion. And it's always the case, right, of empires where the edges are always fluid because they're often in competition with other empires, that it's precisely in the peripheries where the trouble begins. It's groups that lie on the edge of empire that are most at risk of being a quote unquote fifth column, working for outsiders seeking to undermine the empire, and the places that often bear the brunt then of the empire's attempts to consolidate power. Like many things that are happening in Russia, right? We can see echoes of some of the things happening today, occurring decades or even centuries ago. But without going too far to paint this as an essential Russian phenomena, right? I wouldn't go that far. There's always contingency, but a leader like Putin, in using some of these tropes, does tap into familiar myths and historical narratives that ordinary Russians would have been exposed to already.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have a question, Professor Radnitz from Katuna Getman. Professor Radnitz, do you think that Russia, after Putin, should return the territories it has seized from other countries?
I'm gonna punt on that one. I don't know what. So they're like the South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Yeah. What it should do. I mean, I think Russia should do a lot of things that it's not doing now. But in terms of prescriptions, I don't think that's something that the Putin is likely to hear me out on.
Just could I add quickly, Rich? There are quite a few territories that question potentially would encompass, because there were disputed borders with various countries. So if it focuses only, say, on Crimea and maybe Donbass, I see no prospect that either Putin or any leader who comes after him is inclined to give back Crimea. Maybe Donbass could be negotiated, but we're talking fairly distant future after Putin. With regard to South Ossetia and Abkhazia, which Russia has set up as nominally independent states, I again, think that's a very different issue, and possibly could be negotiated with a future Russian leader, but certainly not with Putin. And then some of the minor adjustments of borders, I think, are just going to stay permanently. So, with, say, Estonia, with China, and elsewhere.
Okay, I have another question. Perhaps an academic point, but does Russia really view this as a conspiracy in the sense that there are a cabal of conspirators, or is this merely all orchestrated by the US? And this question's from John Reuter.
the conspiracy from the Russian point of view is a plot by leaders of the countries that are out to destroy or weaken Russia. So I imagine if they had to describe like who's actually doing the conspiring, it would be the foreign policy leadership. It would be the president, the secretary of state, and probably the whole Washington apparatus that from the Russian perspective is Russophobic, and throughout multiple presidential administrations has made it a policy to project American power and unipolar geopolitical realities, and therefore keep Russia down. But they don't name the actors; they name the country as a stand-in. So it's always a little bit hazy exactly right who is doing the conspiring.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to our next presentation, which is from Alexander Cooley. He is the chair, the Claire Tao Professor of Political Science at Barnard College, Columbia University, and an academic adjunct faculty member at Chatham House. From 2015 to 2021, he served as the 13th director of Columbia University's Harriman Institute for the Study of Russia, Eurasia, and Eastern Europe. And I'm going to pass the floor to him now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's an honor to be here. All solidarity with Ukraine. I wanted to talk a bit about the oligarchs, not just because they're in the news, but just seems to me, one of the really, fascinating analytical things that have happened is that because they were included in the sanctions, we had this convergence of kind of what had been viewed as a counter-kleptocracy, anti-kleptocracy issue, and kind of walled off in that group of scholars and analysts and advocates. And that's finally joined in as a national security issue. Now, many advocates had been saying, hey, countering kleptocracy is a national security issue, right? It shouldn't be treated as a separate sphere. It's not just in the IP domain. It's not just a matter of advocacy. But what I found so fascinating is how quickly the leap happened, right? Now, interestingly enough, in the fall, the Biden administration developed or rather presented its anti-corruption strategy, right? Where they elevated the issue of corruption to the national security level and also laid out, they say it's a strategy, it's more of a list of priorities. And what's fascinating about this set of priorities is that it included both a focus on domestic issues, right? Institutions, enablers, and I'll get into some of those in just a bit, as well as the observation that corruption itself is corrosive, externally. So I think I just want to sort of preface that these two streams now have been joined, as a result of the sanctioning of this group of oligarchs. Three major entities have done so. So there's a US list, an EU list, and a UK list. And presumably they've all been in coordination with one another. The sanctions themselves on individuals include asset freezes and expropriation of yachts. You've seen this in very kind of high profile ways, throughout Europe. Sechen's yacht, Usmanov's yacht, being seized by authorities. But we've also had, the freeze of, large ownership grouping. So Abramovich's sort of, control of Chelsea has effectively come to an end as a result of the UK sanctions. But we've also had travel bans, and we have also had these sanctions on the US side extend to family members. And when we think about like the theory behind why you target individual oligarchs with sanctions, sort of the focus on the family, I think is instructive in that what you're trying to do is get at the mobility and the global nature of those who aid and abet corruption, and hit them personally in a matter that, they can't just offload the cost to a company or a country, right? This is very much, part of the Bill Browder kind of, explanation behind what's the political logic of Magnitsky sanctions. Not saying, it's debatable, but that's the sort of political theory logic. So, why now, and have they been effective, and how do they relate with these other sanctions? In some way, to me, this is an admission in essence that this kind of, on the one hand, allowing individuals associated or in the inner circle that prospered under Putin's regime free access to global institutions. The justification was that they should have full accordance of sort of property rights, be affiliated with cultural institutions and philanthropic sort of causes. And originally in the London case, the case was made, well, surely by listing on the London Stock Exchange, appointing experienced board members from the UK, and also being involved in these kinds of philanthropic and societal networks, this would somehow socialize the oligarchs, somehow bring Western norms, global values, integration in the global economy, which ideally then would translate into kind of a countervailing force or a moderating force in Moscow itself. And as it turns out, that didn't happen, right? We had Londongrad, and we had, and there's a report that a team of us have sort of laid out, Chatham House report from December 2021, talking about the enablement of different London service providers of facilitating, the reputation laundering, money laundering of kind of post-Soviet kleptocrats, including Russians. So that bet didn't happen. Just as this bet that the presence of Western companies, we've seen sort of hundreds pull out, from Russia itself, didn't help create sufficient constituency anyway to moderate, Vladimir Putin's thinking. So I think that's sort of an interesting analytical observation. The question is, why include these, and how effective are they going to be? And to me, the theory of change here, we're kind of long past it, right? And I'm a kind of a self-defined kind of anti-kleptocrat. But if the logic of this is to put pressure on an inner circle that then, advocates, hey, it's time to stop, it's time to sue for peace, maybe there was a point in the late 2000s where this would have been effective, but clearly Putin's circle has shrunk beyond the oligarchs. And just today, he was, and yesterday he was making comments about those who live overseas in their big mansions and they eat foie gras, and they're not really on Team Russia anymore. So as a kind of a theory of change, sort of targeting a selectorate, if you want to use that kind of language, I think it's a bit of anachronistic. I think it does signal an opprobrium. You are taking away what is cherished by these people, which is sort of international status, right? The ability to launder their reputations, to recast themselves as global football owners or patrons of the arts or patrons of universities. But I'm not so sure it's going to make a difference right now in terms of sort of political decision making. So that's sort of kind of first theoretical observation. The second one would be not only what took us so long, but what we're not doing is actually targeting these industries themselves. And there's a whole host of them. And I think, the story of the oligarchs is the story of the merger of freely available, legal, professional services provided by the West with this tainted capital, right? And if we go through them sort of one by one, we can see that the regulatory holes are very much in our governance fabric, right? They're merely sort of, exploiting them, whether it's the provision of shell companies, right? So we have jurisdictions here that are inherently opaque and problematic, Delaware, Wyoming, South Dakota, as well as the UK, dependencies, whether it's the whole question of sort of reputation management, right? Where each of these guys has a London sort of PR contract on retainer anywhere from like, 50,000 or 100,000 pounds a month, whose job it is basically to dissuade researchers like us and newspaper reporters from even conducting an investigation. Even calling them an oligarch earns you an intimidating, threatening email. And just, spare a thought of Catherine Belton, who's been, vindicated in terms of, her own kind of ordeal, being sued by sort of 4 of them, along with the sort of HarperCollins. I mean, that in part, that whole spin that emerged that, she, somehow lost the case itself was the product of reputation management, right? So that's another industry. Golden visas and golden passports, another like massive problem, right? And every OECD country has a variant of this. Most were expanded after 2008, but we saw with the UK-based program, Tier 1 visas, where in exchange for a £2 million investment, you were granted the rights 5 years of residency. If you decide to invest more, 10 million pounds, you got even more in a sort of a fast track to a passport.
Can I bring it to a conclusion, please?
Yeah. Here, the conclusion is the data from that showed that out of 1,600 golden visas granted, 400 went to Chinese nationals, 400 went to Russian nationals. And so again, it's disproportionate amount taken from countries that are either competitive or adversarial. So if this shines a spotlight on these enabling industries, that's great. But just simply going after saying that we're sanctioning the oligarchs is not actually going to turn up all of this laundered loot. It's one thing to go after fixed assets like yachts that are site specific, and it's another to try and get a handle on all this money that has been blended, taken in by third parties, and moved across various jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Please type them in the Q&A, or you can raise your hand. Harkening back to a previous presentation that we heard, and I think you alluded to this in your presentation, but maybe you could say a bit more. One of the previous panelists said something along the lines of targeting the oligarchs isn't going to work. Putin's inner circle has shrunk. Is there any way, and this is a question out of left field really, but is there any way you think that this can be, there can be pressure applied to the ruling circles in Russia these days to get them to stop?
Well, I mean, I think, for me, the central bank sanctions are pretty much as nuclear as it gets. I think energy sanctions are a whole world beyond that, have the potential to destabilize the global economy, including ours. But I mean, I think, the very fact that you had the ECB act in concert with the US is pretty devastating. And so, I mean, I think the Russians rightly refer to this as economic warfare. It is economic warfare. It's the inability to access these sort of sovereign currency reserves. It's not just a matter of sanctioning sort of individual banks. So, to me, these are strong. Now, if you want to go further, blocking sanctions across the whole financial sector, you can make that argument. But in terms of, where the regime is in terms of its evolution, or if you want to use the word, its decay, the circle is so narrow now, right, that I just don't see, the possibility of sort of that kind of targeted pain. It has to be sort of, it has to be broader.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to ask one last question that we have. Did we in the West not use this, this is from Aaron, not use this as an opportunity versus escalated sanctions from 0 to 10 in 5 days, 2 weeks ago, versus being more strategic and using them as a tool to optimize pressure on Russia?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think a lot of unexpected things happened at speed. Right. One of them was the private sector pullout. Right. I think that was like completely unanticipated by most observers. I mean, there was a sense that there was an anticipation sort of SWIFT would hit certain blocking sanctions. Not a lot of people were talking about central bank sanctions. And so I think it just, whatever possibility for a slow escalation was just kind of overridden by the momentum of sort of, what happened. So yes, there are some additional measures that can be taken now. But I mean, again, in the private sector, all of these boardrooms were just like, you know what, we are out. And they were just like spot decisions made, at midnight. But that's how these things happen, right? When there's just such a tidal wave of sort of, reputation, reputational risk associated with all of them. So I mean, I agree with the premise of the question. I just think the way that this happened was so quick, it wouldn't even have allowed for carefully calibrated escalation.
Did it surprise you, Alex, to see how internationally isolated Russia became so quickly? It must be a chastening lesson for Russian authorities now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, India still wants to play it both ways. I think the Turks are positioning themselves as mediating, not joining the sanctions, although they've decried. So, and of course, the Chinese, I think, are waiting to see how much they can get away with and sort of sweep in. What really surprised me, Mark, was the exit of Western energy companies, right? When you think about BP, a company that has endured every possible type of political risk that there is and justified its presence in Russia, right? ExxonMobil and Sakhalin making these calls in literally 48 hours. To me, that was stunning, right? It's one thing sort of for consumers, it's another thing. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to move on to the next presentation, please. And our last presentation is from Ora John Reuter, who is Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. His research is on autocracy and Russian politics.
Thanks, Rich. Let me take a moment here to share my screen. Oh, 1 second. It's not working right. Sorry, it's not giving me an option here to share the screen. 1 second. Let's see if I can. Oh, there we go. Just popped up. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My remarks today are going to focus on what we know and don't know so far about the role of Russian public opinion in the war. And what I want to start with is the status quo ex ante, what we know about Russian public attitudes towards the prospect of a conflict with Ukraine on the eve of the war. And the basic message there is perhaps not surprising, given that this wasn't really on the agenda even during the military buildup. Most people didn't think going to war with Ukraine or having some sort of armed conflict in Ukraine wasn't popular. So first we can start with kind of maximalist, Russia's potential maximalist aims in Ukraine. And Levada Center's asked a question like this over decades about whether Ukraine and Russia should be separate states or one state. And the results are basically always the same, that you have large majorities saying they should be separate states. If we turn to considering what to do about what was then just the war limited to the Donbass, this is a question from the December 2021 RES, where we asked what should Russia do about at that time, the crisis conflict in Ukraine. Support for sending troops to fight with the then separatists in the Donbass was very, very low. People, a majority thought that Russia should either not be involved at all or just offer humanitarian assistance or moral support. Similarly, perhaps surprisingly, Russian attitudes on the eve of war were not particularly adversarial or bellicose towards the West. So this is a question that's been asked in the Russian election study for decades, and this is from, again, the December 2021 version, where respondents were asked, how do you think Russia should relate to the West? And very few, less than 10%, say as an enemy. Rival's a popular option, but a plurality, a majority actually say as an ally or as a friend. And you see this, you can look through, polling from the Levada Center. They have, in their omnibuses, they often ask people about their orientations towards the EU, or in this case, on this slide, towards the US. And actually, on the eve of war, attitudes towards the US were more people said they oriented poorly towards the U.S. than they did towards the U.S., but it was the feeling of animosity towards the U.S. had come down significantly from where it was after Crimea. So I think my conclusion from looking at the public opinion data is that I don't think that we can conclude that there was some explicit demand from Russian society for a conflict in Ukraine. However, of course, you know, there's since the Kremlin controls many of Russia's media diets, they can influence public opinion, and public opinion is malleable in Russia. So the big question is whether the regime can convince Russians to support the war. But one note here that's really interesting is that the propaganda machine only really got fired up after the invasion, right? So until the very moments of the invasion, Russian state television was downplaying the possibility of invasion. So the Kremlin propagandists have had to change tack very quickly here. So what do we know now after the start of the war about public support in Russia for the war? So I have to preface everything I'm saying here by noting that all of these are very early stage polls, and some of them are very questionable quality, especially ones from pollsters that have links to the Kremlin or depend on the Kremlin contracts for a lot of the work. But the three polls up top that we have, they seem to be from more independent polling agencies. They're not from the gold standard polling agencies we usually rely on, like Levada Center, but these polls are showing support somewhere between 58 and 64%. I think you can interpret that in a glass half full or glass half empty way. You know, on the one hand, it's depressing, of course, that over the majority of Russians support the phrasing in these polls is special military operation, that they support the war. On the other hand, given how repressive the regime has become over the last couple of weeks, I think, you know, it's likely that there's a lot of social desirability bias in these surveys, and I would be surprised actually if support for the war is over 50%, given the results from these polls. Okay, what can we learn when we dig into these surveys? And the, you know, I have the data, the raw data for all these surveys, and you can look at who supports the war. And I just really want to focus on the first bullet point here, because the findings are really striking. There is a massive age gradient in support for the war. Younger people are much less likely to support the war than older people, which I don't think is, you know, surprising from a theoretical perspective. But I want to emphasize that the age gradient we're seeing here is much bigger than the age gradient we see on other survey questions in Russia related to regime attitudes. So it's much bigger than the age gradient we see with respect to support for the regime, for instance. So here you can see among those under 30, support for the war is actually underwater. But then support for the war goes up dramatically as among older respondents. Other factors also matter. There's a bit of a gender gap. Men are more likely to support the war. More educated respondents are less likely to support the war. Those who think that their economic situation is going to worsen in the coming year are less likely to support the war. And as you might expect, people who get their news from television are more likely to support the war. But one thing these surveys tell us is a vanishingly small percent of Russians are getting information about the war from the internet. Most people are still getting it from television. I want to conclude my talk by being a little bit more speculative about, I think, the question we're all asking ourselves, which is whether the war and the sanctions are going to dent Putin's popularity. And I think what I want to say, first of all, is that a lot of the focus in this discussion has been on whether the ensuing economic crisis is going to dent his popularity. I think it likely will, but it's also worth noting that Putin, and surveys show that Putin has been underwater on economic performance for a long time. Yeah, surveys show that Russians don't give Putin high marks for managing, at least over the past 7 or 8 years, for managing the economy, reducing inequality, for governance issues in general. But interestingly, I know there's a lot of numbers here, so let's just focus on the numbers in red. The one area where surveys show that Putin has still done well in terms of how respondents evaluate him is in his ability to have increased Russia's influence in the world. So this is a question that's been on Russian election studies surveys over the past several decades, which asked, since Putin came to office in 2000, have the following things increased, decreased, or stayed the same? There's a long battery of different policy issues that respondents are given. And here I'm just focusing on these two: Russia's influence in the world and political stability in Russia. And what you see here is that the share of respondents who think that Russia's influence in the world has increased since Putin has came to office has been going down, down, down. It's still above water. In 2021, there's still a majority who think Russia's influence in the world has increased, but it's been going down. And I wonder if this is going to really put the nail in the coffin of that assessment and undercut support for Putin via a different pathway than just a dissatisfaction with the economy. Similar for political stability in Russia. I mean, we all know the narrative that Putin has been credited by Russians with restoring law and order in Russia and returning Russia to political stability after the chaotic 1990s. But over time, Russians have been less likely to credit Putin with bringing political stability to Russia. And obviously, we're going to have a lot of political instability in Russia in the coming months. So I think Putin's actually more vulnerable there than many analysts think. All right, I'm going to end my remarks there.
Well, thank you very much. I have a question relating to how do we think that public opinion is going to manifest itself into change on the political level? How is that going to work in an autocratic society like Russia?
Yeah, I should say that, in my remarks, I think I focused on what's going to happen to Putin's popularity, but in this increasingly repressive environment, it could very well be the case that the regime is able to be stable, even though Putin's real popularity, his actual popularity is much lower than it had been in years past. But to the extent it does matter for regime stability, I think the mechanism is straightforward. When people are dissatisfied with government, they're more likely to protest, they're more likely to vote against the regime, they're more likely to engage in various forms of resistance.
Thank you. And I was interested in those statistics that you showed about Putin's declining level of declining marks for stability, and I think that's really interesting. I don't suppose you've got any insight as to whether these are accurate, or whether like there's some preference falsification going on, or.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of preference falsification in surveys, especially in later years. I mean, I think the amount of preference falsification surely must vary across questions. Some questions are more sensitive than others. I think that these questions about government performance since Putin came into office probably aren't the most sensitive types of questions one could ask respondents. But I mean, I think here's the key point, that if you do think there's a lot of preference falsification baked into those numbers I just showed you, then the situation is even worse for Putin, sure. Right? Because only whatever it was, 54% thought that political stability in Russia had increased since Putin came to office. So if it's even lower than that, then the situation is even worse for them.
Great, thank you. I'm now going to hand over to the chair for the next hour. Thank you all for your presentations, which were very interesting, and for running in support of Ukraine. So.
Thank you, Rich.
Elise, you're the chair.
Hey, great, thank you. And I can't believe we're 1 minute early. Wonderful. So welcome, everyone. Thanks for attending. We're going to jump right in. I am happy to welcome everyone here tonight. I'm happy to introduce our first speaker, Professor Timothy Fry of Columbia University. Tim.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and take part in this really historic and very fun event. So I want to thank everybody for listening in. I want to thank the organizers, and I want to thank Elise for chairing. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about some research I've done on economic sanctions from a prior period that might give us some insight into what we could expect in the in the coming weeks and months as sanctions take effect. But before I do that, I want to give a big caveat that the economic sanctions that we're seeing on Russia differ a lot from the sanctions that took place in 2014. The 2014 sanctions were very targeted at economic elites. They were targeted at specific companies having to do with economic activities in Ukraine. They were not meant to spill over and to have an impact on the average Russian citizen. And my data bears that out, actually, to jump ahead a little bit. The current sanctions that we're seeing are of a much greater scope and scale. The sanctions on, for example, the Russian central bank, which has essentially frozen half of the piggy bank that the Kremlin had worked so hard to build up the $600 billion in reserves in the central bank. Basically the sanctions have frozen half of that and caused the ruble to fall by 40%. And it kicked back up a little bit. But these are impacts that will be felt by ordinary Russians in a way that the sanctions from 2014, 2015 were not. And I think the strategy here is different given the scale of the kind of violation of international norms is so much greater, and the challenge to the international system is so much greater that it's only appropriate that one would expect the sanctions to be, that much more extensive in scope. So it's not, it's not surprising. There is some sense of proportionality here. So I want to talk a little bit about my research on economic sanctions. And these were, I did 2 surveys in 2016 and 2017. And, there's a lot of talk about how sanctions affect public opinion. And there's very little good data on it, in part because most of the countries that we sanction are not ideal testing grounds for public opinion. North Korea, Sudan, Iran, even Venezuela with its current state of chaos. It's really difficult to get good public opinion data on sanctions. There's a nice piece by Guy Grossman and Yotam Margalit on sanctions in Israel on a very kind of specific, narrow issue. But we really don't have a lot of public opinion data on how the public responds to sanctions. And it's kind of interesting because, so much of the sanctions theorizing is all about will sanctions provoke a rally around the flag effect that increases support for the leaders and backfires on the sanctioning country. There's a lot of kind of anecdotal evidence out there pointing to Cuba and some other cases in support of this thesis, but we don't really have good evidence to test it versus the kind of more orthodox arguments that economic sanctions that cause pain on the mass public will lead them to withdraw support for the government in a way that's much more in line with what the sanctioning country has in mind. So these were the kind of 2 main arguments I wanted to try to test out. And Russia being a case that was under sanctions and had, particularly at that time, reliable public opinion polling on questions about support for the government is really an ideal case. So I did 2 surveys. The first one, we used a survey experiment where we divided our sample into 6 groups and gave them different frames. And I'll focus on just a couple of them to keep things simple. And one group, we just asked them, do you support the Russian government, essentially? Another group, we reminded them that the US had levied sanctions against Russia and then asked them whether or not they supported the US government. Then another group, we asked, the EU has levied sanctions against Russia. Do you support the Russian government? Another group, we asked, the economy has declined, drastically over the last few years. Do you support the Russian government? Then we had another group that we linked. We said that the economic sanctions have taken place and there's been economic decline. And then we also varied whether or not the EU and the US actually levied the sanctions. So the idea here is to prompt the Russian respondent to remind them about sanctions and to remind them about the identity of the sanctioning countries and see whether or not they increase their support for the Russian government, as the backlash theory would lead one to suggest, or they withdraw their support, as the orthodox theory would suggest. And I think let me pull up shared screen here. If I can, or I can just tell you the results. They're not, there's nothing here that's all that technically advanced. Well, the basic idea is that there was no support at all for the notion that people increase their support for the government after having been told that the US had levied sanctions on Russia. There was no evidence of that at all. In most cases, there was no change in the support for the Russian government between the groups that had no information when they were asked about their support for the Russian government, and groups that were given the prompt of the US has levied sanctions. Then the other interesting finding was that if you told Russians that there'd been an economic decline, then their support for the Russian government fell a lot. And it didn't matter whether or not you told them that the sanctions were involved or not. So it seemed that the Russian respondents didn't buy the Kremlin line that the economic decline that took place in Russia in 2015 and 2016 and early 2017 was driven by the sanctions. They continued to blame the Russian government for this activity. There was one group that dropped support for Putin when told that the US had levied sanctions, and these were Putin skeptics already. So those respondents who expressed lower evaluations of Vladimir Putin to begin with, if you reminded that group that the US had levied sanctions, then they withdrew support for Putin at a much, at a much higher rate than those who had a more favorable view of Putin. So in this way, the orthodox theory holds a lot more water, in that it's the people disaffected with the regime to begin with who are then reminded of the sanctions that then begin to withdraw support. So the other finding was, and I think this one is actually kind of important, more important than the other one, is that in a lot of countries, we see increases in support for the government at the same time that sanctions are levied, right? Iran is making progress in its nuclear weapons, and the US levies sanctions, or, Russia annexes Crimea, and then the US levied sanctions. So the last thing I did was I reminded people that in the separate survey a couple of months later, where I was trying to refine the results, and told them that, I reminded them that, Russia had annexed Crimea, and then asked them whether or not they supported the Russian government. And we saw this, huge jump, as one would expect. And then I also asked them, the US has levied sanctions and the annexation, and Russia has annexed Crimea. Do you increase support for the Russian government? And giving them additional information about the sanctions had no effect whatsoever. So the problem we have as analysts looking at these countries is that there can be a lot of increase in support for the government in these sanctions countries, but it's because the actions that they're taking are actually quite popular in the country. So Putin's popularity goes up after the annexation of Crimea because of the annexation of Crimea and not because of the sanctions that were put in place. So, that gives us some insights about, what might be happening this time around, where it doesn't look like from, John Reuter's survey results from the previous slide, that we have this tremendous surge in support for the invasion of Ukraine, as we saw in 2014. And as I read the evidence, the elite support and the mass support is really contingent and soft. It's fairly broad at the moment, but one thing I've been doing is I've been reading a lot of these collective letters in support of the war that different groups are writing, and there's no sense of, this is our historic mission, this is the glory. It's more about, these are our obligations, these are our duty, it's a difficult time. These are, not the kind of, it seems like people are writing these letters as if they're, just want to signal their compliance and their willingness to go along rather than to kind of express some genuine support. And also, that the Kremlin has to organize these kinds of letters in order to gin up support is also indication that this is not something genuine, as we saw after 2014. So from, the big question, and John Reuter pointed to this a couple minutes ago, is will the Russian public blame Vladimir Putin for inviting the sanctions, or will they blame the West for levying the sanctions in the first place? And I think that depends a lot on what happens on the ground in Ukraine. It also depends a lot on what happens within Russia and whether or not, the economic situation stabilizes somewhat. And one little wrinkle that, we should be careful about is, I think that Putin, in terms of selling the war and selling sacrifice in the name of the war on the domestic front, it's a much more difficult challenge if the narrative is about a war between Russia and Ukraine. If the narrative is about Russia versus the West or Russia versus NATO, that's a much easier sell. Because one of the last findings I had, even in my 2015 or 2016 surveys, was that reminding people that the US had levied sanctions reduced positive feelings toward the US. And I should say the EU got off no easier. There was absolutely no difference between respondents' views of whether of the Russian government or the EU or the US, depending on whether or not they were told that the EU or the US had levied sanctions. So the average Russian respondent didn't distinguish between the EU and the US. They all seem to be part of some kind of amorphous West. Thank you very much. If Elise, you have any questions, or Josh?
I think,
or am I out of time here?
Okay, here's a question. Do you find any major difference between age groups during your research on sanctions?
Yeah, I mean, yes, the Putin skeptic crowd that reacted much more strongly to the sanctions skews much younger. And if we look at Putin's approval ratings, particularly in recent years, the decline or the lower levels of support have been the under 40 age, being much less supportive. And I think we're really going to see a real fracturing of Russian society along generational lines, something akin to what we saw in the United States in the 1960s over the Vietnam War, but on a much greater scale, given the in the US at the time, at least you had a unified media market. But in Russia, you have two people getting their news sources from very different channels. So I think in this way, I think it's going to be a more difficult challenge for Putin to manage on the domestic front, because there is going to be cleavages within the masses, and there's also going to be cleavages within the elites over the extent to which their economic fortunes are tied to the state or not. So.
Okay, great. That's really interesting, and something to look out for. I want to move to the next speaker. I'm happy to introduce Maria Omelicheva of National War College. Okay, Maria.
Thank you so much, Elise, and thank you, team, for starting our 1 hour long segment off to an excellent start. I also want to thank our advisors and all those who are watching along or listening along on this panel. So I have been working in the joint professional military education in the last 4 years of my career. But full disclaimer, I'm not speaking on behalf of the US government or representing official views of the Department of Defense or National Defense University. But it allowed me to, or I was actually privileged to be able to lead a Ukraine practicum, where I helped a number of American officers to think about American national security strategy towards Ukraine. And it is over the course of this year-long seminars that I began following rather closely Ukrainian military modernization, defense reform, and United States security assistance to Kiev. And these are some of the questions I would like to touch on in my brief presentation today. So Russia's underwhelming performance in Ukraine obviously stands in stark contrast to heroism and tactical and operational successes of the Ukrainian army. So the Ukrainian forces have managed to not only hold up the advances of the Russian troops, but also repelled Russian attacks on several Ukrainian cities in the last couple of days. And interestingly, many analysts have once again focused on the incompetence and mistakes of the Russians. So what I would like to do is to actually highlight several significant factors that have contributed to stiff resistance of the defense forces of Ukraine. As a reminder, just 8 years ago in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and also attacked Ukraine in Donbass, Ukraine's military was in a woeful shape. It was suffering from years of neglect, especially during the presidency of pro-Russian Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych at the time. But following the Euromaidan, the new Ukrainian government committed itself to military reform and also made joining NATO a constitutionally mandated priority. At the time, it was decided that defense reform in Ukraine would pursue two goals. The first immediate goal was to increase combat effectiveness of the Ukrainian military to be able to counter Russia-backed offensive in the Donbass region. And the second related goal was to achieve alignment with NATO standards. Just to underscore the urgency of the situation, I'll give you the following statistic that between 2015 and 2020, Ukraine's defense budget increased by 100%, and it has constituted, it has hovered above 4% in recent years, 4% of the gross domestic product in recent years. And so all of these Ukrainian efforts have been complemented by the substantial support by the Western partners, including the United States, but also United Kingdom and Canada, and a number of European countries that provided financial assistance, security sector reform assistance, and other defense cooperation initiatives within the framework of the 2016 NATO Comprehensive Assistance Package for Ukraine. It was also around that time, I believe in 2015, that the United States and NATO partners, including Canada, Poland, and Lithuania, and UK, began training and advising Ukrainian soldiers and officers at the Yavoriv Combat Training Center. That's the center that was hit by Russia's missiles a couple of days ago. It is located 10 miles away from Ukraine-Poland border, an hour and a half car ride west to the city of Lviv. So at that training center, advisors trained a cadre of Ukrainians who then, with advisor supervision, began training Ukrainian units. And it started at the companies and battalions level, and then it advanced to full brigades level. And so most of the soldiers and officers who received training at this center were then deployed to Donbass. And again, I want to underscore that a lot of that assistance that was provided in 2015, 16, 17, 18, and even 19 was primarily designed to improve combat readiness of the Ukrainian troops, preparing them for countering Russia-backed offensives in the Donbass. So as initially, the reforms at times were slow and painful, but the foreign partners also made sure that the Ukrainian counterparts followed through on all of their commitments. So for example, the United States has put in place a certification process that made the provision of appropriate security assistance conditional on meaningful actions in various sectors of the defense reform. So there were a series of milestones developed for each period of security assistance provision, and before the United States will disburse additional tranche of security assistance, the Ukrainian counterparts would have to provide evidence of accomplishing in meaningful ways all of the milestones agreed upon between the Ukrainian side and the foreign counterparts. And all of these reforms have accelerated under Volodymyr Zelensky, especially after him appointing the civilian person in as a new Minister of Defense in November of 2021. So obviously, as we are witnessing today, the Ukrainian armed forces of Ukraine are battle-hardened, larger, better equipped, trained, and capable of containing the advances of the Moscow troops. But I don't think that this is, you know, all these improvements in military readiness and other aspects of defense reform are suffice to fully account for the successes of the military Ukrainian military in the battlefield. I think another important factor is the change that has been taking place in the Ukrainian military thinking that now allows for junior leaders to make important battlefield decisions. So until recently, those leaders needed to seek permission to change orders given by commanders, regardless of whether changing battlefield conditions had rendered those decisions irrelevant. And this is, again, different. It's in stark difference to the old style training of the Russian army, which has largely retained a centralized command and control. And one more thing that I would like to put forth, another significant factor, probably the most important that occurred among the Ukrainian people, which is the rise of a kind of national culture of military volunteerism that has emerged as well. And as a result, a government agency was created to organize and train civilians in defense against Russia's military invasion. So I would stop here and leave there.
Great, thank you, Maria. Let me just remind everyone, if you have questions, to put them in the Q&A. A question from the previous session in there. Oh. Okay, I was wondering from Jackson Embry, I was wondering if you could speak about the NCO Corps across the Ukrainian military branches. Have they developed a more robust and competent corps to help with the burden of command decisions?
Right. So, and yes and no, as I said, as I mentioned in my last comment, on the one hand, there is much more independence in making some of those tactical and operational decisions in the battlefield if conditions change. On the other hand, I think as we are, learning lessons and thinking about what will need to be, what kind of assistance Ukraine will need in the future once the war is over, somewhere where the United States and partners did not invest enough money is in the professional military education and training. And so we're witnessing the lack of officer cadres in particular right now. So we have a lot of volunteers, a lot of kind of rank and file, many more. And there are fewer people who have had experiences of commanding, those larger groups. So I think, again, as we think into the future, I think this is somewhere where, Ukrainian and foreign partners will need to invest more time, effort, resources into further reforming PME in Ukraine and raising a larger cadre of officers and flag officers.
Thank you. I think Tim has a question, and Josh.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's really interesting, and this isn't my area, so I'm very interested. So we often hear that the Russian army wasn't trained and designed to fight a war like this. What can you tell us about the Ukrainian side? Were they trained to fight a war like this? And what about if the war becomes an insurgency with a lot of urban warfare? Is this something that the Ukrainian army is prepared for, or thought about, or trained for?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I'm superbly optimistic because they have had an experience of kind of training in the battlefield. So they've been at war, and so all of these reforms have been taking place and put into practice or learned in the battlefield or learned away from the battlefield, and then those experiences were brought back into the battlefield. So there's already a lot of experiences with kind of learning on the fly, learning very, very fast. One thing that I didn't mention, in 2015, Ukraine stood up its own special operations force, which is very highly trained, well equipped. I mean, they're really superb in what they're doing, and I think they've been trained to carry out operations in various theaters, active combat as well as more guerrilla campaigns. And I think, I mean, even though it's not a very large force, I think they will be able to also train the army units and other units to partake in if it comes to the guerrilla warfare.
Okay, thanks. A question from Will McHenry. Do you have a sense of how much combat power the UAF retains 19 days into the war?
I don't have the statistics, but based on what I heard about a couple of days ago, I think the Ukrainian Air Force has been able to retain parity in being able to control air. So Russians, despite air superiority, has not been able to dominate air. So at least there's at least some parity. I mean, do they need more air jets? Definitely they do. As far as I understand, they've haven't been flying enough sorties to because there is obviously the risk of losing those airplanes. So that is why that conversation with Poland initially promising the transfer of MiGs to Ukraine, and it didn't happen. I mean, there was a lot of hope placed on those aircrafts.
Okay, if we have time for one more question, Aaron, given the velocity of combat, how do you see the 3-day training approach versus more formal 30-day training cycles to build more combat basic capacity? Ukraine is becoming the world's largest arms depot. How do you see deconfliction working? It runs the risk of becoming Iraq 2.0, large-scale insurgency.
Wow, that is a hard one. Obviously, I mean, 3 days versus 30 days. I mean, you can learn, you can handle, you can learn how to handle guns and automatic guns and, even, shoulder held surface to air missiles. You can learn to operate those kinds of things. But I think what you cannot learn in those things is how to operate as a unit. I think, and again, this is where right now, I think Ukraine is lacking. It's performing really, really well. Volunteers are trained to use arms, but to be able to operate as a unit takes much longer. And I think 3 days is not enough for that purpose.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maria. Really interesting. And now we're going to move on to the next speaker. I'm happy to introduce Joshua Tucker of New York University.
Great. Thanks so much, Elise. Thanks to everyone. It's a real honor to be here and included in such a distinguished panel. I just want to echo Tim's comment that he put in the chat about giving one area for support is to the Kiev School of Economics, and just confirm that he actually meant they were distributing aid to help other scholars in Ukraine. We've all been through a lot over the last few weeks. So anyway, but it's an incredibly worthy thing to give to. What I'd like to do with my time today, even though, I've been talking about the war nonstop, is I thought, since we have so many scholars here and so many people are talking about things happening in real time, I'd share a little bit of research that we've done at the center that I co-direct, the Center for Social Media and Politics at NYU, on Russian bots and trolls. I've been getting a lot of questions from reporters and contacted a lot about disinformation, so I thought I would share with you a little bit about what we've learned in the past about the activities of Russian bots and trolls. And so I'm going to talk to you first about 3 different studies we did to study Russian trolls in the 2016 US election. And then I'll show you at the end some recently published work that we just came out in the American Political Science Review about a long-term study we did on Russian bots and their activity in domestic politics. And just to define terms, a bot is an automated account. It's an account without a human being typing, but actually produces content based on computer algorithms. Whereas I'm using the term troll here to respond to accounts that pretend to be somebody, and I'll show you an example, but are actually somebody else. And I'm going to show you little bits and pieces from 3 different studies we did about the behavior of Russian trolls in the US 2016 election, looking at what they link to, and then some things we learned by looking at the ideologies of the sources that they link to, and finally some very recent work on who is exposed to these Russian trolls in 2016. So when I say a Russian troll, here's an example of a Russian troll. It doesn't look very Russian. It looks like a gun-toting, Second Amendment supporting American. But of course, we call this a troll because this is not an American account. This is actually being operated, out of St. Petersburg, Russia by the Internet Research Agency. In the first study that we did, we focused on, in our research at CSMAP, on these Russian trolls, and Twitter made all of the tweets that the Russian trolls produced in the 2016 election campaign available for scholarly analysis. So it's a huge kudos to Twitter for doing this. And we looked at what hyperlinks they were sharing. So what were they linking to elsewhere on the internet? And we had we had 2 really kind of interesting findings that came out of this. The first was that you would think that when we think about trolls and we think about fake news around the 2016 election, you would think that what these trolls would be doing would be mainly sharing made up false information. And it was true that the trolls shared more false information than some of the other accounts we followed. We compared them to a random set of accounts online. We also compared them to a set of politically interested American accounts online. But it still made up only 6% of the links that they shared. However, by contrast, the trolls actually shared 15 times as much local news as our politically interested users, and 90 times as much links to local news as a random sample. And so 30% of the links that were shared by Russian trolls went to local news. And this was especially the case early on in the campaign period, in the first half of the campaign period. So on this figure, you can see the blue is links shared to local news sources. So it's one thing interesting to take away from this. Disinformation campaigns or coordinated influence campaigns don't always have to be sharing false information. they can actually be trying to build upon these foreign influence campaigns can build upon information that's already existing in the ecosystem. And this is kind of clever because Americans actually trust local news more than they trust national news. So you see early on these trolls building up support and credibility by sharing lots of local news. All right, so the second study we did that appeared in the International Journal of Press and Politics was to try to understand the ideology of the links the trolls were sharing. And so what we did was we used an automated method that allowed us to estimate the ideology of different media domains. And then we had humans who looked at YouTube videos that these trolls shared links to. So we had the ideology of the links the troll were sharing, like were they sharing links to Fox News or were they sharing news to the Huffington Post? And we also have the ideology of the YouTube domains, were they more sort of left-wing or right-wing? And we use the data, again, the same data, what these trolls from the 2016 election. So here's the first thing that's super interesting. You might have recalled hearing that trolls sort of cultivated left-wing and right-wing followings during the election. And we did actually find this with the news media shares that they were sharing. So we found that about, it was not quite evenly spread. It was a little bit more balanced towards conservatives, but we found that about a quarter of the links or news media links went to kind of liberal news outlets, which we described as the Washington Post and left, and about a third of it went to conservative outlets that was described as the Wall Street Journal and to the right, and the rest was in between. However, when we looked at the videos they were sharing on YouTube, we saw a very different pattern. We saw the vast majority of these videos seem to be overwhelmingly conservative. We also found some interesting over time data here, which suggested that, particularly with conservatives, but a little bit with liberals too, is that the trolls started off moderate. They started off close to the middle. But then the right-wing trolls gradually ratcheted up more and more right-wing content as they got toward, and that's the red here on the chart here, as they got towards the actual date of the election. And the left-wing trolls got a little bit more left-wing as we went through the course of the election. But we see this sort of polarization story, trying to pull people farther apart. And here's some other really kind of interesting data. So what we did on this chart is we plotted that by trolls, and we knew each of the individual accounts. So we plotted each of these individual accounts and we looked at, in comparison, the ideology of the news links they shared with the ideology of the links to YouTube videos. And if they were being consistent, I'm a right-wing troll, I'm a left-wing troll, you would expect it to line up kind of nicely on this southwest to northeast axis, which is basically what we see for the most part. However, when you look at the off diagonals of this axis, what you find is that there are a bunch of trolls that were sharing links to mainly left-wing news sources that were also sharing links to very right-wing YouTube videos. We did not, however, see the opposite pattern. So this suggests that there may have been some sort of sophisticated behavior going on with some of these trolls, trying to appeal to maybe left-wing or moderate audiences with the links they shared, like, oh, we're sharing something to the New York Times, or we're sharing something to the Washington Post, but then hitting people with these much more conservative right-wing videos when they went to go look at the YouTube links. So our overall conclusions about Russian trolls were that we actually saw some signs of sophistication. They were sharing information, links to local news. They were playing both sides. They were maybe attempting to use left-wing media to lure people to right-wing YouTube videos. We did see more right-wing than left-wing content published, especially on YouTube. And I want to be very clear here that when we say links to left-wing sites, it doesn't mean it was pro-Clinton. You could share something in the Washington Post that was talking about Clinton's emails. So that's future research to be done. But that was just what the trolls were doing. What about exposure? Who was actually exposed to these trolls? And it turned out that in the aftermath of the election, we had the kind of perfect data for measuring this because we had been surveying people in the field during the 2016 election. And of those people we surveyed, 1,500 of them shared their Twitter handles with us. And since Twitter's public information, when people share their Twitter handles with us, we could then go and look and see every single person they followed. So we did that. We found every person being followed by these 1,500 people in our survey. And then we went and collected over the course of the election, every tweet from every single person they followed. That gave us a collection of 1.2 billion tweets that appeared in the feeds of our 1,500 respondents. And this allowed us to actually see who was and how much people were being exposed to these tweets. Now, on the panel A here on the top, panel that I'm showing you right now. What this is, there's a lot of things going on, but basically the dark blue is Russian. And on the left is the average number of exposures to tweets by Russian trolls of people in our panel, or the average number that appeared in their feeds. We don't know if they actually saw them. And as you can see, this increases. It's kind of low level over time, but as we get closer to election, it starts going up to almost five tweets per day kind of showed up in their feed, culminating in election day, an average of 14 tweets. And this kind of sounds like it might be something real, having an important effect on people if we're getting up to 5 tweets per day. But in the lower left-hand corner here in panel B, what you see is something that's called a power law that we see over and over again when we look at behavior online, in particular kind of nefarious behavior online. On the x-axis here is the percentage of the survey respondents who were responsible for the percentage of exposures on the y-axis. And crucially, the x-axis is logged. It's a logarithmic scale. So what you see where the dotted lines are is that 1% of our sample, fully only 15 people, accounted for 75% of these exposures. And indeed, 10% of our sample, 150 people, accounted for 99% of the exposures. So what we see here is heavily concentrated exposure. The other thing we checked was how it related to other sources people might have had about information about this election. And what we find is when we look at things like politicians or the news media, what the tweets from the trolls, while they're out there, they're a tiny drop in the bucket compared to politicians, and especially compared to the amount of information you could get from media. And who was exposed? Because we had survey data, we could look at this as well. It was Republican males, or exactly the people who were likely to support Trump in the first place. Now, the rest of this paper that this comes from goes on to look at the impact on things like polarization and vote choice. But I think the point that we want to take away from this right now is that some of these, when you hear about these kind of foreign influence campaigns, when you hear about targeted disinformation campaigns, even if they're getting a lot of attention, even if everyone's talking about it, it doesn't mean everybody is being exposed to these things equally. And you want to really kind of dig in, because it may be that there are small groups of people who are being heavily exposed. And these may be very consequential people, but we have to be careful to resist the urge that whenever we hear about a disinformation campaign, to think this is affecting everybody equally. Elise, do you want, well, I don't see any questions in the Q&A, so I'll show you one last thing, which is, do you want to go to questions, or do you want me to?
No, I don't.
I have one other study I could talk about. Okay.
You have,
all right.
Still 3 minutes.
Okay. So the final thing I just want to show you is about bots, these automated accounts. And we spent, the team I worked on it, we actually started working on this right around the time of the annexation of Crimea. And the paper just came out right about now. So there's a kind of depressing circularity to this. But we were asking about, we came up with all these methods to identify pro-Kremlin bots. And we looked at, in this paper, whether these pro-Kremlin bots responded to protest activities. Did they respond to offline protest, or did they respond to online protest? And we looked at different strategies people put forward for how bots could try to respond to change the online conversation. They could just tweet a lot more. They could tweet a greater diversity to sort of try to put more out there into the information environment. They could cheerlead for President Putin. They could engage in negative campaigning by attacking the opposition. And this was all Russian bots tweeting in Russian. And we're looking at protests that took place in Russia by Russian opposition. Those are the hypotheses I just mentioned. These are the opposition activists. Here's what we found. We found that, first of all, the volume of tweets from Russian bots goes up on days of protest offline, but even more so on days of protest online. We also found that this diversity measure, where they sort of were talking about more and different topics, goes up both after protest offline, but also even more so protest online. Interestingly, we found this cheerleading effect was present when for online protests, well, online, more opposition activity online, but not for offline. There was less discussion of Putin on days of actual protests, which is interesting as well. And then finally, the only thing, we also found these very small effects for campaigning, negative campaigning. That was the one thing we found that was larger on protest days than other days. So overall, we found that Russian bots in regard to protests, which is something, of course, we're seeing again right now in Russia, are more likely to respond to online activity than offline actual real world protests. The exception is negative campaigning, with the caveat is that this includes data from 2014 to 2018. So thank you all very much for your time, and thanks for letting me be a part of this today.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, there is one question quickly. I previously read from Jackson Embry. I previously read that the Kremlin doesn't invest much in trying to create new divides, but they excel at exploiting existing divides. Given that social media allows people to cultivate an echo chamber of people who agree with them and share ideas, do you think that this is the design of these trolls, to create larger divides and not new ones?
Thanks. That's a great question. And I think, if we had a lot more time to go into this, right, the sort of two big theories around the trolls in 2016 was that they were trying to help Trump or that they were trying to exacerbate existing divisions in the United States. And indeed, that's what the Senate Intelligence Committee concluded. I think some of the findings that I showed you are consistent with this. We found this kind of additional evidence of these left-wing trolls and right-wing trolls. But I will say, we found absolutely no, let me put it simply, I don't actually think they were as successful in the slightest. We found no impact of the exposure to these tweets on making people more polarized, either on issues or in terms of how they thought about the opposing political party, which I think is because it was so heavily concentrated on small numbers of people and because it was dwarfed by so much other information over the course of this election. But I do think they had a very pernicious negative long run effect in the United States, because it gave people an opportunity after the 2016 election to say, well, maybe the results were not legitimate. Maybe the results were because of Russian interference. And you had a lot of people talking about that in the aftermath of 2016, which I think actually sowed the seeds for people saying, well, maybe the 2020 election results weren't legitimate for different reasons. And so in that sense, they may have been very short-term unsuccessful, but maybe long-term quite successful at that goal.
Okay, thank you, Josh. We have to move to our last speaker, who is Scott Gelbach from University of Chicago. Scott?
Okay, great. So thanks very much. And thanks to the PONAR's leadership for this great initiative. So for my 15 minutes, I'd like to talk about domestic politics in Russia. So returning to some of the themes that Tim raised in his comments, and obviously understanding what's happening in Russia with respect to support for Putin in particular is, in support for the war in Ukraine is central to how this conflict, how this war is going to play out. So let me maybe begin by revisiting some claims that I made a week before the invasion in a piece in the Monkey Cage blog at the Washington Post that I wrote with my Chicago colleague Jiao Lo, based upon some game theoretic work that Jiao and I have done with Anton Chirikov, who's a graduate student at Wisconsin, and Dmitry Vorobyev, who's a Russian economist in the Czech Republic, on censorship, propaganda, and repression in authoritarian states. So Jiao and I wrote then, in anticipation of a war, when the war was not yet certain, that if the war came, that it was more likely to be hard than easy, that from Russia's perspective, that if the war was hard, then we would likely see a substantial campaign of censorship and propaganda in Russia. And that if censorship and propaganda were unsuccessful, then Russia would become even more repressive than it has in recent years. In other words, broadly speaking, what we expected was that the likely effect of the war on domestic politics in Russia would be for Russia to become an even more autocratic state than it is already. So let's take stock and ask where we are now, so roughly a month later and nearly 3 weeks after the invasion. Okay, so on the first point, quite clearly, this is not an easy war for Russia. Ukraine is fighting harder and the West is more united than Putin apparently anticipated. In seeming response to that, we have propaganda in Russia bordering on the absurd, which I think it's important to recognize has a chance of working only because of draconian censorship. So in particular, the Kremlin has banned independent and quasi-independent media, such as TV Rain and the radio station Echo Moskwy. And it has banned social media such as Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. So having said all that, there are a few cracks in this new Great Firewall of Russia that are important to recognize. So some Russians, for example, have access to banned internet sources through a VPN, through a virtual proxy network. And Russian censors and VPN firms are playing a sort of cat and mouse game over access to this workaround. Some Russians hear from friends or family members in Ukraine. Anecdotally, at least, this doesn't always seem to work to counteract official propaganda, but I don't think we should underestimate the long-term impact. And finally, there are isolated acts of free speech that who knows, maybe breaking through a little bit, such as Marina Ovsyanikova's condemnation of propaganda on Russia's evening news, what was it, two days ago. So it's not clear at this point that censorship and propaganda will be unsuccessful, but it seems fragile. And so perhaps because of that fragility, I think we're beginning to see a much more profound repression than has generally characterized Putin's rule. So Putin's statements, including especially his remarks earlier today, for those who saw those, I think signal the start of something very dark, a campaign of repression against really anyone with Western ties or sympathies. So in summary, I think our view a week before the invasion of what might happen in Russian politics if Russia invaded has so far, unfortunately, largely been borne out. So perhaps that was obvious, I don't know. But what's next? So looking ahead, I think it'll be much harder to gauge what is happening, much harder to predict what is happening, what will happen, precisely because of the censorship already in place, and that it will be hard not only for outside observers like us, but also for Kremlin officials, including especially Putin himself. And so here, let me emphasize, this censorship is very crude. So rather than micro-targeting particular posts and stories, Russia's censors are shutting down social networks and independent media entirely. And so what this means is that going forward, it will be hard for Russian authorities to gauge the level of discontent in Russian society. So this is not the Great Firewall of China, which as Gary King and Jennifer Pan and Molly Roberts showed in some famous work, lets through a certain amount of criticism, presumably because party officials in China need to know that that criticism exists so that they have advance warning of discontent. So there's nowhere near that level of state capacity in Russia to do that sort of micro-targeting. And with the exception of Kontakte, there just aren't even the local substitutes under the control of Russian censors for the social networks that have been banned, which means that opportunities to learn about what's happening in Russian society have been eliminated precisely at the same time that opportunities for Russian citizens to share news with other Russian citizens has been eliminated. So similarly, the fact that one can now face prison time for calling a spade, for calling war a war, means that opinion firms in Russia cannot even ask a proper survey question, and survey respondents may fear giving honest responses even to relatively innocuous questions. And so the upshot of all of this, I think, is that it'll be much harder going forward for the Kremlin to understand public opinion. And so this leads to a third point, which is that the Kremlin may miss the moment when the public is in need of persuasion. So the Kremlin went into this war with the Russian public, I think, essentially willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. So that may not last forever, and whether it does not last will depend substantially on whether censorship fails and Russian citizens begin to learn the true extent and nature of and consequences of the war. Okay, so we're not seeing it at the moment with the absurd claims of biolabs and denial of any real war in Ukraine, but Kremlin propagandists can be clever. But if the Kremlin never learns that public opinion has turned against it, then state television may continue to peddle the same old schlock long past the point where it's effective. In other words, I think there's a real risk in imposing censorship too soon when the public is still inclined to support the war, that the Kremlin may never have the opportunity to learn that it no longer does. And this leads to my final point, which is that the Kremlin's actions to date may paradoxically lead to an overreaction to repression, even when that is unnecessary. So repression is not costless. So nobody who saw Putin's speech today can think that foreign investors will want to return to Russia anytime soon. Moreover, repression may backfire. It angers people. It puts them in a position where they have nothing to lose. And so here's the point. Repression, which is costly and may not work, is moreover not always necessary. It's entirely possible that the Russian population is willing to go along with Putin's war on Ukraine with minimal encouragement. Putin and we as outside observers may never know. So this is a manifestation of what Ronald Winthrop famously called the dictator's dilemma, that by stifling speech, the dictator deprives himself of the information that he needs to govern and survive. And the irony here, I think, is that modern dictators have often sidestepped this dilemma by cleverly manipulating the information available to their citizens, such that those citizens are inclined to do what the dictator wants, even when that's not in their individual best interest. Putin seems to have decided to abandon that strategy, to rely instead on maximal censorship and increasing repression. And I think that's a strategy not obviously guaranteed to succeed. Okay, and so on that note, before we move to questions, and in the spirit of our telethon format, let me just mention a couple of ways that anybody in our audience can support the effort to combat Russian aggression in Ukraine. So others have already mentioned the Kiev School of Economics. Let me just add that KSE and its amazing president, Timothy Milovanov, are on the ground. They know what's necessary, and their overhead is low. And so you can support them at the link that Tim put in the chat earlier. So in addition, and apropos of my comments, you can support Meduza, one of the last independent Russian language news sources. Meduza is still accessible in Russia through a VPN connection, and because its reporters are based in Latvia, it is protected from Russia's harsh censorship laws. And so I'll put a link in the chat in a second here where you can support Meduza financially if you wish. Okay, and looks like we have a couple of minutes for questions.
Great, thank you, Scott. I see that Tim has a question, and there's also a question in the Q&A. Let me just take the question Q&A first from A. Costello. In terms of cracks, how much do you see a change among those who already subscribe to Kremlin narratives versus those who are already dubious of those narratives? Are new groups learning to use VPNs, search alternative sources, and other avenues to find the truth? Or is it the same people seeking methods to avoid increasing restrictions?
Yeah, I don't think we know yet. I think that's a really great question. And I think it speaks to something that Anton Chirikov, the graduate student at Wisconsin, whom I mentioned at the top of my comments, has found in his work, which is that the Kremlin's media strategy seems very much, historically, has seemed very much focused not on trying to persuade those who are not yet persuaded, but on trying to retain those who already have bought into the Kremlin narrative. And so I think going forward, an interesting, and there's a trade-off there that the Kremlin could attempt to persuade those who are not currently persuaded, but to do so, it would have to offer more credible news than it typically does. And in the process of doing that, it might lose some of the persuaded. And so I think going forward, an important question is going to be the extent to which the Kremlin just tries to essentially hold onto its base versus persuade those who might be skeptical of the war and its conduct.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Tim, can you do this in 1 minute?
Sure. So there's an interesting trade-off between maintaining surprise and preparing the propaganda narrative. So in trying to keep surprise, Putin was unable to, build persuasion among elites and among the masses. Now he's in a situation where the lightning strike on Kyiv hasn't worked, and he's behind the 8 ball trying to come up with a narrative to convince people that this was the right thing to do, and it's bounced around from NATO to genocide to denazification to historic unification. I mean, when we think of the effectiveness of propaganda, you need a narrative, right? That at least has some purchase. And I'm wondering if that's why we're seeing so much more censorship, is that there's not a convincing positive story to tell that's new, right? The NATO story is old, in the same way that the annexation of Crimea was, an easy tale to tell. So I'm thinking about the relationship between censorship and repression. So that was longer than a minute, so I couldn't do that in a minute. But
let me add 5 seconds if I could.
Okay.
I think that's an excellent point. And let me just add that part of the audience, in the lead up to the invasion, that wasn't being prepared for the war was the soldiers who are now being asked to fight it.
That's right.
Well, that's a good point. Wow, what a really interesting set of presentations and research that each of you do. So I want to thank each of you and everyone who's come and paid attention at 10 o'clock at night. And I am happy to hand off now to James Richter. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 11th hour of the Ukrainathon. And I'm glad to see so many people here at 10 o'clock. We have 70 people. So I'm just going to be very quick and introduce people. But first, I want to remind you that this is a Ukrainathon in support of the people and scholars of Ukraine, and we are supporting 2 different charities, and other people are supporting other. I mean, we'll see names for others as well, but one is the Scholars at Risk, and the other is the Science of for Ukraine, and I will put those URLs in the chat box. So without further ado, I want to start with Jordan Guns-Moore, associate professor from Northwestern and a Fulbright scholar in the Ukraine in 2016-2017. So go ahead, Jordan.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks everybody else on the panel, and all the organizers from PONARS and everybody who's tuned in. And I apologize, I'm pretty under the weather, but I definitely didn't want to miss this, so I hope people can understand me. I'll do my best to be coherent and to speak in a way that's clearly. But what I wanted to talk about in this short presentation was an idea for a short commentary that my colleague at Northwestern, Ian Kelly, the former ambassador to Georgia, and I have just written up as an op-ed that we're sending it out shortly, but I thought I could share some of the thoughts from it, which was, and it's titled, "Ukraine is helping the US and NATO, not vice versa." And that's the argument I want to make in the next 10 minutes, is that certainly the outpouring of support for Ukraine has been amazing. The donations, military aid, humanitarian aid, protests against Russia, the protests for Ukraine, and I certainly know from the conversations that many of us in PONARS have been having with people in Ukraine, this is visible to them. But the narrative that seems to come out primarily from the Western news and from Western politicians' press offices is still this large focus on all these things that the West is doing to help Ukraine, and this idea that, and Zelensky is always asking for additional things, obviously, because there's this tension between how far can NATO go without sparking escalation? And so I want to put the emphasis on, as much as maybe is going into Ukraine from the West, there's a whole lot of other things that Ukraine is doing for the rest of the NATO alliance, for North America, for Western Europe. And the first of this has to do with the security issues that Georgia's basically, that Ukraine is basically serving as the buffer for between Russian aggression and everybody else. And so if we think at this moment about what would happen if Putin, instead of first going to Ukraine, had started with the Baltics and taken a much bigger gamble because they're NATO countries, but one that for years has been something that he's toyed with in terms of using the same sorts of pretexts about Russians who are being ethnic Russians in Estonia or Latvia who are being treated poorly. And if we had had a situation there where prior to what people have seen in terms of the horrific onslaught of civilian population in Ukraine that Putin's done over these last several weeks, prior to that, Putin was able to do the exact same strategy that he did in Ukraine, but had done it in Estonia, which would have been 1.3 million people, far easier to do a lightning blitzkrieg operation and quickly and fairly bloodlessly potentially take control of Estonia. You have to think it would be much less likely that the Western world would be so willing to shed NATO blood at that moment. That's all fundamentally changed. There's now more troops and more weapons going into the Baltics than there ever was before. The appetite for doing something to stand up for against Putin now is enormous. And all this is because of what Ukraine is essentially enduring on behalf of NATO, which is unable or unwilling to take that step to become more actively involved for fear of ending up in a nuclear confrontation. And so that's part one, is that basically this very difficult decision that someday still could, if Ukraine falls, but could have much sooner been something that NATO would have to figure out. That is, are NATO members really willing to go fight to say the Baltics, has basically been delayed by the fact that Putin, contrary to what he expected, was not able to run through Ukraine. And add to that, the more simple things that if Putin had ran through Ukraine the way he surely seemed to think he would, I think at this point it'd be quite clear that Moldova would be at best a place that would be looking at even more subversion of its territorial integrity, if not outright occupation as well. And so there's a whole bunch of things that in the security sense, Ukraine has been doing on behalf of NATO, essentially, and with the types of monetary aid and humanitarian aid and so on that are being given, that matters, but they're the ones who are ultimately dying, and not anybody else from NATO. In terms of thinking about this in the broader sense of what matters, not just to the eastern frontier, but what matters in terms of for the broader, for the overall Western world, by some estimates, Russia between 2004 and 2017 has meddled in the internal affairs of no fewer than 27 European and North American countries. That includes cyber attacks, election interference, disinformation campaigns, and a coup attempt in Montenegro. And anyone who's been watching this world, this unfold, this isn't news. It probably is to a certain degree if you're not somebody who watches this part of the world carefully, because each of these things gets some attention, but they're all an isolated incidents. And when you put them all together, they seem grave, but the threat of having to go head to head with a nuclear power is always enough that the sanctions or reactions have always been fairly soft, because there's always been this concern that it's just not worth antagonizing Russia to deal with something like a cyber attack or to deal with something like election interference. But when you put this all together, is a whole series of onslaughts that basically have gone unanswered. And now we're seeing that until somebody stands up and does something about it, Putin's considering that there's not going to be a cost. And that almost surely played in, among other factors, to his really cocky attitude when he vaults into Ukraine thinking that it was going to be easy and there'd be very few effects, because he's done a lot in the last 10, 15 years, from invasions in Georgia, invasions in and annexations of Crimea and other invasions of territorial integrity in Ukraine, and vicious actions in terms of war crimes in Syria. And really there hasn't been costs. So Ukraine's finally, by standing up, giving him those costs. And that's one other thing that really only Ukraine's done, and NATO has not. NATO's just giving, again, the financial aid, the support, but not the deaths. That's all happening on Ukraine's side. We should be very thankful for that, and understand that, again, they are the ones helping the West. It's not the West who are helping them in a security sense. But it's not just a security sense. It's also this broader sense of invigoration that we're seeing in terms of the ideas of democracy and a liberal world order that really seem dulled, and if not on their way to dying, then very close to dead just a couple months ago. But we now see this sense that if Ukraine is this willing to stand up and fight for principles like democracy and like rules about sovereignty of countries, that this is something that can unite even Democrats and Republicans in the United States, which is something that almost has not happened almost over anything in the last several years. Now going back even further than that. And so this is one more thing that Ukraine's doing in terms of really putting itself at the forefront of this global struggle for democracy. And that maybe sounds grandiose, it maybe sounds hyperbolic, like hyperbole, but then others like Anna Applebaum have said these types of things. And, you know, it used to be, people used to say these things even before the invasion of Russia. And to me, I'll be honest, it seemed a little bit over the top, but it is literally the truth at this moment that we have a country that's really mobilizing and exciting the rest of the democratic world by its willingness to stand up to an authoritarian aggressor. And it's seen very much in these terms. And I want to give just one concrete example and a plug for some of our own Polonars colleagues like Timothy Brick from Kiev School of Economics and Timothy Milovanov from the Kiev School of Economics, who even as they and so many other Polonars members are on the ground in Ukraine in the middle of a war zone, are refusing to cease scholarly activities, and some of them are here on this Ukrainathon tonight. Many others of them have been joining us at our various panels that we've been doing virtually at universities across the globe. And they're working out of cars, they're working out of bomb shelters. They've created this incredible virtual seminar series where Milovanov and Timothy Brick are doing interviews with people like Ambassador Mike McFaul and General Petraeus. They had Paul Krugman the other day, all to show in this very defiant way that even when being attacked by an aggressor country that is creating some of the harshest censorship that Russia has seen in decades, they have the exact opposite, that in the middle of a war, they are still attracting a plurality of voices, they are still doing innovative bottom-up thinking. And to me, this really does show the extent of kind of bottom-up democratic liberal ideas that exist in Ukraine. And that's the other piece that Ukraine is really giving to the rest of the world. So that was the idea that we were playing around with when we put together this piece, was to shift the emphasis again, as much as there is support for Ukraine. I still think the narrative isn't quite correct. There's still a lot of discussion about what the West is doing for Ukraine and not enough discussion about what Ukraine is doing for us.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I don't see any questions here. There's one question from the last one, but I don't think it would be fair to ask you that one. So thank you very much. I think we can move on then. So Elise Giuliano from Columbia University, you're on, Elise.
Thanks, Jim. Okay. Nearly 3 weeks into the war, it's quite clear that Russia has committed a foreign policy blunder of historic proportions. The US and NATO have come together to offer military assistance, and as countries around the world impose serious economic sanctions on Russia, cratering its economy and isolating it from the world economy, it's apparent that Russia was not expecting this kind of response. And the Russian leaders have been taken by surprise. But what about the response from Ukraine? Ukraine's response to this existential crisis has been impressive. Its military has performed extremely well against the putatively much more powerful Russian military. President Zelensky and his government have inspired by remaining in the country, and the Ukrainian population appears resolute in helping less fortunate people around them and in just simply persevering. Extraordinary accomplishments. Doesn't the fact that we are so impressed suggest that most of us considered Ukraine incapable of mounting this kind of response? And I would like to suggest that this might be a moment to acknowledge that we, observers and analysts, were also caught by surprise, and that we should try to understand why this is the case. What do observers fail to understand about Ukraine? And more to the point for my presentation tonight, what did the Kremlin fail to understand about Ukraine? And why did Putin so stunningly miscalculate that the Ukrainian population and leaders would react to an invasion with such tenacity? So leaving aside the analysis of Ukraine's military response, I want to discuss what has been overlooked about the Ukrainian population. Based on my research on public opinion, I suggest that the Kremlin, and Putin in particular, mistakenly believe that Ukrainians in certain regions and cities would welcome Russia's invasion, that they would metaphorically throw flowers in front of the tanks. So in the talk tonight, I want to make one overarching point about regional polarization, and then a few specific points about Ukrainian attitudes on political leadership, Russian language, and ethnic identity, national identity, and foreign policy attitudes, though I may not have time for all of this. So public opinion has long been characterized as regionally divided between a pro-Europe West and a pro-Russian East and South. This characterization of Ukraine as regionally divided or polarized is not wholly incorrect. After all, the outcome of national votes for many years appeared to look regionally divided, and polls indicate that Ukrainians in Western regions and in Western cities support EU membership and NATO membership, while Ukrainians in Eastern and Southern regions support integration with Russia and Eurasia. The Euromaidan Revolution 2014, followed by Russia's annexation of Crimea and military intervention in Donbass in the East, in some ways exacerbated this division for some Ukrainians, while for many others, it prompted them to shift to supporting greater integration with Europe. Now, the main point I want to make is that this regional polarization in political opinion within Ukraine is exaggerated. And I'll discuss public opinion to show some of the ways in which the divide is exaggerated and to show what Putin got wrong or misinterpreted. And it looks like, not that surprisingly, the over-reliance of Putin's kind of ideas and the Kremlin's ideas really fed into a kind of confirmation bias type thinking about ideas that they already held. Now, within Russia, of course, the Kremlin carefully monitors public opinion polling when it develops policies. And our colleague Tim Fry just wrote a book about the fact that Russia, like other authoritarian states, must take into account popular opinion. So it funds its own opinion polls and even allows an independent polling agency, Levada, to exist. So after the invasion began, I thought to myself, well, I wonder if Russia looked at polls in Ukraine, because Ukraine has a number of excellent, reliable public opinion firms. Did Russia look at these polls? And if so, how were they interpreted? Well, it turned out that Russia's Federal Security Services, the FSB, former KGB, has conducted its own poll in Ukraine in February 2022. And it's been reported that the FSB then presented the results of this polling material to Putin. So the FSB polling data showed that trust in the office of Ukraine's president, Zelensky, was at 27% in February. And trust in parliament, the Rada, was at 11%, and trust in political parties was at 8%. So I checked these numbers against numbers from KIS, the Ukrainian polling agency KIS, their latest poll in February. And the KIS showed even lower support for Zelensky at 19%, and lower support for individual parties from 15.5% and downward. That was the most popular party. So parties are not popular in Ukraine. So support for Zelensky has dropped considerably from when he was voted in 2019, with an astounding 73% of the national vote. And by the way, that's a national vote that transcended the supposed regional divide in Ukraine. So Putin and the Kremlin misinterpreted the decline in approval ratings as an indication, or it interpreted it as an indication that Zelensky could be easily replaced, that Ukrainians would not rally behind Zelensky or the Rada or Ukraine, or at least those in the East and South would not do so. So how is this interpretation wrong? One point I want to bring out is that what I heard a lot in my research on public opinion and focus groups in Ukraine is that many Ukrainians understand themselves as victims of powerful economic and political elites. And in a way, you hear this so often that you could even say that many Ukrainians are united in a set of beliefs that and feelings that they are victims of powerful forces that really don't care about them. Economic and political leaders really just don't take them into account. So I heard this in focus groups in the years before Zelensky was elected, when I was doing a pre-pandemic, doing research over there. And it's one of the reasons why Zelensky was elected and why the previous president was rejected, Poroshenko. So polls at the time of the election show that many Ukrainians voted Poroshenko out because of anger over the poor economy and decline in standard of living, as well as concern over corruption associated with the country's political and economic leaders. For example, when I was in Ukraine in 2016, when Poroshenko was president, I had a conversation with a Ukrainian man in the cafe car of a train, and he simply said to me, "You're an American. Can you please tell our president to stop living off the backs of the Ukrainian people?" During this time, Zelensky's television show Serving the People, it really kind of understood and expressed and captured people's frustration with corruption. And now, in his recent speeches during the war, we all see his gift for language and persuasion. And the language and themes of this show really tapped into thoughts and feelings of ordinary Ukrainians who perceive political leaders to be corrupt and predatory. But Ukraine is a democracy, and Ukrainian people are hopeful. So they are hopeful about the future, and they're future-oriented and hopeful enough at various points in recent history. They were hopeful enough to demonstrate against corruption of Yanukovych at Maidan. And then some of them were hopeful after Maidan, when a new government was ushered in 2014 and Poroshenko became president. And then many of them were hopeful again when Zelensky appeared as a candidate from outside of politics, from the entertainment world. And again, he won 73% of the national vote. Now his ratings have declined since he has not been able, in the space of a few years, to address people's high expectations that he could remake Ukrainian's economic and political system. So in Ukraine, we can observe a pattern of high expectations and hope, being disappointed, and a pattern of changing leaders, of voting out leaders who don't live up to these expectations. And basically, that's what happens during democratic elections. And this is a pattern because Ukrainians hold their leaders to a standard. They hope to break the pattern of bureaucratic and oligarchic corruption. And it's the same for political parties in Nevada. Now, this is not a pattern that an autocratic leader could interpret. And in fact, by interpreting this kind of snapshot moment of declining favorability ratings for Zelensky, it looks like Putin interpreted this to be a rejection of the state. But in fact, this kind of themes of Ukrainians feeling that they are whipped around by elite forces who are only out for themselves is not something that they just reference with regard to Ukrainian leaders, but it's something they often mention with regard to Putin and to Russian leaders and to the war in Donbass in focus groups that I did. So it's really absolutely unclear that that there would become some kind of like happy replacement of Zelensky with Russian leaders who most Ukrainians I would also see as pursuing their kind of corrupt and self-interested goals. Okay, now quickly, bilingualism and language. The Kremlin's claims, of course, this is not news to anyone, that it's in Ukraine to protect Russian speakers and Ukrainian citizens who identify as ethnic Russians. Putin and Lavrov have been articulating this discourse for years. Of course, everyone's familiar with the Kremlin's project about uniting the so-called Russian world, i.e. people who left Russia when the Soviet Union collapsed, who were left outside of Russia when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, but who formed part of a supposedly cohesive cultural unit based on language, religion, Slavic identity, and culture. And of course, this is really just cynical discourse employed by the Kremlin to feed its population within Russia. But it's also the case that Putin and company may have come to have, believe some of their own propaganda. They may believe that ethnic Russians and Russian speakers in Ukraine who live primarily in the eastern and southern regions, especially, of course, in Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and other cities, they may believe that these people, these Russian speakers and Russians, were most likely to welcome Russian invasion or Russian leadership. But of course, evidence from 2014 shows that this was not the case. But also, it doesn't look like Russia at all is aware of Ukraine's growing bilingualism, of the fact that many people speak both Russian and Ukraine, and above all, that really this assumption that the Kremlin makes that the language one speaks in Ukraine reveals one's political commitments is just factually incorrect. So speaking Russian does not mean you support Russia or are pro-Russian. The polls show that the Kremlin gets this wrong, and some Western analysts get this wrong as well. And the Kremlin, has been really pushing language as a wedge issue for many, many, many years through Yanukovych and so on to divide people in the East from the West. So they're kind of like stuck in this rut of trying to push the Russian language issue as a way to divide, so much so that they really think that people in the East and West, in the eastern part of and southern part of the country, really buy into this idea. But actually, really interesting thing about polls over the course of many years, different kinds of polls, when they ask people about intensity of their concern with different issues, language is always at the bottom. Not what you would expect if we think that language use is a politicized issue. And especially for Russian speakers, post-Maidan, it continues to be at the bottom. So language is not, it's just not politicized in a way that has divided Ukrainians between East and West. And then finally, just very quickly, national identity. And my colleagues are going to speak about this or have spoken about this. Volodymyr Kulik, Arnold, of course, have done a lot of research on the growing sense of civic Ukrainian national identity. Post 2014, there's been an increase in that and a decrease in regional identity, or of course, Soviet identity since 1991. And this is also something that the Kremlin really has misunderstood, right? So this idea that Ukrainians feel themselves to be citizens of Ukraine rather than citizens of their city or region makes it much more likely that they would rally around the flag as they have done, unite behind their leader during war, and defend Ukrainian state sovereignty. So I'll stop there. Jim, you're muted.
So thank you very much. Sorry. I was just wondering, we do have some time. So if people have questions for Elise or Jordan at this point, this would be a good time. So Jordan, I wanted to say thank you for sort of making us think about what Ukrainians are doing for us and not just what we can do for Ukrainians. I think that that's a very good idea. Although I would remind people again that we have the URLs for the Scholars at Risk and also for the Science for Ukraine that you can donate to. And Elise, I was wondering, because I remember some years ago you were working on something that talked about how under Poroshenko, the efforts to Ukrainize and decommunize may have a backlash to some extent. Have you seen any of that at all? I know you were very in the initial stages of that research, and I know that COVID happened and everything like that, but do you have anything to follow up on that?
Yeah, so I guess I would just say that, sure. I mean, I did research in the East and in the eastern city of Dnipro and Kharkiv, and I guess I would say that while I'm saying that this divide is overstated and exaggerated, I think a lot of us know that Maidan was perceived in very different ways by some people in the eastern and southern cities. But I would make the point that many of the intelligentsia and the elites and the educated people often perceive Maidan very differently, actually from the other, from the kind of middle class or lower socioeconomic classes in those regions. In other words, they're embrace the kind of pro-European goals of Maidan. So yeah, I would say that there was a backlash over certain issues connected to Maidan and connected to some of these cultural issues. But I would also say that what we heard in the focus groups is so much more complicated. Like, just because you maybe perceive Maidan in some way that doesn't line up with like the way we in the West understand Maidan, or the way the leaders, the Ukraine's political leaders understand Maidan, doesn't mean that then everything lines up and you are opposed, then that you kind of embrace this sort of geopolitical stance toward Russia. So I guess I'm just trying to break up, in my research, just try to break apart the different elements that form key parts of public opinion to show, one, how they vary even within the East and South, and two, how there isn't this kind of category called pro-Russian that tells us everything we need to know about people in the East and South.
Great, thank you very much. So let's see, seeing no new questions, we can go on to Robert Ortung from George Washington University. You're on, George. Robert, sorry.
Thank you very much, Jim. So what I thought I'd do in my 15 minutes of this 24 hours was step back a little bit and put the conflict that we're witnessing these last several weeks in the context of how the climate's changing and what that means for energy politics and things like that. So I think that understanding it from that perspective helps explain why Putin is doing what he's doing and why he launched the war now. So I think there's a very interesting book that Thane Gustafsson just published called Klimat, the Russian word for climate, where he analyzes Russia's energy politics in the context of climate change. And of course, Russia gets most of its income from exporting oil and natural gas, so it depends heavily on fossil fuels. And obviously, as the climate gets warmer, the world is moving away from using these fuels. And so I think in Gustafsson's estimate, and I think it's quite accurate, Russia is basically a loser in the climate change scenario, because over time, countries are going to be moving toward solar, wind, hydrogen, other kinds of renewable energies. And the demand for Russian natural gas and oil will be going down, probably not in the next 10 years, but in the 10 years after that. So it's not an immediate problem for the Kremlin, but in the medium term, this is going to be a big issue. So I think, Russia is basically in this context a declining power. The thing that it depends on most for its income and its strength is rapidly becoming, unwanted in the world. And the world is slowly but surely making this transition away from fossil fuels to other kinds of energy. And obviously we need to do a lot more work to figure out what other kinds of energy and how that's actually going to work, what that's going to look like, how we're going to implement all this. But it's pretty clear which direction things are headed. So I think, so Putin sees that he's a declining power. And of course, if we put his government into the context of the resource curse, I think it makes a lot of sense too, because obviously, the typical idea of the resource curse is that countries that depend heavily on commodities like oil and natural gas only need a small number of people to produce those commodities, and they can extract huge profits from that development. And Russia obviously does do that. Of course, Russia was an authoritarian country long before it started producing oil and natural gas. So it's not like the resources are defining the nature of Russian government, but they certainly help the current government stay in power. And that's been a source of Putin's strength. And obviously, even though he has total control essentially of the political system, he hasn't used that power to implement the kind of economic reforms in Russia that would help it shift away from a dependence on commodities toward a more creative economy. So it's a very authoritarian government. Putin can stay in power simply by paying the salaries of the secret police, the regular police, as long as he, sort of like Lukashenko in Belarus, as long as Putin has enough resources to pay the people who keep control, he can stay in power using the system that he's doing. And obviously it's been, over the 22 years he's been in power, it's becoming more and more authoritarian, cracking down more and more on freedom of press, freedom of assembly, freedom of organization. And we see that, with the speeches today, for example, has sort of reached a peak in the level of crackdown. So why is Putin launching the war now? I think, in his estimation, the West was at a relatively weak stage after the defeat of the US forces in Afghanistan, the withdrawal from there, which looked rather disorganized. All the problems we see in our political systems, of course, the problems in the EU. So he saw the West as relatively weak. And at the same time, he was thinking probably that he's at the peak of his power, that he has benefited from oil and natural gas sales, but over time, those are going to be declining. So I think in his calculation, the West was relatively weak now, and he was relatively strong. And over time, he's going to get weaker. Not clear what he was thinking, where the West is going to go. But so that would sort of make sense, that this is the power transition period. And if he didn't strike now, it was just going to get more and more difficult in the future. So I think that, in general, sort of explains the timing of this. And so then the questions, that come out of that kind of analysis are, what should we do in this context, and how should we respond? And I think that's the most interesting thing to think about. Where is Russia going in the future based on this analysis, and where should the West be going, and what should we do in the context of this conflict? So I think the most important point here is that every crisis presents a huge amount of opportunities. And this is going to be a big opportunity in a lot of ways, although obviously it doesn't look like it yet. But I think the most important opportunity that can come out of this war is that the West is going to realize that it can no longer depend on Russian oil and natural gas, nor can it really depend on the oil and natural gas coming from any authoritarian country. So we're going to have to rethink our relationships with authoritarian countries, and in particular, our relationship with fossil fuels. And so a logical thing to do now would be for the US and Europe to dramatically accelerate their investments in clean energy and domestic sources of clean energy. We have the technology, I think, and with a significant investment of money, we could easily accelerate the transition. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen relatively quickly. So I think that would be the most logical thing to do. That would disconnect us in the West and other parts of the world from depending on countries like Russia for their resources. And obviously, Biden has announced that the US is limiting its imports. Europe, on the other hand, gets 25% of its oil and 40% of its natural gas from Russia. So it's not going to be as easy for them to disconnect from the Russian energy sources. Although, obviously, we've seen movement in that direction with Germany canceling Nord Stream 2, or at least not allowing it to start up, and announcing European announcements that they're going to slowly reduce the amount of energy they get from Russia. Norway is increasing its production, so they'll be looking for other sources as well. And many European countries, of course, have been pushing this energy transition all along, but I think this is going to dramatically increase it. The next thing we need to think about is, what is the effort going to look like to rebuild after the war? And I think, depending how the war ends up, and obviously it's hard to predict, there's going to be a massive infusion of money into Ukraine and potentially into Russia as we think about what we want to do to try and prevent this kind of thing from happening in the future. So I think in the Ukrainian case, given the level of destruction that we've seen in many of their cities, this is going to be an opportunity to rethink the energy system in Ukraine. Currently Ukraine gets about 50% of its energy from nuclear power. Its electrical grid had been connected to the Russian electrical grid. I think right before the war, they actually disconnected it. So there's lots of things that can be done in Ukraine. Ukraine also has a lot of sunshine. So as there's an effort to think about what's going to come after this conflict, this would be a great opportunity to think through what a new kind of economy would look like in Ukraine. And again, that would disconnect it from the Russian economy. But of course, all these things said, we have to think about what's going to be happening in Russia. And so obviously for Russia, the scenarios depend on whether or not Putin is still in power and what kind of society is left there. And so obviously if Putin remains in power, the international community is going to have to find some way of limiting the damage coming from Russia. And that's going to be quite complicated. But if Putin is gone, then there might be some opportunities to think about how to rebuild a Russian society that would put more checks and balances on the leader, prevent this kind of concentration of power that we've seen so far, and figure out how that might work. So that would be a big task for any government. And it's and the extent of the problem, though, is easy to see, for example, in places like the Arctic, which in the Arctic, there's been considerable cooperation between Russia, the United States, Canada, Northern European countries for a long time, including after the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea. Even then, the Arctic Council continued to operate. It continued to be a source of a place where, negotiations, positive negotiations in managing this kind of collective resource on the top of the planet would be able to continue. That now has ended, as well as the 7 non-Russian countries in the Arctic Council have basically pulled back from their activities there. They put their activities on a pause, which is the first time that's happened. And so right now there's almost no fora for interaction between Western countries and Russia. So, cutting Russia off to that extent is obviously very important during the conflict situation. But once the conflict is over, it's going to have to be reintegrated back into the system in order to prevent it from breaking down, like we saw after World War I and before World War II. So that's going to be a tricky process, and we're going to have to think about how to do that, and potentially energy could play a key role in there, because I think Russia has the resources and potentially some of the technologies that could help build this new energy future, but is currently not using those resources very well. So let me leave it there. I think hopefully there's some questions for discussion, or look forward to hearing the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Bob. So there is, in fact, one question in the Q&A. Eli Cowell asks, does the heroic defense against the Russian invasion demonstrate that the vast majority of Ukrainians at all levels are inherently anti-corruption, and that the relatively few corrupt elites who have been thwarting reform efforts will find it harder to engage in their corrupt practices moving forward? Have there been any indications of Ukrainian elites profiting from the war?
Well, that's a great question. In fact, today we were talking to a colleague from Kiev Mohyla, who's now based in Prague, and we were thinking through some of the situations, what's going to happen, when we start the rebuilding process. And we thought there's going to be a huge amount of money flowing into Ukraine, probably from the EU, from the US, and that's going to be a great opportunity for corruption. So we were actually thinking about what kind of research project could we put together quickly that would understand, what are the risks for corruption in a rebuilding effort, and how can we address those risks, before they become very apparent in what happens. So clearly, I think, I haven't seen profiteering. I think everyone in Ukraine is probably pulling together right now, but I'm sure that there will be profiteering, once the conflict is over, and there'll be things to think about in terms of investments and resources flowing. So I think that problem hasn't disappeared.
Jordan, you're next for a question.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in on that real quickly, and about this corruption question, because there's, as many of you may be familiar with, there's this, out of Sweden, Bo Rostein's theory, right, of the indirect Big Bang theories of how to fight corruption, right? That the places that have really eradicated, or come close, as close as any sites have to eradicating corruption, have done it quickly, and they've done it in these historical accidents where some major defeat in war, or some major victory, or some major shock to the system brought everybody together and forced them to change things. And so I've been corresponding with a colleague in Ukraine who was working with us, with me and Tim Fry, and I had a project that was ongoing before this with civil society people in Ukraine who were doing anti-corruption work in the courts. And I've been in touch with them as much as possible while they're still in Ukraine, and I was sharing this with the activists, and that we usually read these articles with students, right? You say maybe it's true, it's a very hard thing to test, right? You're not going to go start a war just to see if that will get rid of your corruption. And certainly, I don't want to be flippant at all. This is such an insanely serious situation, but if there's any silver lining and there's any truth to this theory, we may find out if Ukraine can really maintain its statehood at least. I do think that there's strong arguments behind this idea that a threat unifies society in a way that almost nothing else can, and that we're seeing. And then I'll admit, I've had this kind of thing in the back of my head ever since it began of, if Ukraine can do what they're doing right now against Russia's army, how could they have not, how couldn't they just fix their political system before this? You applied a quarter of the resolve they're employing right now. You could have wiped out oligarchs. You could have done, all these amazing things, right? And that's just not how human societies work, right? You need something to unify them in this way. So I agree, it's going to be a very difficult situation if lots of aid money pours in, but there also hopefully is some way to capture some of the unification that's occurred in these last weeks. To do something about it. And particularly, yes, oligarchs are showing up in military fatigues and things like that. And so presumably they're doing what they can, maybe there'll be some goodwill towards some of them, but you would hope that, if Zelensky can survive and if somehow Russia's repelled and there's a Ukrainian state, that somebody like Zelensky would have such legitimacy just to finally, say, we're rebuilding the political class fully right now. I'm not talking about exterminations or anything. I'm just saying, politically, influence is going to be done by the people who just repelled an invader, but we'll see. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Also, I think civil society in Ukraine has really shown itself able to organize things in a way that people didn't imagine before. So we have one more question for Bob. If you can answer it quickly, Bob, please. How does Professor Ortung perceive the probability of a de facto settlement of the Ukraine war will involve forced population exchanges or ethnic cleansing and de facto partition as per Bosnia and Herzegovina under the Dayton Accords? Do any of the proposed Bosnian peace plans have any lessons for Ukraine, the EU, Russia, or anybody else?
Yikes, that's way out of my field of knowledge. So maybe I'll pass that on to some colleagues. Probably Elise would be the best one. I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you have a good answer for that one.
Well, okay, thank you. I think we'll move on given the time, but thanks, Bob. Yeah. So finally, we have Alexandra from Reed College. Please, you're on.
Thank you all. It's a great pleasure to hear all of your presentations today. I also just wanted to say, with respect to the corruption question, although there have been some studies, and I've conducted some studies of corruption and aid in the post 2014 period. Most of that corruption was within the local networks that were part of the Yanukovych regime. Legitimate civil society in Ukraine is incredibly devoted to a different style of work and has been largely, I think, rightly understood to be a major force against corruption in Ukraine. I would agree with, I think Jordan was saying that. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the resounding Ukrainian civil society response to this invasion. And I wanted to just say that this is a topic about which I have spent a lot of, I spent a lot of time thinking about in the past. Today, I'm going to explore this through the eyes of women's voluntary group leaders and some of the leaders of women's and gender minority rights advocacy groups in Ukraine. Just to give you a little bit of background, I have for 2 decades been studying women's activism and activism around gender and rights in Ukraine in Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv. And this has given me a unique vantage point on how the gradual rapprochement happened across the regional differences that we have been told were so essential to understanding why Ukraine would never become democratic. And I wanted to just echo what Elise was just discussing, and that within the women's civil society groups that I have been studying for 2 decades, a great deal of work has gone into not politicizing language. And in some sense, a great deal of work has gone into the creation of a civic national identity for Ukraine. Now, I want to start by taking a moment to share the perspective of the leader of a lesbian feminist group, who is someone I've been tracking since I first met her in 2013 before Euromaidan, and whose career as an activist I have been following ever since, because she's one of the most publicly out lesbians in Ukraine, if not the most publicly out. She's been the focus of documentary films and a lot of other kinds of work. But most of all, the work that she's been doing has been as a volunteer helping others. And I think it's very much behind the scenes. So I'm going to take a moment to sort of talk about her. And she's a great example of these new civic volunteers. I could tell you also about other Kharkiv-based women's groups that I've been following and working with, but I want to stay on her because it's so interesting for us to think about people like her. So as we all know, Kharkiv has been under intense military pressure for weeks now. And my friend Anna is nightly under bombardment. She has spent time with no heat. She fears not having any food soon. She is under a very great deal of pressure. And she, in some sense, is an example of why Putin miscalculated when he invaded Kharkiv and thought that the people of Kharkiv would welcome him. As we all know, Kharkiv is viewed as a Russian language and in some sense often has been viewed as a pro-Russian city, although wrongly, as I think various people have pointed out, but Elise in particular today. And I'm just gonna say though that the main response to the war so far has been massive civic displacement. And as we know, according to the UN High Commission for Refugees, roughly as of yesterday's date, 3 million people have fled. And if you were going to flee Kharkiv, I would flee if I was lesbian, because as we all know, it is not an easy thing to be a gender minority anywhere. But nevertheless, it's even more, as probably I don't need to explain, difficult to be a lesbian in Kharkiv. And yet my friend Anna has not left Kharkiv, and she does not intend to leave Kharkiv. And in fact, this is what she sent the world recently. This was her most recent sort of this was her most recent thing that she shared with all of the people who follow her. And she said, recently I've been getting a lot of messages from all over with little rainbow colored emojis and stickers. Where is the LGBTQ activists? Where are all the LGBTQ activists in all of this? And I'm getting these from well-wishers all over the world, and they all seem to be wondering where we are going. And I just want you to know, yes, with the war, we have had a masculinization of public life in a society where public life was already very masculine, where in many regards, women are treated very badly. And I want to say that war will make that worse. She says this. But I want you to also know that the heroes are often also men, even the ones who are not in politics. The heroes at the front are the greatest heroes. And the ones who are volunteers, well, we don't talk very much about them, but let's just say if they volunteer at the front or with army people, they're heroes too, at least a little bit. But where are the LGBT people? Well, I want to tell you the answer. We are at the front. We are in the bomb shelters. We are volunteers. We are everywhere. And we're not leaving. And this is our country. And we are fighting for it because this is our land. And someday, when I get up in the morning, every morning, I have and the nights are terrifying because when I go to sleep at night, I go to sleep in the hallway because there are no windows there. so that no bombs or bullets can hurt us if they fall nearby. But I am not leaving Kharkiv. So let me just tell you, I can't tell you more about this very important group other than there are so many people who follow this person from all over the world that they have been begging me to help her in some way. Everyone wants to help her. And so I reached out to her this week and I said, Anna, you are my sister now. We are all afraid for you. What can we do to help you? And I said, there are a lot of different things that we could imagine doing to help you. And I offered to send her money. This is a person who has no food and no medicine. And she told me not to send her any money for her. She said she would prefer for me to send it to her organization. Her organization, which you can see here. She works with young people in Kharkiv. One of their most important projects every year is holding Kharkiv Pride, so that kids who are out in some way and are lesbian or gay or queer have some place to go where they can celebrate themselves as queer Ukrainians. And she is a queer Ukrainian, but she is not ethnically Ukrainian. So let's just talk a little bit about where these volunteer initiatives that we've been hearing so much about are coming from, not just hers, but her generations. Now, as you guys all know, there's been a lot of civic activism in Ukraine, and I don't need to explain this image here, but I think it's familiar to you. These were examples of what people considered to be spontaneous acts of heroism. Now, the spontaneous acts of heroism that we're seeing all over Ukraine, they did not surprise me. They surprised many other people, however, and I'd just like to say that there are many barriers to civic activism, and they were very, very considerable in 2013 when I first met Anna. We heard a lot of different kinds of versions of this, but Anna and her friends were working very hard, but they were just a little tiny island. They were a little pocket of rising lesbian and gay activism in the city of Kharkiv. They were just a drop in the bucket. And like much of civil society in Ukraine, these little islands of public activity and NGO networking were often rooted in what Julie Hemmant very cleverly calls non-governmental individuals. I think it was Julie Hemmant. In other words, rather than it being a non-governmental organization, there was some person who had a great sounding organizational name and all sorts of other kinds of things like grant making abilities. And these people knew donor discourses, and they lived in this kind of parallel society that was like a Western oriented little ghetto. And if I had to kind of go back to the question of like, who is going to benefit most from the reconstruction of Ukraine, I'd like to tell you resoundingly, the people who will probably, at least if we go according to the patterns of the past, profit most are the Western and the international NGO people and the organizations that put up their people in hotels in downtown Kyiv and in hotels that cost $500 a night. And these people are helping refugees and humanitarian, or they're on a humanitarian mission. And they were not helping Ukrainian civil society anymore at that time. So there were these small little pockets, and then suddenly we have 2014 and the rise of the heroic volunteer activist. Volunteerism throughout Ukraine really started to transform with 2013 Euromaidan and the intense feeling of threat that was caused by intense Kremlin pressure that had been rising across civil society for years, and that had been viciously directed against LGBTQ people in new and violent ways that only the LGBTQ activists were aware of and that no one else cared about. So there are explanations for this new volunteerism today. It looks spontaneous, but I just want to say as a sociologist, it is a result of a sort of a period of 8 years of people feeling under existential threat. My friend Anna is an example of someone from Eastern Ukraine, someone who in the old discourse of the never going to have a civil society Ukraine story would have been seen as not civic enough because she was not Ukrainian, she was not a Ukrainian speaker, she's part Romani, she's part Russian. She would say she has a cocktail of genes in her blood. And yet Anna and all of these other people, starting in 2013, started to become more and more certain that they were no longer going to live the way that they had been living. They were not going to live in the parallel universe of the old Soviet sort of intelligentsia and dissident, where you sort of had three people that you interacted with. And I'm just going to say these people started to embrace being Europeans, and Anna wants to wake up someday. And so she says she wants to wake up someday in Europe, but she does not want to have to leave Kharkiv to wake up in Europe. If she survives, and I am not entirely sure that she will, if she survives, she will wake up one morning and she and her partner, rather than being partners, if they wake up in Europe, she'll wake up with her wife and they'll have coffee and they'll have a little breakfast, and then they'll take their husky out for a walk. And they will be the face of lesbian, queer Ukraine. And they will not be alone because they are very committed and they are not leaving unless someone kills them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. As somebody who studied Russian civil society, I'm very familiar with the non-governmental individual thing. So it's actually very nice to hear that there has been so much progress in the last 8 years. And looking at what little I can see on the TV, I'm struck by the social organization, the logistics that they're able to do, which suggests that infrastructure is there. So thank you very much for that very enlightening argument for me, which is, it's an important topic. So thank you. Okay, and I think we are done. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Ponars. I think this is a lovely initiative. And I again encourage you to donate at the two organizations or other organizations. And I'm going to pass it on to Andrew now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Thank you to the speakers who just finished. And thank you to everyone who's tuned in now, and to the participants in this next hour. We're here to share information on both the invasion and on ways to allow the rest of us to somehow offer assistance, as many of us are craving to do. In particular, and it was just put in the chat now, we call your attention to two organizations that support scholars, which is appropriate for us. That is the Scholars at Risk Fund and Science from Ukraine or in Ukraine. So we're going to get started here. It's 11:02. Each of our speakers will have about 10 minutes, and then we'll have a few minutes at the end for questions relevant to that person. I'll try to monitor the Q&A section where we would prefer that you put your questions. And first on our list is Ted Gerber from the University of Wisconsin at Madison, who has managed already to share his screen. Thank you, Ted.
Great. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. So I'm a sociologist, and I thought what I would do is present the results of two sociological studies I conducted in Ukraine prior to the invasion, and also think a little bit about some of the implications they have. So these are both studies that are related to the consequences of the 2014 Donbass War, and I'm going to focus on three specific findings after I give you a brief overview of what those studies were about. So in 2018, together with Jane Zaviska, I conducted a survey focused on the experiences of IDPs. And our basic approach was to do a survey within Ukraine of Ukrainian IDPs who had been, most of whom had been displaced by the Donbass War, and focus on the problems of everyday life they experienced, the impact of the war on their subsequent well-being, and also issues of adaptation and integration. And we focused on adults, working age or slightly younger adults from 18 to 49 years old. And one aspect, so there are other organizations and efforts to study the experiences of IDPs in Ukraine and elsewhere, But one of the problems that plagues such studies is the lack of a sort of control group or a comparison group. So our idea was to both survey IDPs who've been displaced from Donbass, but also to survey local residents of the same cities where our IDP sample members were located. And so we did purposive sampling of 12 cities and towns across 6 regions, and we preceded our survey with some qualitative research, including expert interviews, in-depth interviews with IDPs, and also focus groups. And by the way, IDPs are internally displaced persons. I should have mentioned that at the start. And our partner in this study was Sanctions, a Ukrainian research organization. So here you can see are the sites where we studied. So we're all used to seeing maps of Ukraine now. This is an older map, not recent, back from October 2018, and we selected localities where there are large concentrations of IDPs. And so basically you can think of, we had 4 large cities where we sampled IDPs and locals, and then also another of smaller cities in and around.
I'm sorry, are you, I'm not seeing your screen advance. Are you on your 3rd slide, or are you?
Oh, I am on my 3rd slide. Well, okay, if it's not advancing, I can just, I'll just have to, is it advancing now? No?
No, it's all stuck on the 1st slide.
It's oh gosh, I don't know how to well, all right, maybe I will just I'm going to stop the share then. I'm just going to tell you what all right, I'll just give me one quick sec. So yeah, all right. Well, I'm sorry. I guess sorry for the technical. So we conducted this study of IDPs and also locals, a survey. We also then also was involved in a more recent study in summer of 2021 with Brandon Pirelli Harris and Yulia Hilievich, where we conducted virtual focus groups with people who were affected by the Donbass conflict. So we conducted a total of 16 focus groups, 4 in Mariupol, 4 in Kharkiv, 4 in Donetsk, village of Donetsk Oblast that were part of the Ukrainian-controlled territories, and then 4 in the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk. And that, my partners in that study were demographers. We were really focused on how the conflict for these various different populations. So we had IDP groups, we had groups who had settled and stayed in the non-government controlled areas, and then also locals who had been in Kharkiv and Mariupol from the very beginning of the conflict. And we were interested in how these different groups' attitudes and behaviors with respect to fertility, childbearing, and other types of related issues, family formation, were affected by their experiences with the conflict. So, okay, I'm going to just go through 3 main findings, and I guess I don't need slides, so I can just summarize them. So the first main finding from our survey was that the main issue that faced IDPs, which distinguished the IDPs in our survey sample from the locals, were concerns about housing. And on the one hand, this may be kind of obvious, but on another hand, it actually is somewhat different because of course, IDPs, as displaced people, they face many different economic challenges. They have trouble getting jobs. They have concerns about income. But it turns out that compared to the equivalent local residents in the same localities where the IDPs is settled, so places like Kharkiv, places like some of the smaller towns near the line of contact, Zaporizhzhia, and so forth, what we found is that really what stood out is the most IDP-specific grievance or problem that the IDPs experienced was indeed housing. So this showed up in several ways. So first of all, in rates of homeownership. Now, Ukraine, like other post-Soviet societies, is a massive homeowner society that many Ukrainians own their own homes through privatization or through subsequent acquisition of homes, but not IDPs because they lost their homes to the violence. So the home ownership rate among our non-IDP samples is about 90%. Among the IDPs, it was less than 10%. So that was a big concern. We asked what the most important problems affecting respondents were, and by even above material well-being, what stood out for the IDPs are housing issues. That was the #1 problem they cited. About 53% cited that as the main trouble they faced, and that was far more than the 13% of the non-IDPs. Related to housing are also issues about social capital, social networks. People who've been living in the same place for a long time have more social ties. And also in the Ukrainian context of 2018, when we conducted the study, also the Prapiska was an important barrier for the IDPs to participate civically, that is to vote, and also to have access to public services like education. So we found evidence of all this. And so the first finding is that, yes, housing was by and large the main issue affecting IDPs. Second, we did a study looking at subjective well-being and how displacement affected our respondents' subjective well-being, as well as the changes that Ukraine had experienced in recent years. And there, the main finding was that despite the possibility of improvements in material situation, some of our IDP sample did have good jobs. They did find opportunities to have decent living standards. They made some social contacts. They got housing. But nonetheless, what we found is that those in our sample who said they had fled Donbass as a result of reasons related to violence or experiences of violence or fears of violence, they had continued, this is now some 5 or 6 years after, 4 years after the start of the conflict, they continued to have lower subjective well-being than the locals. Whereas IDPs in our sample who had left for either economic or family reasons alone, or else for a combination of family and violence reasons, what we found is that we could more easily account for the gap in subjective well-being by accounting for socioeconomic status, social networks, housing, and also changing those factors. So the punchline there is that having direct experiences of violence really does have long-term impact on people's subjective well-being. And maybe that's kind of, sounds kind of obvious, but actually in some of the literature, there's mixed kinds of results with respect to that. So that's one of the things we found, and that's of course going to be relevant for the post-war epic that hopefully awaits us soon. Now, and then the main finding, the third finding from the focus groups, and these we did just last July, and these were virtual focus groups. Because of COVID, we couldn't travel. We had plans to do this research, so we did these virtually with the assistance of our colleagues at KIS in Kiev. And what we found there is that so the focus was not on politics, not on the war as such, or the conflict, or issues about Russia-Ukraine struggles. These were on people's lives. And so one of the things we actually found was that very few people talked much about those larger geopolitical issues that, of course, concern everybody. I'm sure they concern everybody in Ukraine now. But at the time, people were more interested in just how to go about their lives, how to forge lives despite this conflict, which as well as the COVID pandemic and other factors had affected people's well-being. So in terms of fertility, what we really found is that even in the areas near or within the government, the non-government controlled areas, these are all areas that have been heavily affected by the 2014 and ongoing war in Donbass. We found the persistence of a universal childbearing norm. So in many cases, in countries with low fertility, of which Ukraine is certainly one, you see low fertility is driven by a lot of people just not having any children at all. Well, in Ukraine, as it's not unique in this sense, but it does really stand out, the pattern is that people have one child and then they stop. And the reason for that is after having one child, they come to experience directly the costs and the challenges of raising a child. And so what we found is various ways in which that started in 2014, the Donbass War, it contributed to the types of uncertainties that people experienced and inhibited them from having second children, even though they wanted to. So it's not the case that people don't want to have second children. It's just that the uncertainties related to the war, such as fears about the future, such as ongoing experiences, encounters with shooting and violence, such as economic problems, and not just the war, also with COVID and other factors. But it really creates a unique situation where one of the many consequences of armed conflict is or has been in this situation to continue to suppress fertility and childbearing in a low fertility context. Okay, so what does all this matter? And I'll briefly say a few ways in which I think this is related to what I think we should start talking about already, which is what's going to happen in Ukraine after the invasion is ended. And of course, we don't know how it's going to end. But so first of all, we have already a massive IDP problem within Ukraine that's just new and produced, and that's on top of the IDP problem that already exists. And IDPs generally are not given as much attention as refugees because of international systems for classifying different types of displaced people. And so we're going to have policies that prioritize assisting IDPs. And one of those policies is going to have to be housing reconstruction. And that's both a physical problem, but also it's a policy and a legal problem. Many people own the apartments that we see being blown up. What's going to happen? Are ownership rights going to be restored? We need to be thinking about this now so that whoever is going to be responsible for helping to rebuild Ukraine's cities and housing structures is going to have ready policy solutions to answer these questions. exposure to violence has long-term negative psychological impacts that are going to have to be addressed on a massive level. So all the assistance efforts that I hope we will see are going to have to include a lot of counseling, a lot of psychological and trauma counseling, and that's going to have to be a major part of the type of assistance. Now, the types of unity and the feelings of patriotism and solidarity that the invasion has stimulated within Ukraine, that might go some ways to addressing traumas, but the traumas are very real and very personal. And so, it's not enough to just count on unity and solidarity as a substitute for actual individual level psychological support. And then finally, Ukraine has been a low fertility country for some time. More people, of course, are being, their lives are being destroyed. Fertility is going to be down during this. We've seen, scenes of returning wars being occurred. We're going to have to think of ways to encourage the population to replenish itself, to encourage fertility. It's always been a big problem, but certainly we have to think about the possibility of instilling a sense of national security as a way, among others, to encourage fertility. Okay, well, I'm going to pass it on. I think I've probably already exceeded my time, and I'm sorry for the technical problem.
No problem at all. Very well handled. And you went a little longer, but you answered the question I was going to ask, which is how any of these, if these things persist that you found earlier, what will that mean for Ukraine after the war? And that was literally the last 2 minutes of your talk. So thank you very much for that. And I think maybe we're exactly on time then. Because of your efficiency. So we will move on now to Marta Duchik from Western University. And if there are questions that emerge for you in the Q&A, you should be able to see them and maybe answer them there. But so far there are none. So thanks. So Marta, are you here?
Yes, I am, but my camera appears to be on, and yet I don't see myself.
Yeah, I still see Ted.
Oh, there we are. Okay, it's working.
Right.
Oh, good evening, everybody. And I'm so amazed to see that there are 51 people still watching at 11 after this marathon has been going on for a very long time. It is a pleasure to be here. I tried very hard to set up the virtual background, and as you see, Techno Peasant here didn't succeed. I study media, but I'm not actually very good at all this technical stuff. What I have been studying for the past number of years is media in Ukraine. And something that I'd like to talk about today is two things: international media narratives and what's been going on within Ukraine's media. Something that you've probably all noticed is over the last 3 weeks, there has been a significant shift in the way the Ukraine story is being reported in international media. We used to hear about the Ukraine crisis and pro-Russian separatists in the Donbass. And that shift that has happened over the past 3 years, I think is really, 3 weeks, is really striking, because most media outlets are now reporting on Russia's war against Ukraine. The spelling of the capital has changed from Kiev to Kyiv. And what we're seeing is shift in the mental maps of the international media, which it took this horrific war to actually shift, because Ukrainian media outlets and Ukrainian journalists have been for a long time talking about the disinformation and how Ukraine has been actually until recently losing the information war. The way that the narratives were presented were to a large degree echoing what was being produced in Moscow's disinformation machine. And I'm happy to see Maria, I'm sorry I'm going to mispronounce your last name, Snegovaya, who's been writing a lot about this. The effectiveness of Russia's disinformation machine has been really blown out of the water, the same way that, hey Maria, nice to meet you virtually. The same way that so many other things have changed over these past 3 weeks. And I think that's really worth noting, because I was working on an article just before this escalation about why the Western media continues to get the Ukraine story wrong. And a number of people have been writing this. I saw something by Tim Snyder recently about the mental maps people have been carrying around, that they still hadn't really thought of Ukraine as a separate place. So they were still writing about Ukraine in reference to Russia. And we still see this among some IR scholars. I don't know if anybody's in the audience here, that Ukraine's interests really need to be considered in the context of Russia's interests. And we're seeing that shifting in the media narratives. So I think that's really worth noting. So I'm going to have to revise that article that I started writing before the 24th of February. But what I'd really like to talk about is what is happening in Ukraine's media now. And as we know, Ukrainian journalists have been on the receiving end of this information war for 8 years. And over the past 3 weeks, many of them have found themselves in dangerous situations where they're being shot at. Now, we saw this happening in Crimea and the Donbass, where journalists were targeted and many of them actually had to leave. So the reporting coming out of the occupied territories were quite minimal. But the situation now is that all journalists are being targeted. Like the rest of Ukraine, they have been performing in what I consider just an amazing way, and something that I talked about in the seminar we had at the Monk School, and I think Oksana might remember this, is a development that I don't think I've seen anywhere else, where journalists and media organizations, corporations, the state, and the technology sector have all united into this common front to keep information flowing within society and internationally. And this started around the time that the war started. There was a TV marathon. So a lot of TV channels just started hosting, and radio channels, just information marathons to keep society informed on what was going on with this escalating war. But it's very difficult to keep working 24/7 with existing resources. And so after a few days, the major TV corporations and the public broadcaster came together, and they created this joint project, which they called Yedini Noviny, which is basically single news. And what they did is they took the 24-hour news cycle and they divided it amongst each other. So TV is on 24/7 and radio. So this is a joint TV radio project. And the same news is broadcast on all the channels, and each company contributes. And if you stop and think about it, the Ukraine's media landscape is made up of large corporations. It looks very similar to our media landscapes, where you have so-called oligarchs who own most of the media space, and they compete amongst each other for audiences, which generate revenues, and also political power vis-a-vis the elites. And now they are all working together to continue news flowing to Ukrainians. And that, I think, is quite a phenomenal development. And the other thing that happened as part of this is that TV and radio started working together in ways that they never did previously. So, and they're sharing TV and radio frequencies, because as you know, communications infrastructure has been a target in this war. And the first place that was attacked, and I'm not sure why, the TV tower at Lutsk was attacked first. And then I think many of you saw the TV tower in Kyiv that was bombed. So signals were being lost, and TV towers are being targeted, or communications towers are being targeted throughout the country. So again, all of these companies, plus the public broadcaster, they are sharing frequencies, and they're presenting information that to their audiences, that if this signal gets knocked out, you can catch us on these other frequencies. The government has stepped in, and they have worked to try to facilitate communications between between the media corporations and the technical support. So a lot of the telephone operating companies, they have also created a joint project where there's roaming between all of the different companies, the major companies, and the media products can be accessed on apps on your phone. So the goal is to keep society informed, and they're developing all sorts of these new apps where you can find out if this is off the air, what's happening there, information to where bomb shelters are, where all sorts of things are being collected. And I'm totally in awe of these people. And something else that those of you who are opera fans probably know that the Metropolitan had a benefit concert on Monday, and it was dedicated to Ukraine. All the profits are going to Ukrainian armed forces. And those of you who are opera fans know that the Metropolitan has an international live broadcast of their concerts on Saturdays. I listened to it on CBC. And that's how I found out about this benefit concert on Monday. And it was broadcast on Ukraine's public radio. So at the time the Metropolitan is singing this concert, Ukrainians were able to listen to it. And Irina Slavinska, who is the head of the culture section of the public radio, she wrote on Facebook, I'm going to the opera and I'm going to get dressed up. Nobody's going to see me because this is radio. I'm going to be in the studio. I'm going to be co-hosting this, but I'm going to get dressed up and go to the opera. And that's the spirit of all the journalists who are going into the hot spots and reporting and giving interviews to international media so that people can have a firsthand account of what's going on in the country. So I think I'll stop there. I don't know if anybody had any questions.
Thank you so much. That's fascinating and linked to some things that I'll talk about a little bit later, but to the idea that the social level, ground level responses to the invasion have been extraordinary, along with the military responses. I don't see a question in the Q&A yet. For those of you who have questions, please do type them into the Q&A tab. That'll pop up on my screen. I did wonder if you're able to talk a little bit more about how the journalists are sort of able to continue to operate logistically. You talked about the sharing of signals, right? The way the stations are working and the owners are collaborating. How does a journalist in this situation continue to get what they need in order to contact the station or conduct their interviews, things like that?
Well, I mean, they are working at great personal risk if they're reporting on the war situation, but they are also facing logistical challenges. For example, Kyiv is under curfew right now, so nobody is allowed to go out on the street. So they are sharing information because they're in different locations and they're all high-tech people. So they are getting information where they can and sharing it. A journalist who's in one location will be able to feed it to another person. The sound operators, they are working all remotely at the moment in Kyiv because they're unable to go. And I was asking my friends at Hromadske Radio, how do you do this? And they said, well, the sound operator just moved all the equipment to his place and half of our staff has left the city. So they're unable to report on the news, but they're constantly getting guests and doing a lot of interviews. So that's the Yefrem Lukaitsky, who's a photographer. He has experience in war photography. He has covered a lot of the hotspots, and you'll see a lot of his photographs, not just in Ukraine, but in international media. So there are correspondents who are experienced, but they are working at great personal risk.
Right. And with incredible stories of collaboration that just wouldn't happen under normal circumstances. And I'm glad you're able to share those with us. You don't happen to know, part of our effort here tonight is to raise money for different ways to assist people in Ukraine. Are there charities that you're aware of that work on media side to which we could donate? If you know, you can say. If not, you can drop them in the chat later. But I don't know if you have anything off the top of your head.
I would actually encourage donations to independent media outlets, and you can donate to them directly. So my favorite English language newspaper from Ukraine is the Kyiv Independent, which was created in December. And these are people who worked at Kyiv Post and all got fired. And they created their own newspaper called the Kyiv Independent. And their reporting is fantastic. And you can directly donate to them. Hromadske Television, Hromadske Radio. These are two other independent projects that, in my opinion, are doing fantastic reporting. So these are small independent media projects. The large corporations, I think, are doing fine. So I don't think they need support, but those would be the three that I would, that I'm pointing people to who want to support independent media.
Great, thank you very much. We do have now one question from Lisa Olinger regarding BBC and their shortwave broadcasts. The BBC is doing shortwave broadcasts in Ukraine and boosting it further into Russia after the Russian block on social media and free press and that was very exciting. In addition to the ones you talked about, how effective is this, do you think, for delivering outside news to both Ukraine and especially to Russia?
Oh, it's very effective, and thank you for mentioning that. And that's a strategy that perhaps I didn't explain it carefully, that this sort of sharing of frequencies and waves, and that's what all of the Ukrainian media outlets are doing, and also BBC. And radio actually is making a huge comeback now, because in places where people, for whatever reason, can't get a TV signal, they can listen to the radio either on the phone or on the old wiring. So that is a very effective, and BBC is doing a fantastic job as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that presentation. It is now 11:30 and we will move to the next presenter, who is Oksana Shevin from Tufts University, who also just put a link in the chat for those who wish to donate.
Yes, thank you. I was just, I came across this link recently. It's kind of a fund where journalists can, you can both donate and then journalists can also request money. Marta, I don't know if you know that one. It's Zaborona Media that sort of set it up. What's the name?
Oh yes, thank you. That's an excellent
so
source.
that's,
Thank you.
so that
Yes.
will be another option. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of identity more broadly, and more the bloody irony of what's going on in Ukraine, of Putin as Ukrainian nation builder. I know it sounds bizarre, but the more sort of to think about it, the more I think it makes sense, and I think it's important to put it in perspective. So I'm going to say a little bit like how certain things that Putin did that created consolidation and unity and kind of tilt towards Ukrainian anti-Russian sentiment, that's exactly what he tried to avoid. And I think that trend is now accelerated even more. So I'm going to suggest a few ways, once the conflict ends, I think there are some long-standing divisions and divides in Ukrainian society that are also going to go away. So let me talk a little bit about that. So, as we all know, right, I mean, Putin's whole narrative, how Ukrainians are not really real people, right, and ultimately that they are good Ukrainians, right, supposed to be pro-Russian, and sort of this denial of Ukraine's separate identity, right, any kind of preferences that don't agree with how Putin sees it, clearly contributed. It was a big misconception, but it contributed to I think the decision to invade and the failed plans for fast occupation of Ukraine. But of course, those of us who study Ukraine know that since, since 1991, there was substantial Russia-friendly, pro-Russian, whatever you want to call it, electorate and sentiment and identity. People thought of themselves, maybe both Russian and Ukrainian, kind of this blurred dual identities. That was more prevalent in the eastern and southern regions. The divide was never sort of this east-west divide is very complicated. Again, there is vast literature on that, but broadly speaking, right, we can say that eastern and southern regions were historically more pro-Russian, and even though it evolved over the years since 1991 and since independence, it was still the case. Even during Euromaidan. Euromaidan had quite regionally skewed base of support. It had more support in the center and the west of the country than the south and the east. So in a way, if in 2014 had Putin not invaded, not annexed Crimea, not started, had jump-started the separatist insurgency in Donbass, I would argue that it is quite possible that in the next round of elections, maybe more Russia-friendly candidate would have won. So in other words, Russia still had a lot of leverage over Ukraine even after 2014, anything from media to the oligarchs to this electoral constituency that didn't go away anywhere after Yanukovych fled. Right, but of course, once the decision to annex Crimea and start this separatist quasi-republics in Donbass became reality, it had several implications. So first of all, it chopped off some 12% of the Ukrainian electorate from voting in elections. So even mathematically, and these were the most pro-Russian, kind of Russian-friendly voters. So even mathematically, it became harder for anybody sort of with more explicit pro-Russian orientation to get elected to the national parliament or higher offices, right? And of course, additionally, also attitudes in the south and the east have shifted. So there is, vast research on that from changing attitudes. So this kind of Eurasian Union, which was more or less kind of evenly balanced, maybe a little bit in favor of the EU, but not dramatically so before 2014, became quite significantly clearly in favor of the EU and against any kind of Russian-led political arrangements. And even with NATO, in the most recent data before this current war that Ola Onuch and her colleagues presented recently from their survey findings, even in the South and the East for the first time, support for NATO began to exceed the opposition. This was completely unprecedented. And again, I mean, I would argue that all of this is exactly the direct effect of Putin's policies in 2014, right? Now, of course, now that he started this murderous war, again under this very misguided notion that Ukrainians are sort of secretly Russian. He has dismissed opinion polls before that showed this change in attitudes. Essentially, at the recent Valdai meeting, he was basically saying that either these preferences are sort of altogether false, because you can't trust the polls, or people are afraid to reveal their true pro-Russian preferences, and therefore, if they have Russian soldiers entering towns, they would greet them, and therefore the plan was to take Kiev very quickly. Now, of course, what we see instead, right, that we have this great consolidation of opposition to invasion, and of course now the Russian forces are in the most what was supposed to be pro-Russian regions, right, in the south of the country. And all of us who follow the news, we see this large popular gatherings in Berdyansk, right, in Melitopol and other places where people come, small settlements as well, that they come out to the streets cursing Russian soldiers in Russian, right, and essentially telling them to go in the direction of the Russian ship, right. So I think this is important because this sort of, I think it's, again, obviously war dominates analysis and dominates the current realities, but I think what it also shows that there is now no longer, I would say, a divide between different regions of the country, even though this divide was always, somewhat sort of analyzed, questionable, how strong is it, sort of where exactly the boundary is, it region, is it language, is it some sort of combination of factors. I think now it's pretty fair to say that this regional divide essentially is gone, right? This sense of unity is now permeates the region, the country as a whole. I think that's very important, and it would be important to see how it plays out after the war, what consequences it has. And I'm just going to kind of suggest a few ways, a few potential consequences it can have. So I think both the language as a divide, right, sort of this Ukrainian speaking as opposed to Russian speaking Ukrainians potentially being different in their attitudes and preferences. I think we see that lessening. And the regional factor as well, right? So people in these historically more pro-Russian regions being different again in their attitudes, preferences from people elsewhere in Ukraine. I think that's also, we see that essentially, not being true anymore. So what are some of the possible implications of this? I'm going to mention just a few. I think one thing that we can see, and again, sort of my broader, I guess, hypothesis here is that after the war is over, we will see further reduction and potentially elimination of some of the long-standing divides in Ukraine. One of these, I think, could be the religious divide. As we know that there are now two competing Orthodox churches in Ukraine, the one that's is in unity with the Moscow, Russian Orthodox Church in Moscow, and the one that's independent that received Thomas Autocephaly from Patriarch in Constantinople. So they're both Orthodox. There is no difference in religious practice or doctrine, but they, clearly, politically, they have been divided. And what we see now, and again, this is pretty early in the process, but I think the more sort of the war goes on, the more we will see that happening, that within the Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchy, so the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is in unity with Russian Orthodox Church, we see opposition growing to affiliation with Russian Orthodox Church. So there are eparchies and individual priests in different parts of the country that now not only object to commemorating Patriarch Kirill, who endorsed, of course, this murderous war in the liturgy, who advocate outright, severing affiliation with the Russian Orthodox Church. There is still, it's early in the process. I mean, several people are studying it. I'm also trying to follow it. So I don't think it's a done deal. But again, the tide, sort of this divide, I think, is lessening, and the tide is turning. And it's quite possible that down the road we may see probably first some sort of disconnection, like break of connection between the Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchate from the Russian Orthodox Church, and possibly down the way unification of these two churches, because it's sort of already a paradoxical situation and very unusual in the Orthodox world to have two Orthodox churches in one country. Right, and now if they're both independent, right, there is a lot of bad blood between them. That's what I'm saying. I don't expect kind of them uniting right away. But to have sort of two independent Orthodox churches in one country, I think would be very strange. I don't think that would be really sustainable. So probably somehow, a deal would be reached down the road where those two churches would unite. And again, it's sort of very paradoxical. Putin can take credit for it. This whole narrative about creating Ruski Mir, Russian world, right, is really backfiring. So the Orthodoxy maybe was perhaps the last instrument by which this Russian world, or this idea of the Russian world, could be kept together over Ukraine. And I think that is now also potentially can be severed. Now, the other thing that I think as a division which we had in Ukraine for the last 30 years or so was over memory politics, and in particular this laws of decommunization, how to remember the Soviet past. That, of course, Putin's narrative is that there are basically like Nazis running the government. Of course, the decommunization legislation was much more complicated. Not to say that it was perfect, but it did depart from the Soviet reading of history, especially Second World War history. I would personally say that in some ways it was a positive development because, of course, Soviet history whitewashed many of the Soviet crimes. It glorified, NKVD, for example, who had veteran status, right? But of course, critics said, I think rightly so, that Ukrainian decommunization law maybe went too far by sort of glorifying sometimes, the other side, say the Ukrainian insurgent army for their fight for independence, but kind of overlooking or not acknowledging, some of the crimes that they committed in the process of this fight. So what I think what is likely to happen, given how this war now is really creating new heroes, creating new narratives, I think this battle, like disagreements over historical past, like who were the heroes in the 1940s, right? Like in the Soviet period, I think it's going to become much less salient because now Ukraine would have new heroes. It would have, new, and people would be united as to who these heroes are. So I think this, to the extent there were divisions in society over, say, memories of the Soviet period, I think that would also is going to lessen after the war. And another thing, and maybe that's I'll end with that, just like one more point I wanted to make. I was thinking about the party politics. I mean, party politics doesn't seem like kind of humanities issue. I was talking about like memory politics, identity. Party politics seems in a little bit different basket. But I think what was happening in Ukraine, and Ukraine was actually different in that regard from many countries, say in East Central Europe or Western Europe, that there was no kind of standard right-left divide, because whoever was on the left of the political spectrum, it's immediately sort of this left-right divide was immediately tied to foreign policy. Like the left, like what is the boundary between left but not pro-Russian? There was no non-pro-Russian Ukrainian left. And that complicated all sorts of things because, any policy issue became very easily politicized, always sort of like, is this a pro-Russian agenda, right? Is this not pro-Russian agenda? So this sort of standard East-West divide, when there is no implications for foreign policy, say, when you're discussing some economic policy or social policy, and you can really debate it on the merits of their, economic or social aspects, I think we'll see that happening in Ukraine, because I think any kind of, pro-Russian party, pro-Russian left, pro-Russian wing, is going to be either non-existent altogether or very small. And I think we will see the real emergence because there is, many people in Ukraine believe in sort of bigger state and state's role in the economy and so forth. And that no longer would have to slide into also disagreements over foreign policy or orientation with Russia. So I think that would be interesting to see because in that sense, Ukraine would become closer to quote unquote like normal European country where this standard like east left-right party divide. So I'll probably end here, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that people may have, or if Andrew has any questions.
Thank you very much, Oksana. It's just amazing to watch folks present such sophisticated analyses of things that are happening in real time, and also how they manage to anticipate all of my questions by the time they get to the end of their presentation, as you have done. I was going to ask you sort of how this continues to play out, how long it lasts. Clearly, there are domestic political psychological effects of being invaded from the outside. And once that threat is removed, however it's removed, how long do they last? And you started down that road already. I don't know if you see sort of the removal of that threat as kind of weakening any of the cohesion or any of the anti-Russianism, that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I think, of course, sort of, the extent of mobilization a country has at the time of war, we can't expect, the same kind of unity, right? Like with the same 90% support for president. I mean, that would be very unusual, right, in a democratic society for this kind of support. So I think we would certainly see kind of more disagreement within society, right? But at the same time, I think the experience such as war, it is really a turning point, right? So if we think about it, sort of these disagreement, like say societal divisions may be evolving under normal circumstances in some sort of like slight slope, right? Like there is maybe greater unity, I think, as we had, since 91 in Ukraine. With every election, if you look at electoral map, say, the combined share of the vote of more pro-Western parties has grown a little bit, and this boundary between East and West sort of shifted a little bit east, right? So if we say 91, it was just like the three Galician regions that voted for Chernobyl in the first elections, right? And then like Ruch vote in 98, that was already sort of, Zhytomyr and places like this in central Western Ukraine became that kind of new divide. And then, by 2002, it crosses Dnieper, Dnieper River and, keeps moving. But I think period like war, it really kind of heightens these processes. So to your question, Andrew, I mean, I would say that, yes, we will still see different divisions, but they will not be probably as, how to say, like, the playing field is going to shrink, right? So you still disagree, but within a smaller range of disagreements, right? Because I think any kind of, say, agenda that would say we have to have, join some sort of political or economic union with Russia, like nobody says that, right? Like I think that's completely, I mean, now if you even look what is the opposition party, the most pro-Russian party is saying, they're jumping, kind of over each other to distance themselves from, they don't want to be perceived as pro-Russian, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to become more sort of domestic politics in Ukraine may come to resemble more what we see, in Central European countries, right? Like, yes, there are still Russia-friendly parties there, right? But they're not advocating, like, we don't want to be in the EU, we want to join some sort of Russian Union instead, right? Like, it's a different extent, I guess, of disagreements. That's what I would say.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting. There is a question in the chat that's somewhat along those lines. It's from Milada Vahudova. She writes, "Thank you, Oksana. I have a quick question. Do you expect a consensus on wanting to join the EU to endure across the political spectrum after the war?" So this question of unification on the particular question of EU after the war.
Yeah, thanks, Milada. I would say yes. I think in a way it's sort of interesting now because I think there is more, from what I can gather, not only what Zelensky says, but I think even from just talking to friends and family, in Ukraine, there is more dissatisfaction with NATO now, right? Like that NATO is not doing its part, right? Like NATO should have helped us more. Like, why is NATO not helping? So if anything, I think some kind of deal, right? When maybe Ukraine joins the EU, and actually now also, I think for the first time since, the end of communism, there is majority support within many, if not most EU countries for Ukraine to join, which was never the case there before. Right, so that may be quite sort of interesting historical moment that there is growing consolidation of preferences for the EU, both within Ukraine and within the EU itself, right? But at the same time, with NATO, obviously NATO doesn't want to take Ukraine. I think that's pretty clear. But now I think also I'm not saying like we haven't seen the poll, so I don't want to say that this is like scientifically correct, observation. But I do hear from different groups of society, different social media, different sort of parts of people talking that there is some disappointment with NATO. Moreover, there are even jokes now that like NATO is asking to join territorial defense, right, of Ukraine. So this, I think, kind of sense of empowerment that, Ukraine, yes, with some help, yes, with some security guarantees, but it maybe doesn't necessarily need to be in NATO, right? Like, so it may be interesting sort of compromise if how this conflict ends, that Ukraine actually would be joining the EU, but not joining NATO.
Great. Thank you very much. So I now have an interesting role to play in that one of our panelists, Taras Kuzio, has not managed to log in yet. So we certainly hope he is well. But we are going to, unless someone has a question for any of the three panelists who've gone this hour, we will move on to the next set of panelists. And so I will pause a little bit. The panelists are allowed to ask each other questions too. I want to make sure I don't cut anybody off. But if not, I'm in the interesting position of introducing the chair of the next hour, who is going to then introduce me as a presenter. So anyway, we have Mikhail Alexeyev on the line from UC San Diego, and take it away, Mikhail.